べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir.
Beli-beli.
Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。邪魔だ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Beli. Download sekarang. Bas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
おっす、決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Wah, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pasti puas, pasti beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin, jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, jangan kasih, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss, we all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, Week 5, Day number 3. And today we're going to kickstart with the Blue Bulls going against the 3 face masks once again here in leg number 2. To accompany you throughout the entirety of today, it's me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko. And of course, before we begin, we would like to thank all our sponsors because MPL Indonesia Season 11 is powered by Moonton, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series, A34 and A54 5G. The official mobile internet partner is Telkomsel, official gold partner by UBS Gold, partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blibli. Our official broadcast, Maxstream, our broadcast partner, TVR Esports, and our partners, Indomart and Point Coffee. And of course, MPL Indonesia Season 11 is supported by PBSE. Now, coming to our first match of the day, Alter Ego going against Rebellion Zion. Remember, in leg 1, it was Alter Ego being able to sweep 2-0, even though they were looking shaky in terms of their performance there in the first leg, Gani.
So we expect perhaps a few changes, especially from Alter Ego. Remember, they changed it a few, right? Nino coming in very, very strong and impactful in that gold lane. So we expect him to be some sort of the main pillar for Alter Ego. And of course, on the other side, Rebellion, they need to be prepared for that.
I think right now, if you take a look at it, Alter Ego, they had a very shaky leg 1, but they were able to get 1 match victory, and it was up against Rebellion Zion in that first leg. So coming into this again, it was also a Rebellion Zion that wasn't coming up on stage with their full lineup. It was Saib in the XP lane. He's no longer here in the MPL. He just got demoted to the MDL. So we're going to see a different Rebellion Zion as well. And like you mentioned, Gani, this encounter, Rebellion versus Alter Ego. For Alter Ego, it's going to come down to the gold lane. It's very much going to come down to the gold lane because that's how they've been able to win. If Alter Ego can get Nino or even Pi, the winning matchup and the winning lane to snowball, that's how they find their success. Where Rebellion, in that case, are a little bit more multidimensional, where they can carry actually through almost every single role.
So with that being said, right, Mirko, do you think that it's more important to give a winning lane to Pi or Nino?
I think looking at their success up against Evos and RRQ, the way they were able to beat these 2 titans in MPL Indonesia Season 11 was through going with the strong pick or the winning matchup for Pi. They pick up wow, that's a really cool designed car there with Alter Ego logo, with the Alter Ego logo placed on it. I got distracted a bit. I think you guys got distracted too, but back to the point. Pi sets up the winning lane, set him up for success in the XP lane, get him the winning matchup so that he can transition that over to the turtle. Getting the XP advantage over in the trio mid over to the top side of the map gives so much more pressure and relieves so much more pressure from that gold lane, giving Nino a solid time.
with that in mind, we'll see what exactly Alter Ego on the other side here has to say about that. Because, you know, even since 2 seasons ago, every time they walk into the venue, they always walk in style. And I guess that's their new flair here in MPL ID Season 11. Whereas for the side of Rebellion Zion here,
I feel like with Janarko as well, he needs to somehow step up. Looking at his performance yesterday, it was good, right? But I personally expected better here. So it's gonna be very interesting to see him going up against Rossi again, because in leg 1, Rossi didn't do much actually, but in leg 2, Rossi has improved so much within his execution, his hero pools, and perhaps we're going to see a very interesting head-to-head in that roamer position.
I actually like that you mentioned that, right? Because honestly, looking at Rossi's playstyle now, it reminds me of Wijanarko last season, right? The Wijanarko that was very into the cover type of heroes. So very interesting similarities between the two roamers. But of course, we have to come back into what exactly happened in leg 1 here, because this time around, it's even more risky for both of these teams, right? Because Alter Ego right now, they're really fighting and they're clawing their way back into the playoff run. Whereas Rebellion Zion, they're also struggling to stand in their footing to prevent Alter Ego from coming up.
This is a battle for 6th place, right? Whether you like it or not, whoever loses today will be placed into the red zone. Alter Ego have a chance to take that 6th place away from Rebellion Zion, who have looked much more consistent. But looking at it from this perspective, I think you brought up a really good point about Rossi. I want to counter that, though. I don't think he has improved at all. I think he has been given his comfort heroes. That's why he has been performing. In terms of him him improving on the engage or initiation heroes, we just haven't seen that. Yesterday, we saw the proof of that not being the case, right? A big miss on the wild charge that sealed the game for ONIC. And here we are going to take a look again at the MPL ID standings, just to remind all of you guys that if Alter Ego win this, especially with a 2-0 score, they will be placed 4-7. They will have the same score, but with the game aggregate, they will have more to play with, especially considering in the first leg, Alter Ego were able to beat Rebellion Zion. That gives them a little bit more in the aggregate point later on. But here we gotta take a look at the first leg, where Alter Ego, not only were they able to get a victory, they were able to get a 2-0 victory against Rebellion Zion. However, again, it is with Sayep. Rebellion Zion with Sayep just fails to understand their identity. They really are playing pretty template, pretty basic. There's nothing that makes them stand out, which is not the normal Rebellion Zion way you wanna play. Meanwhile, for the side of Alter Ego, though, they also have Rizal, who's also a very different kind of gold laner compared to Nino, who is now going to be most probably stepping on stage. Alter Ego, again, because it was so template from Rebellion Zion, it was also a template victory for Alter Ego. They didn't really have to make any crazy flashy plays. Rossi is on an initiation pick, and they were still able to outclass Rebellion Zion purely based on getting the winning matchups and setting their laners for success. It was the battle of the draft in leg number 1 that will be very different from leg number 2 because of both of the coaches learning from their mistakes and obviously the crazy roster changes that we have seen. But back again, you can see from everyone, Pi with the winning lane, and Rizal getting that pressure relieved off of him on his comfort pick as well. That's kind of the same story that we expect here for leg number 2, unless Rebellion Zion uses their crazy, cheesy picks. I think that's the thing that makes Rebellion or sets them apart from the pack, right? Highs in leg 2 or leg 1, they actually tried to utilize the Herith pick. It did not work out in the end because Rizal picked a very good Beatrix here for the matchup, right? Just clearing out the waves and not giving Highs that space to actually create these plays in lane to 1v1. And in the end, Rebellion Zion's composition again fell flat. I have to say though, it's a massive, the biggest XP diff I've seen in a while. Sayep, he was just laning. They had a similar type of XP lane back in the day, Dyron, who just wanted to lane, but at least he won his lane. Sayep doesn't win his lane. It feels like he doesn't lose the team the game, but he doesn't win the team. He doesn't have any impact whatsoever. And that's maybe the decision made from Rebellion Zion to actually demote him to the MDL.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. I think also a big part as well is game plan, right? Seeing Sway Low swinging our Rebellion. I feel like going up against yesterday's match in particular,
Yeah.
they have a game plan. They know, they want to. They were prepared for that Suelo Phobius. So they have that in store. And against going up against Alter Ego, I'm sure they might have something new, or even they might just somehow replicate that move as well, right? Forcing 1-1 if second pick though. Forcing 1-1 to be picked up and then going for that Phobius pickup again.
Yeah, I agree with that, right? Because I think that's one of the edges that I feel that the Blue Bulls have over Alter Ego. It's very different, right? Alter Ego, they need to be given their comfort heroes in order for them to play as maximally as they should probably do. But for Rebellion Zion, there's a little bit more of flexibility. Like Wijanarko suddenly picking up the Natalia against Beloyski. We saw as well the Valentina onto highs as well. See, these are
Phobius
these,
mid.
Exactly. These are these things that we don't expect, and yet Rebellion Zion still have that up their sleeve. But both of these teams, they have a similar thing as well, other than that roamer playstyle. That the fact that both of these mid laners, Suelo as well as Udil, they're very important when it comes down to the rotations in that early game.
They're also very fun mid laners, right? Mid laners with personality on camera as well. I love these two guys, but the duel of mages against the legendary mid laner, this is truly going to be the highlight matchup that we want to look, that we want to see, that we want to watch. Suelo has been rising so fast, improving after every single season. Even last season, I believe, he didn't get any resources in lane, not a lot. A lot of the resources were placed into the XP lane for Dyron, into the gold lane for Highs, but Suelo, despite not getting any of those resources, was able to make or to deal so much more damage. And I think that's what differentiates Rebellion Zion's mid laner. He doesn't need to roam. He doesn't need to walk across the whole map to actually get the winning matchup. He can actually outright just win the lane, as you can see him roaming as well on the camera, avoiding the camera. These are the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. Winning the mid-game matchup through the mid lane. I want to emphasize that. Pick off Selly Boy during objective setups, because Selly Boy, even though he is on the utility jungler, he still does tend to overcommit, to overextend, playing it a bit like an assassin where he is far off from his team, and obviously playing aggressively to shut that gold laner down. That is going to be very, very important. But on the other side, Alter Ego. When Rebellion Zion needs to stick to fundamentals to try to pick off, to force these mistakes or punish these mistakes from Alter Ego need to just go in. These are the keys to victory for them. As you can see, prioritizing Udil's Farsa is going to be detrimental. The Farsa pick is literally the pick that has been Udil's signature for what, 3 seasons in a row now, and it's still so powerful. They play around it. It dictates the entire tempo of the game. Game plan based on roaming cover from Rasi. Like we mentioned, he needs to be placed on a reactive roamer, on a cover roamer. It's very similar to Venus, Venus's hero pool, with the Diggy, the Estes, and obviously that Lolita. These 3 picks are most probably going to be picked up, but what I want to see is a Faramis in the roamer position. We've seen Vin utilize that, and he is a utility roamer. He is a very cover-centric roamer. The Faramis works.
It should work. Maybe that's one of the pocket strats that perhaps they're still saving for later on. And if they want to save it for a later date, I think now is the time, right? Things are getting way more heated. Like we mentioned, the risk getting super high here for Alter Ego as well. And talking about that, right?
Yep. That's
Sorry, I blanked out.
That's the pause.
I blanked out.
It's fine. No worries, man. It happens to the best of us, right? And Aeterna is the best of us. Anyways, speaking of Rebellion and Alter Ego, let's take a look at the drafts. Let's take a flashback to yesterday.
Yeah.
Melissa has risen so much in popularity because of her just being downright broken. That's skin too. That's why, obviously, best skin in the game. Kabuki, the only Melissa who didn't pick it up in this week. Oh, didn't pick the skin up. He picked Melissa, but he lost because no skin. So that's for you, Aura.
So with that in mind, right, with Melissa being one of the main carries in that gold lane, right, she's very first pick material.
I think so.
What do we think about the Wanwan? Because we were talking about it yesterday, right? And the Wanwan was left open. It won twice in the row as well.
0% win rate.
Exactly.
5 times being picked up. And I feel like that's the Yeah, I think now teams, they are already somehow seeing that. They saw that already. 1-1, not really prio, so I expect them to just let go on. But
maybe we'll see a shift in meta, perhaps. Maybe in the playoffs, right? But for now, we're going to take a look at the starting lineup here for the Blue Bulls. Suelo, Cars, Heis, Vincent, as well as Ouija Narco. Like you mentioned there, Sayap is not going to be playing today. Cars stepping in, the main five. Whereas from the side of Alter Ego here, Udil, Pai, Nino, Sally Boy, and Rasi. So still the main five here as well. A different lineup from the previous time that they met there in leg number 1. We'll see exactly what these roster changes have to say about the aggregate points, because now is the moment that we have been waiting for.
let's welcome the uncrowned kings, the three masks, Alter Ego Esports.
The three-face masks, usually with a signature identity where they can carry through all 3 lanes. But this season, it has been brought down to only the XP lane and the gold lane. Sully Boy has been placed into that utility jungler role, but he has been finding a whole lot of success on it up against the big teams. On the other side though, Gani, we got the Blue Bulls.
The Blue Bulls. The Blue Bulls of Rebellion Zion. Let's welcome them onto the stage.
The Star Boy himself leading the pack, Ouija Narco. And it was very interesting to see their last few matches, right? And I'm not even talking about performance, and I'm talking about on stage presence, and maybe you could say even drama, right? There was so much going on when they went up against Geek Slate as well. Beloyski was very out of character, very full of emotions, exploding on stage. And when it comes to stage presence, right, I feel like Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion, these are the 2 teams to watch. They're very aggressive on stage, and they're very loud and vocal. But you can see here on stage as well, it's the 2 coaches from side of Rebellion Zion, Coach Chico, Alter Ego, and their coach.
Yeah, Nafari here leading Alter Ego. Here's a fun fact though, Mirko and Eterna.
Yeah,
I got the chance to talk to Rasi about the SS pick, the last SS pick. So what happened was Nafari, he opted for Matilda pick then and there, but Rasi said, I'm not comfortable with Matilda in this composition. I'm more comfortable with SS, so he went with his guts, and Nafari approved, and there you go.
I think it's a good choice to make, right? And I think it shows that Nafari is very open to the picks and suggestions coming in from the players, which means it's a very healthy relationship they have, despite them not finding the best of, best of games so far in the season. But these are the most picked and banned heroes for the side of Rebellion Zion. Chico has been quite masterful. Even in some of the games, I actually expected them to win based on a draft, but unfortunately, the players have not been able to really fully optimize the draft coming in from Chico. Most banned by opponents, though, something that I really do want to highlight, this Yves pick. It's a signature for Suelo, and really, it's similar to Udil's Farsa. These 2 high ground heroes are always going to be the most banned and most contested picks when you talk about Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion, because it mostly centers around in the mid lane, how the mid lane gets prio. And you can see here, even for the side of Alter Ego, there's actually a very... It's a bit different here, where there was only 11 bans for the 1-1 and the Joy for Alter Ego. A lot of the other teams have been respecting the Joy and the 1-1 a whole lot more, because Nino has performed on the 1-1 much better before. He's also on the top standings when it comes to the global MMR system in-game for 1-1. What I do want to highlight is that they have mostly been banning the Faramis, which is pretty interesting. Again, considering that they want to go for that cover matchup, it's mostly because of Udo. Unfortunately, it's a very hard, bitter pill to swallow if you're an Alter Ego fan, but Udil is the strength, the strong point for Alter Ego, but also he can be the weakness point. His hero pool is very shallow, very easily exploited. You take away the Farsa, Valentina, you pick away the Yves, and it's over.
I mean, there's still a possibility that he could pick up a Julian, but of course it doesn't find the same success, because the point and the fundamental of a Julian versus a Farsa and a Yves, it's so different. But you can see here, number 1 Lease Lord secured in Season 11. Now this is Lord secured, not Turtle secured, so it's not full objective in the early game as well, because when I took a look at it, I was like, okay, maybe it's because Alter Ego, they like to go for more brawls, they're more aggressive, they like team fights more than going in for objectives, but that's Lord. Does that mean that in the mid towards that late game, they falter?
Yeah, I think that's kind of the pattern here, and even in their skirmishes, in their games when they win, when they are in the Lord position, they don't care about the Lord. They utilize the Lord to actually bait out fights. We saw this up against RQ. The reason they were able to win was through the Lord, but not through taking the Lord. It was through baiting the Lord, baiting the enemy team to come over and team fight. Yeah. Same goes for Rebellion Zion and a lot of these Lord skirmishes.
They're bottom 2.
They're bottom 2.
They're bottom 2 in the least secured Lord. So 18 Alter Ego, 22 Rebellion. So the bottom 2 least Lord secured will go head to head here. It's going to be very interesting indeed here. So they need to somehow find their, I guess, yeah, they need to find their jam here. It's time to increase those numbers, or perhaps, if not exploited, it's going to be it's not going to look good on them.
Yeah, when you mentioned that, that actually kind of clicked. With that being said, taking the Lord has been very important when it comes down to taking the games. But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 1 here between the Blue Bulls as well as the 3-faced masks here. We can already see Rebellion Zion with the first pick. They are going to respect the Udil Farsa. The Farsa's, yeah, I was
Udil's
right.
Farsa.
Udil's Farsa. See, that's how well correlated they are.
That's how good he is on the Farsa.
It's
sometimes Farsa's Udil.
Exactly, exactly.
He's a bird. He's a blind woman.
Yeah, well, there you go. The ban will come through. Farsa banned out. Let's see here. Rebellion already with their game plan. Already somehow respecting and targeting Udil in that first phase. Asking him the question, what are you going to play? Rebellion, though, seeing their performance on Akaje yesterday, I feel like, yeah, with Janarko, give him other heroes.
I think so. I think that's going to be a very good hero to play with, or dynamic to play with the side of Rebellion Zion. But for Alter Ego, this is the hard choice right now. We mentioned about the 1-1. Do they want to ban it out? Do they want to pick it up for themselves? Right now, it's still a big risk. Although we haven't seen a whole lot of success from 1-1 in MPL, I don't doubt that she has found a lot of success in scrims, and that's why she's still so prio together with Joy. Joy sitting at a 100% win rate, if I am not mistaken. Meanwhile, 1-1, 0%. So the Joy, we know the data. We know that it's worth it to be banned out, but here it is. There you go. The meta shift. 1-1, let go. Fredrin is going to be the choice for the side of Alter Ego to ban out, leaving the 1-1 open. But now Rebellion are in the hot seat. They can pick it up for highs, but if they let it go, they're not just letting a 1-1 go, they're letting a 1-1 go to one of the 1-1's best users, Nino.
There's a possibility that, you know, Coach Chico, he'd let that go, honestly, knowing his type of character, the way that he likes to draft as well. He might just want to try and counter it like he did yesterday as well. So I'm not sure. One of the things that I do know for a fact is the Faramis is actually an open pick for them to go for. But once again, Rebellion Zion, they are going to go for the Valentina. Now, this is a question, right? Is Alter Ego going to pick up the Faramis?
That might happen here. I believe Udil should improve his Faramis game plan. But Alter Ego, they might also ignore the 1-1 here as well. They might actually just pick up the Claude, give him a good hero as well, or the hero that got, you know, the Savage. Not the Militia. Well, it's going to be the 1-1 picked up. So we might see another Phoveus, but to the hands of Suelo again. Valentina Gold is still a possibility.
True. Still a flex pick for now, but the Kadita pick, right? Kadita for Alter Ego. It is a pick that Rossi has picked up before. I don't think Udil has, so... Oh wait, Udil has, so still flex pick as well here for the Kadita. Not really sure if it's going to go to the hands of Udil or Rossi, but honestly, I don't really like it for Rossi.
Same. I mean, looking at the stats, he's picked it up twice and he's sitting at a 0% win rate, so it's still not really a good pick. And even on Udil, I believe, Udil has played this, yet he has lost on it. The Grok and the Fanny, though, that were let go in the draft will be picked up by Vincent and most probably Janarko on that Grok. This is a proper setup. It's also a very good flex pick that they have picked up for themselves. Meanwhile, for the side of Alter Ego, They picked up a flex pick, but it's a flex pick that is so safe. It's not threatening at all for the side of Rebellion Zion, knowing that both of these members that Alter Ego can choose to flex the Kadita on have a 0% win rate on her.
It's very, I don't know, looking at the heroes, you're right, it's very concerning indeed. Alter Ego, what are they going for here? So let's see here, Alter Ego, I believe they should pick up a hero for, just for Silly Boy now, seeing the Fanny. They might pick up the Martis here, but no, they secure a hero for Silly Boy indeed. But they went for another assassin.
I like this. Assassin versus assassin finally. And it's starting to gain popularity lately here in Leg 2 because like in Leg 1, we always see the utility junglers. And you know, sometimes it gets a little boring.
It does, it does.
I do say so myself. So it's a nice change now. But honestly here with the 1-1 pickup from Alter Ego, Rebellion Zion, I don't really see them going for the counters towards it. I know that 1-1 isn't as OP as she was before, but because in that first phase, they haven't really secured something to be able to pressure that 1-1. If this 1-1 can snowball from that early game, it's still going to be terrifying, realizing it is falling into the hands of Nino. And as you can see here, Alter Ego already picking up a Phoveus pick and ban.
So there's already respect, right? They picked up the 1-1, now they need to get rid of the Phoveus. They were the first ones, the first team to do this in MPL when they actually baited out the 1-1 from EVO's Legends and then picked up the Phoveus later on in the draft. Here with the Phoveus ban though, it does signify that Alter Ego understands that the 1-1 isn't a 100% guarantee. They still need to ban out a lot of these counters, and I think that's exactly what they need to focus on. Getting the Irithel out of the way is going to be a good option to go for, but honestly, looking at the composition that has been built up here, wow, I did not expect the Natalia ban. I definitely expected a gold lane matchup to be targeted down, but I think Alter Ego want to actually bait out the Irithel pick. They already have a solid kill pressure squad here going on with the Kadita and the Haya. Irithel is very mobile, but so is the Haya. Can catch her with the Kadita, basically kind of forces Irithel to go for the Purify. Heis is notorious for actually going for the sprint and just the flicker over the Purify, even up against a lot of CC. So again, it's a bait coming in from Alter Ego. They want this Irithel pick to come through so that they can push the tempo in that back line.
Furthermore, Vincent still has a 100% win rate with Fanny in Season 11, so that's a very relevant information that perhaps Rebellion, based on the data, it's just a GG here, Game 1, but let's see here, Rebellion already again limiting Rossi's hero pool and Alter Ego. They saw that, they add another, they give the hero towards Rossi, and a very fast response here with that Arlet pick. For the gold lane, I don't know.
I don't know. I guess Irithel would make sense. Against the 1-1, if you want, you can go for, I don't know,
I just go Melissa.
Yeah,
Melissa is an option as well. Because right now here, I don't know.
Claude might work, actually.
Claude can work, but then the 1-1's going to be scaling together with you, and that mid-game power spike might just be too big. Meanwhile, for the Melissa, you can actually bully out the 1-1, stop her while also scaling to that mid-game power spike. Valentina gold is an option that we did not, well, we mentioned, but we did not expect here. They're going to go for it. They've secured 2 physical damage dealers. They can carry them through that physical damage, can deal physical damage. So the Fairmiss and the Valentina will come through. That's a lot of AoE, and the Cold Altar here is going to be very useful. It's going to be sway low in the mid lane.
I can't believe we didn't see that, right? I can't believe we didn't see the Valentina go into the gold lane, because yesterday it actually worked really well. They were able to utilize the Valentina against the 1-1, and the Valentina had a good time, honestly, especially in the early game with the early game burst damage that the Valentina has over the 1-1. But now Alter Ego, they're going to have to respond to Rebellion here. Do you think a Charizla pick is going to come through? Lapu Lapu is still a possibility, but the Edith is the choice that they go for.
Wow, it's going to be Edith. Okay, it's going to be Edith with Pi. So it's going to be a very, wow, very much source of damage here from the side of Alter Ego. Edith can damage Kadita as well, and as well as that Hayabusa. Don't forget the 1-1, a lot of magic, well, power source from the side of Alter Ego.
And I think that's why they needed it, right? I mean, the additional sustainability coming in from the Cult Alter from Faramis could deny the potential damage that the 1-1 can go for when the crossbow of Tang pops off here, Mirko.
I'm still thinking about it, right? The draft coming in from the side of Rebellion Zion. Valentina is going to be able to bully the 1-1 in the clearing division and even in the skirmishes early on. But once they get level 4 even, the Valentina can steal it with the crossbow of Tang, responding a crossbow of Tang with one of her own. And guess what? The Valentina does not need to pop any of the weakness points, right? So the Valentina has been a pretty good pick against the 1-1 for a long time. Now we're seeing it in the gold lane though.
It's going to be very interesting to see Rebellion and Alter Ego. Will Valentina Gold work twice, work again, or Alter Ego? Where are they prepared for that, right? Seeing yesterday's performance, we saw that perhaps they knew how to somehow put off the pressure, put off the power from Valentina.
Whoa, what?
Wait, what?
What happened early on already?
I'm not really sure, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the First Blood, as we didn't even get to intro this first game at all, as already a kill being picked up here from Rebellion Zion. Vincent onto Rossi, and I think that's the main issue, right? They're trying to utilize Rossi on a hero that needs to go for very aggressive engages here. It hasn't worked out for him just yet, but Vincent now, as well as Sellyboy, still the same level.
I hate to be so pessimistic early on, but now wait, there's some damage placed down, Gani.
Narco will escape with that flicker, but Rossi, he is merciless, and he will pick up the kill. Sellyboy, though, does not connect with that quad shadow. Rossi needs to be careful here. He does not have that sprint. Vincent will not have enough damage there to put him down.
Again, early on, I hate to be so pessimistic. I was about to say that Rossi on not a cover hero, a very aggressive hero, like you mentioned, Eterna. We have seen this in the past. He's picked it up twice, and he's sitting at a 0% win rate. Now, Udil as well, on a very aggressive hero in the mid lane, the Kadita, that focuses a lot on him being proactive. We've seen him being very template in the way he approaches roaming around the map. So this may be the draft limiting their own capabilities.
That's a thing, that's a thing. That's why it's an interesting draft here for Alter Ego Esports, for sure. Very courageous in a sense. They want to go for something that perhaps they're not comfortable with, but maybe, just maybe, that is exactly what they are trying to go for. Rebellion Zion, though, still with a slight gold lead, still shifting here in the early game. But it's interesting. The turtle already up, and none of them are really vying for it. I think they're still trying to focus on clearing in that mid side.
Neutral objective take is going to be pretty favorable for the side of Rebellion Zion, with Cars already having the winning lane down below. More sustain as well, more AoE damage to play through, and Rossi is going in.
Oh my goodness, low HP, but Cars is able to cover him. Ball charge popped as well here. Alter now caught on towards 3 members of Rebellion. Kaido once more, Sellyboy securing the lore, and Pi gets the kill. Take a look at the bot side as Cars manages to put Pi under the turret, and he gets taken down.
So that's a 1-for-1 trade, and Alter Ego actually were successful in that, right? They were able to allow Sellyboy the space, but oh my god, here goes Sellyboy, goes in.
Oh my god, Quad Shadow connects, but unfortunately, Vincent will have... Oh, is this the first unanimous vote?
Second time.
Second time.
This season. Now there's a lot of pressure on all of us.
Did you hear the crowd as soon as I looked at the audience predictions? I'm not sure which side we're sitting on, but oh yeah, we're on the side of Alter Ego. No wonder they were making noise, but yeah, that's, well, we talked about it, right? The reason behind the prediction was the fact that it feels like their composition that, wait a minute, oh my god, we did not go.
Taken down, and there you go.
And again, back to the point, right? Looking at it here, I honestly feel like the draft, it's okay. It's not like Alter Ego have a bad draft. No, it's just we have seen Alter Ego play a good draft, but the players aren't able to execute the game plan that the coach has set for them. And I think this is very similar to that. They have a composition that is really good. Good killing pressure, good aggressive movements. But the thing is, all Rebellion Zion needs to do is weather out that storm for a bit. If Rossi falls off, it's over.
The retribution will still favor Vincent. Rossi now will escape with the slides, and no engages. 20 seconds to the second, the turtle.
But you know, so far, it feels like Alter Ego have been able to kind of put the pressure onto Rebellion Zion, right? I mean, that previous turtle fight, they were able to zone Vincent away, but oh my god, Vincent and that killing pressure.
Vincent is underrated, man. He really is. He's a good fanny.
And that makes sense. 100% win rate so far, right, onto him. And now Rossi might be in a bit of trouble as well.
Rossi will take a lot of damage. Receiving the raw charge earlier in cars, picks up the kill. Shadow kill, though, will be popped there. Faramis with the clutch called Alter, securing Rebellion Zion. His first solo here is going to be 1-1 in neutral objective-wise.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's the value of the Cult Alter, especially against a hero like Sellyboy, who's on the Hayabusa, right? He goes in for the quad shadow and actually causes a miscalculation in how much damage he's able to pull through as soon as that Cult Alter gets popped up. So in the later stages of the game, especially when Suelo is able to get a little bit more items here, Alter Ego, they need to think about their resource allocation, how to bait these really important spells away from Rebellion Zion before they go for a team fight. But look at that, Nino once again taken down. This is the second time, Mirko.
I'm telling you, man, 1-1 isn't as strong as a lot of these people. Oh my god, who is strong though? Pai and Udil. But yeah, 1-1. A lot of people, me included, I thought she was absolutely broken until she was left open in a lot of my ranked games and I was able to beat her.
Stun connects here. Pai will have that marksman form. Will they contest? No, not again. This time Rebellion has the lead here, somewhat only by 300. But the top structure here, will it fall? It will fall. So that's going to be the first structure here for side of Rebellion Zion.
And that's the reason I think all of us went for Rebellion Zion, right? Alter Ego, their draft is really going to be relying on them to actually snowball early game. The fact is they were only able to actually get a 300 gold lead going for themselves early on with the kill pressure that they had. Yes, they were getting some kills on the board, but all 4 of those kills were onto Wijanarko. That's a member that is okay to give away if you're Rebellion Zion. Meanwhile, Vincent, Highs, Cars, 4-0. You can see, again, just as I mentioned, Vincent, this snowball is going to be so big and Alter Ego won't be able to manage.
High pulled back, wall charge was huge. Onto its 2 members here, but not much left. Wijanarko flickers away, Cult Alter, suppression connects as well. Udil jumps in with the petrify, it's huge. Finding one, but Pai flickers away. Vincent, he wants to find the kill, but he got outplayed. But Rebellion Zion, they managed to get that double onto it, Sellyboy and Pai.
Man, a 2 for 2 then. It wasn't worth it just yet for Alter Ego, but they were able to take Vincent down, and that's a shutdown there for Alter Ego, as once again Rebellion Zion, though, they're going to look for more on the board, and now it's worth it for Rebellion Zion, right? They were able to punish, and they got a tower in the mid lane too.
I think it was worth it all the way from the start. Remember, sure, it looked like an equal trade, but it was Wijanarko getting his 5th death in the game. Alter Ego are putting a lot of their resources, too much of their resources, to play on Wijanarko when their composition is built to go for picks, to dive into the back line. The Hayabusa, Sellyboy's been using the shadow kill on Wijanarko. Right as he got out of the Cult Alter, he utilized it, and Udil as well, trying to assassinate the frontliners when the back line, that's the problem. Rebellion Zion don't really have a back line. Who's the marksman? They don't have a marksman. And even if you go for highs, he has the rough waves, he can always just escape. And if, oh my god, if we take a look at the items here, that's a lot already from Vincent. Almost 1,000 gold lead just in the jungle matchup. With the Heptaseas and the Melphic Roar early, he basically deals true damage to every member from Alter Ego. Look at Pai, he has to build 4 steel leg plates to actually deal with the damage. 4, man!
Oh yeah!
I'm telling you, that's why if he doesn't go for that, he will be, true damage will be dealt to him. Melphic Roar, Heptaseas this early on. You go for the 4 steel leg plates so that you can actually withstand that for a bit.
That's intense. Very intense here. Almost as intense here as the 1v1 matchup happening here in the top side.
Oh my god. But Shadow will connect and Sellyboy picks up a solo. Top side. That's a massive blow here on towards the Rebellion side.
It really is, right? I mean, luckily maybe for Rebellion Zion, Vincent didn't have a bounty there. He was 3-1, so he got a few of those kills before he died. There, we're going to take a look at the gold differences by Ube as gold, and I think Pai's build is actually pretty intelligent.
Petrify connects, Call Alter as well. Take a look at Wujinarko while charged defensively. Rebellion pops it concealed. Suelo picks up two, pulls two. Yino in the backside will try to survive. Suelo though will not go anywhere. And Vincent jumps in with the cables, picks up a kill. 1-for-1. Another shutdown though picks up by Selly Boy, and that is huge.
Oh, it's so unfortunate though. Nino already at 0-4-2. Vincent has something personal against Nino up until this point. And Alter Ego, they're looking to find more picks on the board, find some compensation with how aggressive Rebellion Zion have been playing. But with how things have actually turned out, Rebellion Zion, they've lost that gold lead.
Yeah, Alter Ego played that fight really well. They know that Vincent was down and they utilized that man advantage to actually just force a team fight. Again, Pi with that force steel leg plates, he's so tanky. He is beyond tanky. And Cars and Vincent can't really deal damage to him, can't really soak him down. It comes down to how Highs and Sway Low brings him down. The thing is though, Highs and Sway Low, they're not DPS, they're mainly burst. And it gives Pi so much more sustain with that Primal Wrath to actually get out or sustain away from the burst coming in.
Gold-wise, it's equalized here, right? From the two sides. And now tempo has gone down 10 minutes, 11 minutes in, and total kills is 21, ladies and gentlemen. Very action-packed.
That's a lot of aggression and action, like you mentioned there, Gani. And that's something that we haven't seen too much of here. It's only 11 minutes and that many things have happened on the board, but Rossi might fall into a trap here.
Should be good. He has the sprint coming up very soon as well, but I do want to point out a big problem in the last team fight. There was a little bit of a micro mistake made by Cars. Used the Vengeance a bit too early, not getting the reset, and that's why Vincent had to be the one to actually dive all the way to the backline to get Nino. He's 0-4-2. I think at this point, they need to be able to punish, and Cars needs to be a bit more patient, but Udil!
Udil picks up a kill on towards Vincent there, and that's a window open for Alter Ego to secure the Lord. See, Wujinarko jumps in on towards Pi here. Rossi, though, in the front side. Pi deals a lot of damage. Wujinarko now will activate that crossbow attack in the front side. Call Alter, though, will save his life, but Rossi will not be saved. He gets taken down. Highs as well. It's going to be 2-4-1 here. Still favoring Alter Ego, though. Rebellion might one more, and he gets taken down there. Another member must fall as Sally Boy claims the triple.
That was beautifully played by Alter Ego, but even then, even with the man advantage, it doesn't look like they want to force onto the Lord either. They're just looking to take the buffs away from Vincent, and Vincent being the Fanny, that's a huge resource taken away from him.
Alter Ego are punishing really well every single time. Udil gets a kill onto Vincent, and they force Rebellion Zion into a skirmish where Rebellion have been taking it. They've been taking the bait every single time. 4v5. They've been taking these fights without Vincent, and it's always going to go the way of Alter Ego. Despite Nino being 0-4-2, it's Pi who could deal damage as well on that Edith.
See, Rossi jumps in. Sally Boy will claim the Lord. Vincent a little bit late to the party. Janarko now will be saved by that call Alter, but take a look at that. The final slash was huge, and Alter Ego members, they're going to fall. Two members, Pi and Udil, taken out by the side of Rebellion Zion. Still though, Alter Ego, they got the Lord, and with just 3 members, I feel like they will not be able to gain anything.
If Rebellion Zion stick as 5, if they play this 5v5 properly, they actually have an advantage, like we just saw earlier. That was Alter Ego with a 2,000 gold lead and a Lord, right? And yet they still lost that team fight, that skirmish. Rebellion, as long as they go together, they will have AoE damage. They will have enough damage to take Alter Ego's carries down, because it's a proper front to back for Alter Ego. Meanwhile, for Rebellion, they don't have the front to back, but if they get caught out one by one, Vincent needs to be careful here. He finally gets out, but again, Vincent has been caught out 3 times, and those 3 times have given Alter Ego the chance to absolutely come back.
And on that note, right, it's not just AoE damage, but also AoE sustain. And it's causing issues for Alter Ego every time they want to go in one by one, like you mentioned, because of every damage source from Alter Ego being burst, right? As soon as it gets popped up and the Cult Alter causes that miscalculation, it gets a little bit different. But Rossi here.
Wow, and a lot of resources spent on Rossi, and Rossi now will not survive. Spell will be wasted as well as Alter Ego there failed perhaps to somehow gain anything from that death as well.
Well, they were able to steal the purple buff,
I think
right?
it was worth it.
Janarko used the wild charge though, so
Everything used. They literally just threw everything in the kitchen sink at Rossi. That's why I think it's still worth it. Rossi has died 5 times, so getting him off the board isn't really going to be too much of a problem for the side of Alter Ego. What is going to be a problem is the emotes, though, because it really raises the morale for every single one of these teams, and especially for you guys when you're playing ranked and use these crazy good emotes. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, Pai gets a little caught there. Still able to get out, though. Right now here, Alter Ego still with a 1,400 gold lead, though, but like you mentioned here, Rebellion Zion, they're playing it really well as well, right? They understand that their limitations are when they get separated, and you can see the instant adaptation from all these members of the teams. Now the problem is they're trying to utilize Vincent to be able to do the split push, right? But the same can be said for Selly Boy, and in a 1v1, a Fanny versus a Hayabusa, you can say that Selly Boy on the Hayabusa has more of an advantage. So with that being said, Alter Ego, they actually have more map pressure in a way.
Not too sure about that, right? I think it comes down to how Rossi opens up the map, but again, he can be caught as well. Selly Boy, though, wow!
Alter will be popped as well. Now, Janarko needs to be careful here. He has the Immortal, though, and it seems like Alter Ego, they're slowly pushing the ways pre-Lord. And this time, will Vincent get the... No! Odil again! He's an assassin in this game, finding another kill onto Vincent, 35 seconds before he revives. Now Alter Ego will definitely exploit this. Cars caught in the mid-side, flickers away, and Selly Boy jumps in towards the backside. Pai, and as well as Nino, though, will fall as well. Rebellion Zion, they managed to find equalization here, but take a look at the Terrifier. It was huge. Another kill for the Blue Bulls here in the mid-side highs, though. We'll find the winners run, and Janarko will lose his Immortal now. Both teams surviving. Whose has the favor?
Honestly, it has to be Rebellion Zion now. They're actually chasing Rossi down as well, and that purple buff will still be secured by Selly Boy. Wise.
Oh my goodness. What happened there? I thought Alter Ego, after catching Vincent, they would surely go to the Lord, but it seems like they got a little bit greedy there and commit to another fight. And now, who gets the better setup? Rebellion.
Maybe that's exactly why we saw the statistics the way that we saw it, right? Alter Ego with less Lord takes in the entire league, but oh my god.
Godlike will be secured, and Vincent, though, will find the retribution. Selly Boy claims a double, and Pai finds another body. Take a look at Nino. He wants more, but in the backside, it's Rebellion wiped out. Call Alter forced to be popped there very low, but it's still Alter Ego winning this fight.
Wait. That was Selly Boy stealing the Lord.
No.
It wasn't?
Lord was secured by Vincent.
Oh, man. That would have been so good for Alter Ego, but because they were still able to do that, now they do still have a chance to not lose the inhibitor turrets as Selly Boy once again goes in.
Oh my god, that shadow kill actually connects onto Sway Logani.
Very good, right? Lord, though, will be taken care of here. Alter Ego, even though they didn't got the Lord, they managed to find the base turrets. Rebellion, they definitely lose out on that trade.
They definitely did. Rebellion Zion, not only did they lose the Lord has been cleared out, but again, they lost 2 base turrets. The final base turret is very low, and it comes down again to Rebellion Zion overcommitting, but then going in again.
Alter Ego needs to be careful here. Vincent as well. Rebellion trying to force the fight. Shadow kill popped, flickered away.
Nice.
Winner's Shrunchen. Will it save the day? Immortal bot as well. Oh my goodness, Vincent jumps in onto Zeno, and 3 members suddenly taken out by the side of Alter Ego. Rebellion will win this team fight.
Everything is so scrappy. What's going on?
It's a crazy game. They try to use their fundamentals, but then Alter Ego just smacked them in the face, taking these team fights without calculation. And Rebellion are saying, you know what? We'll do it as well. We will go back onto our primal instincts, and we will just battle it out 5v5 every single time.
Let's see Rebellion now with the penetration towards the base turret. Oh, Selly boy
Wait, they can end.
retreating. They definitely want to end. Let's see, will they be able to do it? Oh, the stun connects. It's nasty. Rebellion Zion now will definitely find the end. Oh,
Are you sure about that?
More minion. Udil jumps in. Oh, Udil and Pai revived in time. Alter Ego Esports can survive for another day.
Oh man, they didn't have minions, but look at this. The minion is going to be marching in the mid side. I don't know, do Rebellion Zion really want to commit onto this? I don't think it's a wise decision.
Throw your books out the window. It's a full-out clash here in game number 1. Rebellion and Alter Ego, both of them tried to play discipline, both of them tried to take it slow, but both of them are made for battle.
Udil jumps in. Wild Charge though connecting on towards 2 members. Nino pops the Wind of Nature. Will it do good? It will. Alter Ego defends the bot side. Oh, Udil jumps in. Swale over here. Look, Alter pops. Highs though will find the turret. Nino needs to be careful. Swalo finds Udil. Take a look at Alter Ego. They're re-engaging now. Highs has the Immortal, but will it be in time?
Oh my God!
Bot as well. And take a look at Rebellion. They're engaging. Selly will get taken out. Highs will be the casualty as well.
Vincent's on the way.
And take a look at Vincent. He jumps in. Nino finds the kill. No, Nino was the casualty. And Swalo finds another. It's going to be Pai now left, a man standing. Rebellion, surely they're going to push the mid waves here. Let's see. Will Pai be able to do it? It's Pai and the Immortal. Pai is going to soak in the damage, try to clear the waves as well. Finds 2 men stun. Oh my goodness, the damage is just too much. And Rebellion Zion, with the help of Cold Alter, will definitely secure game 1.
I'm feeling like a tagline here, Mirko and Gani. I'm loving it. That was so scrappy in all the ways possible, but Rebellion Zion, like you mentioned, with the better team fight comp, they were able to win it out when Alter Ego gave them the aggression that they wanted to put onto them.
This composition from Rebellion Zion, remember what it was made for. I said it all the way in the start. If they go for 5v5s, they will have an advantage, and they utilize that advantage to keep on going. They notice that, wait, Alter Ego are actually committing into the 5v5s. They're going for pickoffs, but then they're forcing 5v5s. Alter Ego are playing into their game plan, so Rebellion was like, you know what? Let's throw all the objectives out. Let's throw all the strategic macro decisions out. Let's just go in. That was what our composition was built to do, and that's what we should do.
And that's where they lost. That was intense, and you could even see the look.
1-1 is still useless. 0% win rate.
You can see the look on Nino's face, right? As soon as he got off stage, he was looking very distraught there. He was the main target from all the aggression and the pickoff potential coming in from Rebellion. Vincent just kept on targeting him down. And like you mentioned, Mirko, the 1-1 pick still not coming through.
I feel like Chico understood that, understands that 1-1, not very prio now. He knows how to counter that. And that's where I am quite surprised. Actually, Alter Ego, they still picked up the 1-1 after yesterday's performance twice. Also picked up at 0% win rate still here. So let's see adjustments for game 2.
We'll see adjustments. One of the things that I really wanted to talk about was the 1-1 pick again, right? I know we keep talking about it a lot, but I just really want to like get it through, right? Because usually when we see a 1-1 pick, we either see Lolita, Iritel, or Phobius, right? These 3 picks are usually the counters towards the 1-1, but now I noticed that the Valentina pickup in the gold lane has been rising in popularity to be able to win that against 1-1. Is that the case, or is it because of the killing pressure additionally coming from Vincent on the Fanny?
It's exactly the case. Back in Season 7, MPL ID, remember that, Gani? 1-1 was in the meta. When it's picked up, what do they go for? Farsa in the gold lane. And now we're seeing that coming back to its roots when a marksman who can perform in the mid game, but in the early game it's pretty easy to bully. You go for something that can bully, that can really oppress her, like the Valentina. And in lane, let's say the 1-1 actually goes in, all ins the Valentina. All the Valentina needs to do is steal the crossbow with Tang, ult, and get out.
Okay, sorry to just one more question. So it has to be the Valentina.
I don't think it has to be the Valentina. I think the 1-1
could it work with like a Lilia, let's say?
I think the Lilia would work too. I don't think it would work as good, but it can work. Even the Farsa in the gold lane would honestly be okay up against the 1-1.
All right. So now we're looking at the post-game items here of that almost 21-minute game. 28-23, like you mentioned, inside the game there, Gani. Just all-out aggression is everywhere, action-packed.
1, 7, and 6. Nino on the 1-1, and again, with the Golden Staff here, not the Wind Talker. I spoke to Aldo yesterday to ask about the Golden Staff build because I find it very confusing myself as a 1-1 player to see the Golden Staff instead of the Wind Talker. Apparently, it does give 1-1 a bit more mobility with the attack speed, so you can utilize that additional attack speed, but still, it is capped with the dash. I would personally still like the Wind Talker. I'd like to go with the Wind Talker over that Golden Staff. Another thing that I want to mention is Pi, right? He got that 4 steel leg plates. In the end, he actually had to sell all of that to go for Athena and Radiant Armor, and that's why this composition really shines. You had to go for the steel leg plates. You had to waste your money, basically, because you have to sell it in the end, and then you go for Magic, which basically means what you did in the early game doesn't matter. That build.
It's very concerning here. I mean, looking at the talents prediction as well, we can say it's a unanimous vote.
But we all got a dub.
We all got a dub, and I feel like for the most part, let's start a little bit from the draft, right? Valentina first pick. We also mentioned that Valentina can be flexed towards that gold lane, but towards the end, we kind of forgot that was the hot topic, and with that Faramis, it really helps with the pressure. Take a look at the stats here. Suelo 86% KP. Also the carry, Valentina, most damage dealt. And it's just amazing to see them go hand in hand here, Rebellion Zion, which I thought leg 2, they were kind of shaky.
I saw a comment earlier when the drafts were set. I think someone said, Rebellion don't have late game. No, they do. They really do. It looks like they don't have late game because they don't have a marksman, but the Faramis and Valentina late game, oh man, it does so much. You can see, this is proof. The carry highs as Valentina. 117,526. You can only imagine, you can only hope for a marksman to deal that much damage at this point of the game.
I think it's more, maybe they were more concerned about maybe DPS. Maybe, right? Because of course the Valentina can't give that source of DPS. She can give burst, but of course her damage still comes through even until the late game because of her build, right? With the Clock of Destiny and so on and so forth. So, it's getting way more interesting. Like things are shifting even further in terms of the meta. And we were talking about APCs in the gold lane. We saw it a little bit in the early stage with the Harith, sometimes the Lunox, but other than that, we never saw it ever again. And now
Chadera was like, you know what? I'm a Chad. I'm gonna pick up Chadalinta or Valentina.
Yeah, so now it's starting to come back through. And there are so many questions on the board once again with the 1-1, with everything else going on. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, that was game number 1. Did we crown our MVP already?
Not yet, not
no?
yet.
Any guesses?
Either Heist or Fanny. Remember,
Heist.
Vincent, 100% on Fanny this season. Still, very, very up. I might say flawless performance
from the Faramis.
Suelo definitely
also
could be. He's up there. I think.
There you go.
You got it. There you go. I think it's Faramis or Heist.
Okay.
Because
Bang,
Fanny,
bing.
he had a massive impact in game, but he was also the reason that Alter Ego was able to get so close, right? He died 3 times, and that really gave Alter Ego the comeback potential. This is your MVP, presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. Since you predicted it, why do you think he got the MVP?
Honestly, because of the hero that he was given, the Faramis. But luckily enough, Suelo has really good trigger discipline as well.
Yeah.
He caused a lot of miscalculations from the sides of Alter Ego. And you name it, right? All the type of engages that Alter Ego had, the damage, it was miscalculated all the time, right? The Shadow Kill. What else?
Shadow Kill, the Primal Wrath even coming in.
True.
Even
Crossbow of Tang.
The Hilda coming in with the...
That as well.
The power of wildness with the ultimate called Alter. Faramis, he's... In Indonesia, we have a word called peka, which means he's very aware.
Yeah.
And he's boyfriend material,
He
right?
is.
Because he's very aware, Eterna.
He really is, and he truly is. As we're going to take a look at his heat map, right, in the first 5 minutes of the game.
Whoa.
As I said earlier, he's very aware because early on you can see actually he doesn't rotate over to the XP and gold that much, knowing that most of the pressure from the side of Alter Ego will be placed onto his jungle. That's why he actually plays around the jungle. So all he did in this game was clear out the mid lane and then move over to the jungle every single time, just covering for Vincent. And that's the reason Vincent was able to find a lot of those kills early game, 4-0. And again, another just beautiful example of Sway Low baiting the entire Alter Ego team with his awareness, with his Cult Alter that is always placed perfectly. Here as well, you can see Highs all the way in the front gets helped out by the Cult Alter. If he died there, it would have been maybe GG. Alter Ego would have been able to disengage from that. And even here in the dive, he pops the Cult Alter just to force Alter Ego or to make Alter Ego get them into a false sense of security. Here, I think Sway Low makes another good play when he re-engages. He flickers onto Nino. He doesn't go for that Cult Alter, obviously, because he doesn't have it. He used it earlier. But even as a Faramis here, he's not purely just reactive. He's a very proactive Faramis. And he's very underrated because when we say Faramis, first two players who comes to mind is probably Facehugger, back in Season 10,
okay.
Not this season, and you know who it is, a boy.
Right, you're right. Only 2 men, but I feel like with this performance, if done consistently, we might hear that name.
We might hear Sway Low become Sway High.
Ooh,
because he's rising.
High. He's rising. Question though, it's just does he like to swallow? Okay, but let's see.
I think
they will have a very good phone.
I think they do have a really good phone, right? Because we saw the mechanics that they were playing on, and they must be using the best in the business. So don't forget to check out the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. And what makes this phone unique is the fact that it's really good for content, right? The RAM is up to 8 gigabytes, a memory of up to 256 gigabytes, a refresh rate of up to 120 hertz. The processor is Exynos 1380 and it's 5G ready. The battery is 5000 mAh, and this is what I love about it, right? The quad camera is 50 megapixels.
Whoa.
So you have the camera capacity, but you also have the memory to store it. And it's also water resistant in case you guys want to create content near water. And you know, the price, you guys may think that with the specs like this, it must be like, whew.
It's very expensive, right?
It's completely not. It's only 4.999.000 IDR. And not just that, because you guys can actually get a cashback of 300,000 and a deal of up to 1.162 million rupiah.
What? So it could be like 3 million.
Yeah, it's basically it's like super affordable. And if you guys want to check that out, don't forget to check it out at samsung.com/ID. As now we are going to move on with a perfect phone. You need the quota to make the content, right? How can I get that, Eterna? Because I need to find a way to be able to make it even more affordable. And this is how you do it. Check out the Dunia Games, because every time you purchase an in-game item or voucher of Mobile Legends, you guys can get up to free 3 gigabytes of quota.
Wow, that's amazing. Take a look at the stand as well. Very, very interesting stand as well. You got the phone, Samsung. You got the provider, Telkomsel as well. And this is it, Dunia Games. You want more details, check out this QR code below before 5 seconds ago to
rewind.
And the guys are very handsome.
Ooh. Yes, there you go.
For all the ladies out there.
There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, listen to Eterna. Especially you ladies, apparently. Listen to Eterna. Anyways, back to the game.
Back to the game.
Eterna, Alter Ego versus Rebellion Zion. Game number 2. I think Alter Ego need to make, honestly, the draft wasn't bad again, but it was bad for Alter Ego. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a good draft. I think if you give this to ONIC, they would win.
Well,
just secure a hero.
Why not? Why ONIC?
Why not secure Melissa there? Right? I mean,
because they still think 1-1 is prio.
But Rebellion lets it go, so that's a signal that you do not want to play the 1-1, no?
It is, and honestly, right after that, I think the 1-1 should just be ignored, but I don't know, man. I feel like Nino, his hero pool is really, really easy to exploit. Speaking of Udil, right? We mentioned Udil, but now we really need to put our attention to Nino. He's only played the carry, the Melissa, the Brody, a Natan pick, but we need to count that. It was like a experimental pick, and now the 1-1, right? So, again, it's so easily exploited. He doesn't play the Valentina in the gold lane. Maybe he wants to try now, but is it worth trying first time in MPL?
Why not play to their strengths? You know,
right, he got it exactly.
Wait, hang on, right? Calm down. Everybody calm down.
Okay, calm down,
Calm
ladies
down.
and gentlemen.
Gani Miracle, come on, calm down.
It's a caffeine, all right? It's a caffeine.
Poinku, you're so
Well,
good.
Like, we saw Aura bringing in a fighter in the gold lane, and that was very Season 8, Season 9 of them. But that is a thing that they actually share with Alter Ego, right? So maybe they can try and work with that, because you're right. I mean, in terms of hero pool, they're not as flexible as Rebellion Zion. I think they should have the least amount of heroes picked, honestly, this season, in particular for Alter Ego. And it makes it hard to try and counter the play style, not the play style, but the strategy from the enemy, right? Because honestly, if you saw Fanny, what would you go for? I would go for a Hilda too, man. But the problem is, yeah, they banned them. Oh no, Rebellion banned it. But yeah, that's the thing. Rossi can't play those kinds of heroes.
Exactly. I think that's the issue that we've been talking about. And the thing is, they picked up the Hayabusa. They didn't go for the Fredrin pick, they didn't go for utility, and that kind of forced them into this kind of dive comp. It literally just forced them into it. Where maybe if they didn't pick up the Haya there, they could perhaps go for something like an Estes in the second phase. They can go for the reactive picks and play through the Wan. This is Big Mac, the substitute player for the XP lane for Rebellion and Zion. Big Mac. Gani notoriously called him Small Mac in one of the games after he died.
Guys! That's Sally Boy's family.
Is this Sally Boy's family?
Yeah.
Is it really?
Yeah.
Big shout out to Sally Boy's family who came
What's up, Dad?
all the way. Hey, 4 dudes or four people came here to watch Sally Boy.
Wait, what? 4 people?
So
4 dudes
they
came?
really used the MPL date promo code. Remember, you can use it, 80,000 IDR discount. Look, read it. Read it, Gani.
Yeah, I mean, check it out, right? Use the promo code MPL date, blee. And this is, if I'm not mistaken, the parents of Cars.
Oh, you're right. These are the parents of Cars. Shout out as well, both of the parents here. So MPL date doesn't only happen in the crowds, it also happens backstage.
Oh my God, Russian, Sheffin, where are you?
But they're actually here.
I know.
Yeah.
They use the promo code.
Yeah.
I told Sheffin to
20%
sit next
discount.
to his girlfriend, Arashi, but it seems like the cameraman isn't going to take that.
They're hiding.
They're hiding.
All right, so for those of you at home, go ahead and check the promo code MPL Date only at Bleebly.com. Remember, you can get a 20% discount for every 2 tickets bought with a maximum of 4 tickets.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are still sitting at a 1-0. And let's see what will be the changes. I'm still speculating that actually Rebellion also might change their approach, even though they won game 1. So if it ain't broke, still, just fix it.
I don't know. I think Chico
If it
drafted...
ain't broke, fix it. Upgrade it, renovate it. Ooh.
Exactly,
There you
renovate
go.
it.
Boom.
Back to my point. I think Chico drafted really well, right? Because when we took a look at the MVP, it was Suelo on the Feramis, and the Feramis was the last pick. So, you know.
Chico's got that big brain, man. He's actually so
I love
good.
that guy.
I think, yeah, we love that guy on the desk. We really do. He shares a lot with us.
In a
but-
non-romantic way.
Yes, okay. But
I just needed to put that out there.
anyways, back again to the point, Eterna. Chico, I think we mentioned this when we saw the statistics, right? The most picked, the most banned heroes towards Rebellion Zion. And Chico, we mentioned that he has been super stellar for the side of Rebellion Zion. He's been able to create so many of these crazy good drafts, but unfortunately, maybe the players aren't able to execute that vision in a lot of these games. Sometimes being a bit too shy, a bit too gun shy, not wanting to jump in, hesitating, like in the game yesterday against Geek Soleil, where Beloy got really, really mad.
Was he angry though?
He is an angry man. He's Angraloy. He's not Beloy. Yesterday, he was Angraloy.
Where's the ski?
Angraloyski.
All right, but ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the drafting phase of game number 2. Match point here for Rebellion Zion. If they are able to win this next game, Alter Ego will have to be besties in the red zone with Aura Fire. And we'll see here, Alter Ego now with the first pick. So they've already opted to swap sides. Alter Ego, once again, with a Swalo respect ban. The Yeve comes through. But Rebellion, this time around, they're taking their dear time.
Let's see here, Alter Ego with the switch as well, sidewise.
Sir, what's your
It
command?
seems like
Your
now,
team is banning.
finally, they will respect the Fanny after getting demolished in Game 1. Rebellion, though, I feel like their approach will be the same in regarding that they will not ban that 1-1.
I think so, right? I think even if it's left open, it's going to be first picked from the side of Alter Ego. So why not? Hey, if it ain't broke, fix it. Apparently for Gani, maybe now if it ain't broke, don't fix it, right? Let it go again. The Kaja comes in, and I think it should be the Farsa that comes through next, right? They really want to, again, limit, or no, honestly just take the Farsa away from Udil.
You know, the Kadita wasn't that bad.
It wasn't bad.
Right?
It was actually performing really well.
Exactly. Yep.
But, again, it's not that Alter Ego playstyle.
True.
So
It doesn't really sync with that comp, I feel like.
Udil played well. Individually, he's always good on any hero. But, again, the team didn't follow up to a lot of the skirmishes. He found Vincent a few times. He was really good.
Your team
Alter
is
Ego now,
banning.
they're going to respect the Faramis this time around, banning it out away from Rebellion, respecting Swalo as well. Rebellion now with the last ban. Should be Fredrin again
Farsa?
if they want to.
They want to leave the Farsa open, really?
Ooh, you're right.
Let's see. I feel like Rebellion should just ban the Fredrin. I agree with Eterna here. And yeah, I don't know, just leave the Farsa open. Somehow perhaps force or baiting that 1-1 to be picked as well. I'm sure that will not happen.
Maybe Glue. Glue is also an option for them to go for. It was banned the last time around in game number 1. That's why we didn't see it in the picks as well.
To me.
But the 1-1
Wow.
ban.
Whoa. I did not see that coming.
Well, you did. You said if it ain't broke, fix it. And they are fixing what isn't broke. They beat the 1-1 in game number 1, forcing Nino to go 1-7. And now they will be banning the 1-1 out. So the Farsa is up for grabs. But then the reason they did this was maybe to actually pick up the Fredrin and Valentina in the second phase, which gives them so much room to play, dictating the drafts.
Let's see here. Alter Ego, they might just pick up the Fredrin themselves here, no? Letting go of that Valentina and potentially Glue. And Arlet, but yeah, there you go. It's gonna be the Fredrin picked up, and Rebellion instant response here. Valentina is still flexible, just like game 1, and as well as that game.
Yeah, I want to say that Fredrin is good because it's flex, but for Alter Ego, it doesn't feel like it's flex, right? Because I'm not really sure if Pi can utilize the Fredrin well in that EXP lane. So I can't say that as a plus point. I guess the plus point or the advantage of the Fredrin is for Selly Boy for sure to secure those objectives.
There you go.
Rebellion Zion though, they have the flex, right? They have the Valentino can be flexed. They have the Glue that can be flexed as well. But finally, Alter Ego go for a different route here. Remember the last time that Nino picked up the Melissa, he was able to get a Savage, the only Savage of MPL ID Season 11 so far. And now Udil with his power hero as well, which is the Farsa.
Pick up the Claude. Up against the Melissa, the only one who actually does pretty well in lane against the Melissa is the Claude. It can definitely be picked up here for Rebellion Zion, knowing Heiss is a very good Claude player himself. Other than that, though, if they don't go for the Claude, I think maybe securing a mid laner would be smart, right? Because there's already 2 mid lane bans in the first phase for Alter Ego. Farsa has been picked up as well. What do they go for here? It's a Grok, so not a mid laner, not a gold laner. The Grok that isn't even flex anymore.
No, it's not, right? I mean,
Is my craft.
let's see here the response again, though. It's going to be the Diggy. Now, looking at the compositions, though, well, looking at Sway Low, knowing Sway Low, now the composition perhaps going to be Valentina mid.
It could be.
Right, potentially. Let's see, Alter Ego, are they convinced, though? Because if not, they should just ban out the Claude, like Mirko earlier mentioned. Claude, good lane against the Melissa, and they should just take that out.
What I really wanted to mention
own
with the
path.
Grok
Banning.
pickup beforehand was the fact that his wall is really good at canceling the Feather Airstrike. So we see this pick going through a lot. You can say it's a counter somewhat against the Farsa and the Feather Airstrike and the damage output that it can entail. And Alter Ego, though, they're going to start limiting that side lane presence here. Arlot ban coming through. And it's interesting, right? Because we're not really sure. Oh, no, we are sure. Grok EXP. So why is the Arlet ban
Because Grok can be the jungle.
Oh, you're right.
And the glue can be roam. That's
Mind
what
blown.
Rebellion Zion have built, right? That false sense of security. You're like, oh, it's definitely going there. But I expected the Estes band to come through here. I think their composition is really good. Alter Ego's composition is really good if they add the Estes in. Maybe get a very tanky XP laner, a very mobile XP laner.
Come on, Dexter.
Oh, they ran out the quad. It's looking like it, man.
Wow.
The Estes is wide open for the taking for Alter Ego, unless Rebellion take it first.
Wait, whoa.
Uh-huh.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Estes Rebellion. That's
Can't
gonna be
work.
crazy.
Remember Janarko last season? Season 10?
The Janarko.
Season 10 Janarko. Before he was the rising star, he was just Janarko.
Yeah, we'll see here. Well, we'll see here. They're taking their time here. It seems like Chico is still weighing his options here. Are they going to secure a marksman first here, opening up? Or mid lane, perhaps, potentially. Or they want to go for that last big
I
flex,
don't know.
right?
It's so flex so far. It's giving me a headache, honestly. Okay,
Whoa.
with the Kadita pickup,
Okay.
for Rebellion Zion,
They need a marksman.
that means that Sway Low is going to use the Kadita in the mid lane, most probably.
Okay.
Are you sure it's not the Valentina and it's not a Kadita Roam and in the Grok jungle and a Glue XP?
That's why I'm confused. But I don't know. I'm looking at their history, right? I'm looking at the history of heroes that they picked up. Wijanarko, I don't think has picked up the Kadita yet.
Yeah, according to statistics, you're right here. But Eterna, if we take a look at it, if they actually want to put the Valentina in the goal lane here and give Sway Low and that Kadita no physical damage coming in from this lineup, it's just the Grok, right? Not enough at all. Alter Ego will have such an easy route to actually itemize against this composition. So, what Rebellion needs to do is pick up a marksman.
Right. We have mentioned this already. Rebellion has played Grok and the XP jungle and Roam, and the Estes pick up again. Mirko earlier called it. It's going to be the second time now for Rossi here this season to pick up that Estes. Fun fact as well, in Screams, Rossi has never played Estes.
In Scrims, never.
Never. Before the first appearance.
Oh.
Go for the Moskov. Go for the Moskov.
Super secret pick there.
Go for the Moskov. Highs. You might as well call me Mystic Mirko because I predict these things.
All right, we'll see.
Double
Is it
MM. Mystic Mirko.
Mystic Mirko for the
MM.
MM.
I'm
And
gonna
it's a
call you-
Moskov pick. What? Oh my...
Better
What?
luck next time, Mirko. It's okay.
What?
I'm gonna call you Miss Mirko for short, right?
Yeah, you got the Estes
Miss
though,
Mirko.
so...
Oh yeah, okay. That's why I'm gonna call you Miss Mirko.
Yeah.
So just
So you get
missing
half
the
of
tick.
it.
Miss,
Yeah.
not the tick. All
Yeah.
right.
50,
I'll take
50
it.
points for you. But ladies and gentlemen, there you go. Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion with their distinguishing drafts that they have set in stone as well. With the Lancelot last pick, what are they trying to say here, Mirko? Are they trying to say that they want to go for more early game skirmishes here?
I'm not sure. Again, the Lancelot here has, the Lancelot is mostly used as a utility jungler in Season 11 as a tank. You might as well, a lot of people call him the Tankslot. And I think here, you kind of need him to go damage. Will he go damage though, is my question.
Well, let's see here as we are going to jump into the porter for game 2 between Rebellion and Alter Ego.
The
Portal.
The portal, ladies and gentlemen. But
The portal.
luckily for you,
The
Gani,
insta-pause,
we got
right?
pause, insta-pause here. Let's take a look at the emblems. It
The
is
portal.
Vincent on the tank. It's a Demon Slayer emblem, so
Okay.
it is not going to be damage. It should not be damage.
It should not, right? I mean, looking at the composition, I gotta tell you though,
Huh.
draft-wise,
This is Alter
we
Ego
might
by
see
a long shot.
we might see a game 3 exactly.
This is a big, man.
Chico, what happened, bro?
Yeah, I don't
He
think
pulled
they
an
have.
Eterna.
What?
He blanked out earlier. Right?
Oh.
Okay.
I don't know if he actually blanked out, but
Okay.
Lance, last pick, when they have a full magic damage comp and the Lance is on Demon Slayer, so not even building physical damage. The only one who can really deal damage physically
Okay.
is Grok.
What was? Yeah, I was gonna ask. What was Grok's emblem?
Grok's emblem, it's a tank
Support.
Grok. It's
Oh.
Wijanarko.
Yeah.
Oh, it's Wijanarko.
I got a question here. Why do you think in leg 2 particularly? Okay, never mind. Martis, why is it popular? Is what I'm about to ask.
Man, I'm not a big fan of the Martis, especially here. I think in a lot of the games, he could be picked up. But here, in this particular composition, up against the Farsa, who he can be poked down, up against the Melissa, where he can't really get in range with the go wave present there, it's just really hard. Very easily kited by a Melissa.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen, as we are going back into game number 2 here, Alter Ego and Rebellion Zion. Once again, it's still the first 40 seconds of the game, so nothing too fancy just yet. Right now, you can see that both of the mid laners, they are trying to clear as fast as possible, and they both need that level 4 as soon as possible as well. Wijanarko trying to be aggressive onto Celiboy here in the early stages of the game. But what I was wondering was, you know, Tanksalot versus Fredrin. Who has the upper hand when it comes down to the objective takes?
Fredrin. No, sorry. It's 50-50, but in terms of just pure retry, it should favor Lance with the puncture stacks.
I see. With the Thorn Rose as well. Take a look at bot side already here. Nino and Rossi really giving pressure on towards highs. Suelo a little bit late to the party, and he does not even commit to babysit. And there you go.
Oh, that's so difficult.
Oh, Side Petrify connecting on towards Pi. He's trying to defend his turret. And it seems like with the 3-man dive there, Pi still survived.
Pai's just crying in the bottom lane there.
Yeah, it's, again, the matchup. That's why I really didn't expect the Valentina. She doesn't do well against the Melissa at all. She's still a bit too immobile. And with her dash, Melissa can follow through with her own dash, bringing the models over to her. And you can already see, it's, again, like I mentioned, not a good matchup at all, especially when you consider that they have an Estes that I also said should have been banned out by Rebellion Zion here. Second minute turret take, the first time ever, I think.
Celiboy, who really wants to force a retribution. A lot of crowd control connected onto Celiboy. And first blood for Rebellion Zion and add the turtle. Take a look at the rotation as well. Purple buff now for Celiboy will be taken away.
I personally don't think that Alter Ego needs to play that aggressive, honestly, with the way that went down, right? Celiboy taken out first. I guess they wanted to go for an end grade, but it doesn't really... They don't need to do that. You get what I mean?
Yeah. I think the Fredrin move was a bit too aggressive. I think he wanted to utilize the winning lane in the bottom side so that Estes and Nino could rotate over to the purple buff, but obviously they were still, you know, targeting the turret, and this is the thing right now. Heis is going to have such a big, like, oh, he's going to have such a bad time here up against the Nino in this lane, and even if the Kadita comes over, he gets blocked by the go-away. So Nino actually has a lot of tools to get out of this plane. I honestly would say that even if it's a 2v3, they would win.
Quickle charge connecting on towards Nino, and Wijanarko, the Starboy, finds a kill.
No go-away.
As you were saying, Mirko.
No go-away, man. He didn't pop the go-away. If he popped the go-away, no burst.
Oh my god, just as he said it. But you're right, he needed the go-away. He didn't have it at the moment. And maybe that was the information that Rebellion Zion needed to go in for that play. But the one thing that I really wanted to mention is Heis and the range, right? It's getting worse and worse for Rebellion, but look at this.
Wijanarko now will not survive a 4-man engage there. It's going to be taken down there.
Wait. I'm sorry, I just realized this. I said it was Wijanarko on the Grok because I saw the emblem. It's actually Suelo on the Grok, and Wijanarko is on the Kadita. Here, though, the purple buff is going to go to Vincent with the retry. Like I said, 50-50s aren't really 50-50s on the Lance.
Oh, another flex that Rebellion Zion actually pulled out, right? Suelo using the Grok in the mid lane. It's giving me ONIC vibes.
Sans
honestly,
vibes.
Yeah, right? So right now, they are going to be able to clear in that mid side, and you can see them trying to use that pressure onto the lanes, and that's why Heis has been getting really bullied, other than already just losing flat the matchup. But
the Purify comes into clutch. Vincent, though, will find the second neutral objective. Man, that Purify was huge.
No, I don't think it was huge. He tapped it a bit too prematurely. He didn't see the Petrify because Wijanarko actually saved the Petrify, and that's a very good baited out resource right before a massive fight occurs.
you see Suelo now opening up the map here. Wijanarko, they're trying to be aggressive onto Alter Ego for the moment, and it makes sense, right? Because in as the longer this game progresses, I don't feel like the Valentina has much of a say in the late game as she did before against the Wanwan. But right now, again, another brawl.
A lot of resources spent already,
he's alive.
including that wall charge, but Vincent will find the kill. Udil, though, with that feather airstrike, will claim Wijanarko Rebellion. They're moving on towards the mid side now. 4-man rotating. Rossi needs to be careful here. He's alone now. But all eyes on the purple buff here, it seems like. Zoning Udil away as well, as the mid side will be likely to fall.
Yeah, Rebellion Zion, they're being very objective-centric, actually. They could have taken a pick onto Rossi, but they didn't want to go for it. And Rossi and Nino on the top side, they're going to be able to get to the turret in the top side as well. So even though Rebellion Zion, they're winning in terms of economy, Alter Ego, they have more map control with the side lanes already being pushed.
They do. They have much more wave control right now for the side of... Again, it's just really interesting to see right now because Rebellion Zion, despite having another steal from Vincent and a better, I would say, a draft that is very hard to pull off. They are pulling it off. 1,000 gold lead here early on, as you can see Alter Ego are really going to be banking on Nino. That's their win condition. If Nino gets ahead and if he's able to hit those item power spikes, they win.
Way low, he's alone. Feather airstrike though will connect, but not enough damage to take him down. Rebellion now trying to pull the trigger. Boy did not succeed to take that purple buff away. The last little spawn in top side. Cars will take down. Oh, Wijanarko will not escape in time there. And Rebellion Zion also disengages.
The distraction, though, from Rebellion Zion, right? They're putting their focus now onto the bottom lane. They want to get the turret, but Rebellion Zion instantly looking for a trade there. They're going in for the turtle instead. But they have to be careful here.
Oh, Cars here trying to find and penetrate the base, but the damage is just too much. Oh, Cars, last second mounting Pi and flickers away. What a reaction from the EXP laner here, as Vincent now will try to shove and push the top side wave.
Rebellion are actually pulling or executing this game plan so well. They are avoiding team fights and utilizing the pickoffs around the map. Sure, Wijanarko was caught. Sure, a turret down below. Tier 2 was taken. But look at Vincent's pressure constantly. Not just split pushing, taking turrets, but also shutting Sully Boy down. Neutral objective takes right now will not go in favor of Alter Ego at all. Alter Ego gonna have to concede a lot of the neutral objectives, and with the Lord coming up just very soon, Rebellion might look to push even further, getting a 4,000 gold lead.
Oh man, he stole the buff as well. Rebellion Zion, like you mentioned, they're playing it really well. The macro game has started to begin, and that's the thing that we didn't really recognize from the drafts. They're not using, once again, this Lancelot for that kill pressure. They're using it to be able to control the map a lot better and having the better setup. But here, Udil might get caught.
Oh my god, Purify though still intact here for Udil. Take a look at Wijanarko. Oh my goodness. We're trying to catch Melissa. Petrify has been put through as well. Wijanarko, will he be able to escape this? Looks like this time he will. 3,000 gold lead still to the hands of Rebellion Zion. Now looking at the pressure, looking at the rotations, Rebellion Zion, they're gaining a good amount of control.
They're basically refusing to take 5v5s, which is what Alter Ego have drafted for themselves. It's like Rebellion are doing what Alter Ego wanted to do to Rebellion in game 1, right? Rebellion had the teamfight comp. Alter Ego went through with the teamfight comp, going for 5v5s this time. Rebellion are utilizing the teamfight comp from Alter Ego to split off the map.
Charge popped here. Mobilize comes through as well. Feather airstrike to zone the members away. Cards very low. Highs as well. Take a look at Vincent, stunned in the front side. Highs will be taken out by Rossi. Now, Vincent got a little there. It's a bit of a pickle, and he gets taken out as well. 2 members now taken down by Rebellion Zion Alter Ego in the mid-game. They look to finally found their jam.
Now this is when the problem or that game plan for Rebellion Zion gets a little bit more tricky, right? Because obviously they want to contest these neutral objectives and they're going to start clumping up as 5. And like you mentioned here, Alter Ego, they were able to get that favorable trade. Udil goes in once again onto Wijanarko, gets the kill. And now Alter Ego, they're getting to that power spike that they really needed, especially when we saw the itemization coming in from Nino. And now RBL this time, they are the ones to have to think a little bit harder. How are they supposed to split the map again?
it's going to get really tough. The longer the game goes, the more it favors the 5v5 comps, and right now you can see it. Alter Ego, they're playing through it, and Rebellion Zion are just giving in into those 5v5s. They had the split push going on the bottom side. They were able to disengage, but they decided to go and fight right before the Lord, giving Alter Ego full control of the gold lead. And like I mentioned, Melissa on the way. Actually, I would say he has hit that power spike with the golden staff, already building towards most probably a Haas clause in this game. I would personally go for Haas.
Oh my god, Telly Boy now force the cars to flicker away. Suelo on the backside, Nino very low, and he gets taken down. 1-for-1 now. A favorable trade towards the Blue Bulls.
I gotta say, that was a really good wild charge by Wijanarko, right?
Suelo.
Oh, right, sorry, by Suelo. I get a little confused, but yeah, by Suelo. Because if he wasn't able to get that, I think Alter Ego would have pushed the gas a lot harder, and Rebellion Zion wouldn't be able to split the map like they are doing, but Vincent goes in very aggressively here.
He has a 3,000 gold lead over Selly Boy. This is the biggest gold differential that we've seen, I think, in MPL. Especially from a jungler who usually is in a utility position. Vincent, I believe he has been going for utility too here. No damage. He only has a War Axe, but you know, that's usually also the utility jungle build. 3,000 gold diff.
Yeah, I mean, realizing that the Virgin was first pick as well, I expected more impact from a first pick here. And it seems like in this game, Sally Boy is constantly pressured by the rotation from Vincent.
Yeah, the one thing that I really wanted to point out was the fact that yesterday in their matchup against Geek, Van had 900 GPM.
Ooh, oh yeah.
No, Vincent, sorry. Vincent had 900 GPM, and that's as a jungler, not a gold laner. That's even more than the average that we see for gold laners. So not that surprised with what we saw earlier on before. I think that's just his style at this point. 1,200 gold lead for the moment for Rebellion Zion. But like you mentioned here, Uldil already even picking up the Divine Glaive, and that just gives more kill pressure when they go in for those 5v5 trades. And now, once again, Rebellion Zion, they're the ones who have to think a lot harder on how they can end this game as soon as possible.
Looking at it, you know, in the last few team fights where Nino has been caught off, he's 1, 2, and 3 right now. Those 2 deaths have been because Nino is trying his best to actually pop the go away right as the engage happens. I think at this point, it's better for him to just pop the go away preemptively when a team fight starts. Look at the pickoff already.
Shut down finds Farsa. Highs though will be the trade. Suelo as well as Alter Ego manages to find the re-engage there. They lost Odil, but they got the gold laner and as well as the roam now. Alter Ego, they might step on towards the gas here for the Lord. But Vincent says otherwise. It's like he's distracting Alter Ego Esports as well, Sally Boy in particular.
It's so hard being in a composition where you want to clump up as 5, but Rebellion Zion, they're really pushing those side lanes, right? Because that forces...
Petrified connecting. Cars with the... finds the momentum as well. Vincent here trying to find the right engage. Does not really find the opening just yet though. Bravest fighter pop now. Stuns connecting on towards Vincent. No real follow-up damages. Wijanarko finds a 2-man stun. Knock up. But nothing much from both sides here as 5 men from each team has risen to the line of dawn as well. We're going to see perhaps another re-engage here for that Lord fight.
It's going to be really tough right now if you're Rebellion Zion, right? Because, like I mentioned, these neutral objective takes are going to come down to the 5v5s. Alter Ego have the better pressure, but because they have a Lapu in their composition, it's very hard for them to actually play the far lane, right? It's always Vincent on the Lancelot, split pushing the other side of the wave with his superior wave clear and his superior mobility. Alter Ego are still looking for that 5v5, but Rebellion are just not giving it to them. It feels like it's just a game of cat and mouse. Both of these teams are just pulling back, running, chasing each other. And even when Alter Ego finds a proper pick, that was Highs and Sway Low down, mid and gold lane down. They weren't able to capitalize because of the tankiness and the proper wave clear that the Rebellion Zion has overall in their composition. And right now, it is going to really start digging into Alter Ego. The frustration where they can't force the 5v5s.
Yeah, you can see even Vincent doing the slow push in that top side already, just constantly, right? And even the positioning coming in from Wijanarko looking for a flank. But this is where they might pull the trigger.
Sway Low is trying to find, oh my god, Petrify connecting onto his Nino. but the damage was not enough. Rossi with the heal. Odil low HP survives with the wings by wings. Wijanarko trying to escape here. Rebellion though still full control of the Lord area. Oh my god, Wijanarko receives the stun and Pi finds the mega kill. Alter Ego now slowly but surely trying to find members of Rebellion Zion as it's going to be 5v4. They know they have the extra man to push top side as well.
That could have ended very differently if Nino didn't pop up the go away as soon as he did, right? Luckily for them, they were able to do that. And Rebellion Zion, they're the ones on the back foot now. Alter Ego, they have all the time in the world to take this objective. But Vincent, do they think they can make the steal?
They can.
Edge strike popped. Highs gets taken out. Let's see, Vincent focusing on towards Odil. Selly Boy still focusing on towards the Lord Cars. Take a look at the damage. Nino is free hitting at that point. Suelo now using the power of nature to escape. Flickers to the right side with the slides. Vincent now trying to look for this kill. Oh my god, who gets it? Selly Boy finds it. Selly Boy now trying to find a kill on towards Vincent. Winter Truncheon bot as well, but the damage from Nino here will not be enough to take him down. Suelo trying to cover. Vincent, will he be able to escape with the puncture? Will he escape with Silly Boy with the taunt here? Oh my goodness, Vincent still trying to survive. Wijanarko trying to cover, but Vincent finally falls. Wijanarko now trying to escape. Will not survive. Double here for the side of Silly Boy. And Alter Ego now, they're putting pressure. They're knocking on the base of Rebellion Zion.
I understand what Rebellion Zion are trying to do in a lot of these skirmishes and set up plays with playing the far lane out, but the thing is they keep on over-committing and Alter Ego keep punishing.
High is now caught with the taunt. Sully Boy now receiving the aggro base turret. Lord will march towards the top side. Let's see, High is taking a lot of damage. Suelo trying to fight cover as well. Taunt here in the backside. Cars and Highs will not be enough to defend as Alter Ego finds game 2.
1-1 now, forcing a game number 3. And now it's back to a best of 1, 50-50 between Rebellion as well as Alter Ego. It was a tough draft to execute for Rebellion Zion. It works for a bit, but because Alter Ego were able to sustain through the pressure in that early towards that mid game, it was their game to win eventually.
It's crazy to see this. Again, both games, I would say, were decided in the drafts completely, right? Alter Ego out-drafting Rebellion Zion in game number 2 with a solid draft for themselves and also forcing Rebellion Zion to go for a very gimmick, cheesy style of draft that they were not able to pull off in the end. Again, it starts off with the idea. What was the idea? Avoiding team fights and prioritizing objectives. In that bottom side clash, when the Kadita jumped over to Nino, Nino was completely isolated. The Kadita has done her job, her duty in the game. Wijanarko succeeded. Yes, he didn't get the kill, but just forcing Nino out away from the Lord pit is worth it. It's done. Rebellion could have secured the Lord, but they decided to fight, to 5v5, to leave the Lord. When again, that was literally what the comp was built for. Kadita to isolate the backline and for them to secure objectives.
Yeah, Turner earlier mentioned right in the game that it feels like an ONIC game, ONIC draft. And gameplay-wise, execution-wise, it does feel like so, right? With Keyboy and Sans, Grok and Kadita. And there you go. They're able in this game to somehow replicate that play style as well. The pressure. And Vincent was just unstoppable at that game. Pressuring from minute 1. Even though, right, structure-wise, it was Alter Ego. They got it, right, early on. But Vincent just focused on the patterns, focused on rotating, finding the jungles. Selly Boy way behind. And there you go. It's just a very good, consistent performance by Vincent.
Consistent, but at the end it wasn't enough, right? Alter Ego, you can see here the game highlight. Rassi's counter setup forced Rebellion to play into game number 3. And honestly, do you really think that was the reason why? Okay, sure, there were moments where I felt like Rassi had an impact, but I just feel like in general, just the drafts again, right? I mean, they lost the gold lane and they were able to translate that over the mid, in the mid lane as well. It wasn't as easy to go for as well. EXP was also back and forth. As we take a look here, very different to what we saw in game number 1. It wasn't an all-out brawl in particular. 17 minutes of the game. Mirko, go ahead.
Nino didn't even need to go for any defensive items, right? He sold the boots in the end to go for the Athena shield, but even then, he didn't really need it. He already has full items here at this point of the game. Up against this composition from Rebellion Zion, there's no real need, actually, to go for those defensive items. Highs, sure, can burst him. Arco too, but like we saw from the go-away and with the sustain that the Haas Claws and especially Rossi brought to the game, it's done. That's all you need. You can see Udil as well going for a very similar path. I think he did have a Winter Truncheon or an Immortality there. Sold it just right in time. But again, it just gave Alter Ego, like we mentioned in the draft before, I said they need a marksman here. It's so easy for Alter Ego to actually itemize. It was all just magic defense. They didn't need to go for physical defense because most of the threats was magic. It was Highs and Arco. It was Kadita and the Valentina. That's it.
And Grok, yeah. And Grok was also deals magic, right? But so, yeah, I mean, Alter Ego, they handled the pressure early well, find their rhythm in the mid game after, I feel like after Melissa manages to rotate and clump with 5, right? They managed to find more effective fights, and there you go. Rossi with the highest KP.
On the Estes, with the way they played the game, yeah, they were always just clumped up together. They understood that Rebellion Zion, the draft was made to literally pick off. And even after Rossi was just sticking together with Nino, there was still a lot of moments where Rebellion Zion were able to make the draft work, right? They were able to find a lot of these picks, but in the end, they always went back to the default, which is 5v5s, and Nino pops off. 5v5s, it's a Melissa.
I think they had to go for something like that, right? Like what?
I don't think so.
At the end, when Kadita went in for the kill onto Melissa, you don't think that that's something that they needed to do?
They needed to do that. Kadita, good, done.
Right.
Task done. Even when he died, even when Kadita didn't get the kill on Nino, that Lord should have been taken by Vincent, by the rest of the team. That should have just been a two-man job. Suelo and Arco. The rest of the team could have gone for the Lord, and we'll see it in the highlights later that they would have been able to get the Lord, but they didn't. They instead rotated all across to look for that team fight because they thought that Melissa would die, but in the end, no, Rossi is right there. And again, it's just about weathering the storm. You can see here, Rebellion Zion, how they were able to get that lead in the 5th minute was through neutral objectives, was through split pushing. That was what they could have used later on in the game when it actually spiked back to Alter Ego. That spike that you see, that gold lead turning around completely, was that play. That play turned the game around, giving Alter Ego a chance again to have the lead and to force their way to play, the tempo, 5v5.
I really do believe at that moment that I don't know if they wanted to go for it or they wanted to help Narco get out of that situation, right? I don't think they were overcommitting, but maybe just miscalculating, honestly, because I didn't feel like, well, I mean, we don't know what the players are thinking, right? So what I saw from that team fight was not that they were overcommitting, but they made a miscalculation as to how to get Narco out. I think that's how I saw it.
I think the thing is, they need to understand that they need to sacrifice a lot for these turrets, for these neutral objective takes. And I think in the early game, that's what they did. That's why they were able to get the lead. They were sacrificing a turret down below for a turret up top. They were sacrificing a kill, Suelo dying on the Grok for another turret, for another neutral objective. And in that position, Arco was the sacrifice for the Lord. That would have been so worth it. Arco is the roamer. And here, the roamer that shined brighter than the star boy was Rossi. MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G.
It's going to be Rossi, right? Estes, 86% KP, 1-0-11, clutch alt there multiple times to help Nino in particular sometimes, and as well as that team fight. Like a Faramis, right? Waiting for that low HP to, perhaps you're right? You're on the right track there. Miscalculate the calculations from the side of Rebellion, and that was them. Alter Ego then re-engaging with more resources to play around with, and that is also this guy's job. Take a look at the heat map here. Clear. Just babysitting towards the gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, this is what you do on an Estes, right? There's not much else you would do. You go to the XP lane, there's no real reason to. especially with the Melissa, you really want to utilize this, the winning lane, the winning matchup, plus the S-Test. We saw the turret take in the second minute of the game, which is just bonkers. But here, I'm just really waiting for that moment, right? Because in a lot of these highlights, it's just a pure skirmish where they were able to isolate a lot of the members. This right here was the second turtle of the game, if I'm not mistaken. And this is where I want to actually talk about. This fight, Rebellion Zion were actually still able to somehow... we didn't get to see that Lord take, man.
It's later
No,
on,
it's gone. No, it was that one, I believe. Oh, it's this one, I think. Yeah. Okay, perfect. Here you go. No, it wasn't this one. No, it wasn't this one. Yeah, it was the one previously. So, again, we didn't get to see that, unfortunately. But the situation was, let's just pause it right here. The situation was, Wijanarko was chasing Nino all the way here on the map. Meanwhile, the whole team was around the Lord. The Lord was taken to a quarter of HP already, but they decided to follow up Wijanarko to look for a fight because they thought Nino was already too low, that they could have actually taken Nino down and taken the fight. When they could have just gone a free Lord, and that's the thing, that's the problem that they made. You can call it miscommunication, miscalculation, or...
misdecision making.
Yeah, maybe.
Miscall? Who's the shot caller?
Not too sure. I think it should be Wijanarko, but that call kind of gave the game away, right? Because that Lord would have gone for free towards the side of Rebellion Zion, and they would have been able to play with that and maybe force a lot of these split push plays to happen once again, force a lot of the tempo, like the pickoffs, and maybe even take a game with a very hard draft to pull off.
Yeah, I agree. I really like that visualization. It was really nice. But ladies and gentlemen, for those of you waiting at home and watching at home as well, we are going to take a short break before we head into game numero 3, like Gani likes to put it. So me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko, will see you after the break for the final results of Rebellion Zion versus Alter Ego.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss, we all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi, aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan, bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah, kita terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan. Hadap semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
The Blue Bulls and the three-face mask once again at the final countdown. Because remember, this is going to signal who is going to make it into the playoffs and who is not. Well, a step closer towards that anyway. But ladies and gentlemen, once again, it's still me with Eterna as well as Agani and Mirko here.
You mean Mirko?
Arashi here. But ladies and gentlemen, as you were waiting, I bet you guys were feeling hungry, feeling thirsty, or maybe you wanted that time to travel to the arena to make it here at Menara Kuningan. And you could have done that if you drank Point Coffee.
I need coffee, man. I'm
Coffee, man.
feeling super tired.
You know what? Take a look at my desk right now. Clean. There you go.
Wow, so that's how you're able to cast so well.
Yeah.
So what Gani is drinking right now is quality coffee with 100% Indonesian coffee beans that was brewed directly with an international standard coffee machine. And this is through the collaboration with MPL Season 11. And don't forget, you can get a 40% discount coupon for Indomart Poinku app for all the drinks that are available here. Which one do you have?
The Pandan.
Pandan coffee? What about you, Mirko?
I have a magic trick. You see how it's full?
Uh-huh.
Whoa. Whoa.
Whoa.
I digested it. Digested it. That's how
So for
words
those of
work.
you who can't drink coffee, you can also go
Yummy.
for a non-coffee alternative, like me, where I got the peach tea and I got a small heart here. I don't think you guys can see it, but I got a small heart.
Hey,
which
that's
is really
bias. What? I didn't get a heart.
I got a
got a
really
smiley.
huge heart.
I got a smiley. All right,
I
we
got a
got
smiley.
smileys.
Well,
All right.
Copy Pandan.
Copy Pandan. With that Copy Pandan, you guys can also head over after MPL ID Season 11 to Cinepolis. Don't miss the excitement of watching the latest movies at Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and audio all around you quality. And moreover, you guys can get a discount of 20,000 exclusively only for you guys at home, only for MPL ID fans. So don't forget to go ahead and check Cinepolis out as we take a look now at the game recap.
All right, so let's recap what happened in the series so far. Game number 1, RBL Draft Diff win. Second game, AE Draft Diff win. Drafts play a huge part, but we gotta dig even deeper. Execution not on point by both of the teams. Alter Ego in game number 1, their execution, they were going in, they were feeding into what made Rebellion Zion's draft strong. And same thing goes for Rebellion Zion here in game number 2, making the same mistake as Alter Ego. They were feeding into the winning conditions for Alter Ego. So right now, with both of them having learnt their lesson, it is finally time to fix it because it's finally broke, Gani.
Oh my goodness. Game 3, 1-1. Rebellion 6th place, Alter Ego 7th. They both desperately need a win.
What's 7 minus 6?
It's
5,
Uno.
1, sorry.
Did you say 5?
No?
1, there you go. It's back to a best of 1.
Ooh.
And guess what
What I
pick
said.
was used in game number 1? It's the 1-1.
Oh!
Quick maths.
Just like that, and we're done.
Not yet though.
Not yet.
Not yet.
I'm gonna call you my son.
All right, Dad.
All right, and you can even see right now, if you take a look at your screens, well, beforehand, the coaches are also thinking very hard because I think they're starting to notice that the draft is going to be the main factor. And so far, whoever's gotten first pick was able to get the dub. So now Rebellion has the first pick once again, like game number 1. And they're going to go for the Valentina, Glue, and the Farsa bands.
What's your command?
Alter Ego
Your
with the
team
Yves,
is picking.
Joy, as well as the Fanny and the Wan Wan now. The Wan Wan, she's left open.
Do they pick it up? Do they still first pick it? They've played Valentina in the gold lane twice.
Your
They
team
want
is
the
picking.
1-1
Whoa.
in a series that is
0%.
1-1 to make it 2-1.
Let's see, 0% win rate. Still, can Rebellion somehow increase that win rate? Alter Ego.
Your team
Great
is
responses, Brethren and Faramis. Faramis, a key hero from game 1 for Rebellion. And it seems like, wow, a fast draft here. Rebellion Zion picks up the Kaja and perhaps a Valentina banned out, so they need... Oh my god, what is left is there? Lilia? No
Lilia
mages,
could work, I
right?
think.
Lilia or Lunox here might work.
Save it for the last phase, honestly, looking at it right
Can
now.
be banned out though.
It could be banned out, but I think securing something like maybe an Arlet would be really good here up against the Faramis.
Or the Pod.
They already have one.
Oh, you have one.
Your
But
team
the
Lunox
Claude
though.
There you
for
go.
Alter Ego.
Yeah, for Alter Ego. Okay, Lunox here, Rebellion Zion. I feel like they want to secure a hero for Suelo pre-second phase. And Alter Ego with the response. Claude can be the answer here.
Claude could be a really good pickup here for Alter Ego. But honestly, against the Wan Wan, they have a lot of options, right? If they want to be crazy, oh, they can't. Sorry, the Valentina's banned. But
Lolita, they can. If
they
really
can go
want.
for the Lolita, definitely here to help counter the Wan Wan. The Farsa has been banned out. An Iritel pickup is also a option that they can go for. It could be a little vulnerable towards the Kaja though. But Alter Egos, oh right, I forgot,
man.
the Phobius pickup.
The Phobius can be countered though with the Kaja and the Lunox, okay? So it's a bit different here. The suppression will take away the demonic force. If you jump in too close, remember the chaos as well, that single target damage, the burst can melt you down. The sustain that you have isn't that much up against this single target comp.
Yeah, with the Divine Judgment as well, can somehow break the momentum from that demonic force as well. Let's see though, second phase, what will they bring out? You're gonna ban out Cars' options here with that Lapu, but also do note that it's high Phobius, Mirko.
Your team
It
is
is.
banning.
Are you
deadly.
sure? Are you sure it's not Nino? Yesterday we saw Kabuki on the
also
Phobius,
true,
right?
Also true.
And literally, Eterna just mentioned it. Kabuki and Nino, they like the fighters in the gold lane. And we'll see if maybe he will go back to that gold lane fighter. But honestly, looking at the composition, they still need some physical damage, right? And again, I don't think they want to be making the same mistake that Rebellion did in game number 2. I think they want to diversify their damage output a bit by going for a marksman. Because against the Wan Wan, it's not like the Melissa. There's not a lot of people who can... Well, you're not a main bully. Wan Wan is very easily bullied as well. If you go for something like an Irithel, even if you go for Melissa, honestly, it's not the best of matchups, but I'd say you win.
Why not just flex the Fredrin into the EXP and pick up something with damage for Selly Boy?
Maybe... the only hero I can think of for Selly Boy is the Hayabusa, right? And also, this is the first time that Alter Ego has picked up the Faramis in Season 11. Remember how we did not see a Faramis ban at all from Alter Ego? Well, it's their most banned. It's because the Faramis has not been picked up. This is also giving me vibes, a little bit of a hint that maybe it is Rasi on the Faramis, not the Kage.
Also, perhaps that was, I think that variable was the also first why Chico opted for that 1-1 pick. Why did not
Never mind.
pick up the Faramis, and the Diggy will be picked up here. Again, just pressuring the gold lane. Oh, 1-1 here. He might have a tough time.
Very tough time.
Like, it's not just that, right? It's already bad that, of course, the time bombs are going to be able to help kite down the 1-1. But remember, Diggy's ultimate is going to be able to nullify those stacks and prevent the crossbow of Tang from even popping off. So that's a really good, honestly, they have 2 counters towards the 1-1 right now. Rebellion, though, they are going to respond with a Grok pickup here.
Another Grok here. for the side of Rebellion. First game with Janarco, second game Sway Low, third game who would fall to? Perhaps it's going to be with Janarco here as they will secure Esmeralda.
Solid choice. I was thinking about this right after the Phobius got picked. The Esme is the natural counter to the Phobius in lane. And also against a Diggy, that the shielding coming in is going to be really good with the Esmeralda pickup. I didn't mention it instantly because I didn't think of the Diggy pick. I didn't think of the... wait a minute. They still need a marksman, honestly. I can't see them going with a full magic damage lineup like this, especially up against an Esmeralda, right? They don't really have enough burst to take the Esmeralda down in the later stage of the game. Melissa. I'm just thinking Melissa.
You know what? They really want to go crazy, just carry. Carry might work here. There you go. It's a good counter towards Kaja, Esme, and Grok. But of course, with he needs the help of Diggy.
Like, I get both of your points, right? I think the carry is going to be able to really just shred through all that sustain coming in from Rebellion, but I think that the Melissa would have been a safer pick for Nino. So, Alter Ego, they've opted for the more risky gold laner in this regard, and we're going to see here in game number 3 how that pans out here. Alter Ego finally picking up the Faramis after the entirety of the season. First time picking it up. Diggy for Rasi to help bully the Wanwan. Now in the face of so much counter, can Rebellion Zion push through and face all the obstacles to restore themselves and make sure they make it into the playoffs?
We'll have to see and witness game 3 as we enter the Land of Dawn. Let's witness and watch what will happen here. Will Rebellion win over Alter Ego, or will Alter Ego reverse sweep Rebellion here? Let's see.
Let's see indeed. Taking a look at both of the teams right now. Honestly, I can see your point. I can see why the carry got picked up, right? She is the tank killer. Literally in the front to back, it is going to be very good for them. But the thing is, Rebellion Zion, they're not a front to back composition. It's just a front. They are hiding it because it's truly a dive comp with a Lunox and a Wanwan. It's not a front to back. It's a dive comp, and that's why I felt like this carry pick might actually not work out in Alter Ego's favor. And just because of that, I'm gonna have to say Rebellion Zion takes this game, maybe.
Ooh, interesting take. Interesting take. We're gonna take a look at the task predictions really soon, but before we see that come to fruition in front of us, the carry and the Wanwan in the gold lane. In the earlier stages of the game, I feel like carry is super weak, but Wanwan is as well. So in a 1v1 matchup, just disregarding with Janarco and Rasi at the moment, does it favor the Wanwan?
Wanwan stomps on carry if it's just 1v1. With her stun, with the Inspire as well, so much more resources to utilize in a proper 1v1 duel. But the carry can play a bit safer, right? Usually the carry will sacrifice a lot of gold early on against the Wanwan, as Wanwan is a lane bully. She's always been a lane bully, but she has a lot of counters. That's why the carry isn't one of those pure counters. And with it being picked up, it could give Rebellion a little bit more to play with in that lane.
And with that being said, I think things might actually change at level 4, right? Like with the thing that we mentioned earlier on in the drafts, when Diggy hits level 4, I think he's going to be able to cover the carry a lot better. And as you can see here, though, Janarco just being a constant nuisance, and it feels like Rebellion Zion, though, have the better setup for the turtle for now.
Let's see, Cars, though, jumps in. A lot of stun comes through for that Fredrin. Silly Boy will still look for the contest. Taunt comes in towards Vincent. Vincent trying to survive, but Sally Boy finds the first blood. When Rossi picks up the turtle, Sally Boy on towards Janarco here. Pops the Appraiser's Wrath and finds the double.
Okay, that was just Alter Ego in every regard, right? They were able to get the objective, and they were able to get, what, 3 kills onto Rebellion Zion in the early game? And that's concerning, right? Because Alter Ego, they really do require that snowballing type of situation, and not just because of the drafts, but also with the way and the playstyle and the identity that Alter Ego have.
Also, right, to add on to that, Rebellion Zion's composition was not built to contest for early neutral objectives at all. The Lunox needs time to scale up. Even the Grok here, you can say that he's really good in the neutral objective takes. It is true. only if you have a proper mid lane or proper mid lane control to supplement that. The thing is, Suelo is obviously going to be losing in this mid lane matchup for a long time, and Rebellion will find more pressure and more success trading across the map as we take a look at the talents prediction. Me and Owl on two sides.
Now we can talk about this, right?
Yep.
I really did believe that Alter Ego had the better draft. Which part do you feel that Rebellion Zion can actually work with? But before we get into that here, Sellyboy already going in very aggressively into the bottom lane. Looks like something might be brewing.
See here, it seems like just Kaja and Wanwan disengaging. Sellyboy still hovering around the jungles, around that area. Suelo jumps in as well. It's a 4v4. Let's see, Suelo will be the first one to be jumped on with Janarko here, half HP. Sellyboy trying to find the right engage, gets a ton of Rizzo's wild, and Sellyboy finds the killing spree. Whole Alter now trying to make Sellyboy survive as well. Udo trying to pull Vincent, gets the pull as well. The damage though will not come through as Janarko here with the Divine Judgment as a defensive maneuver. Rossi will find the kill towards Janarko. Again, Alter Ego Esports maintaining pressure.
More neutral objective control, more pressure early game. And in the mid lane is the main point, right, for the side of Alter Ego. Because with the roam heavy, the very mobile Fairness with a lot of good wave clear because he's supplemented with that Ziggy in the mid lane. He's always able to clear much faster, even winning on the trades against the Lunox. And that's why Alter Ego are able to control the neutral objective department so well, even playing around the rivers really well. What I thought was going to happen early game was Rebellion Zion taking it real slow, utilizing the two winning lanes they have in the side lanes with the Esmeralda being the natural counter towards the Phobius and the Wanwan farming up to that mid-game power spike. So it's all about weathering the storm for Rebellion Zion. However, this game, you can scratch the mid-game power spike for Rebellion because they're not going to be able to reach it in time. They need to wait all the way to late game at this point.
Yeah, interestingly enough, weathering the storm has actually been done by Pi. And you can see right now here, he's caught in a 2v1. It looks like he's winning.
Demonic Force top, crossbow of Tang as well. The damage though will not be enough. Now Pi changes aggro onto his Janarko, but take a look at Udo with the flicker, finding the important kill on towards Pi's. Not a fun time here as a 1-1. Take a look at top side as well. 3v2 now. Alter Ego, will they move on towards a fight? Vincent desperately trying to find the clear, gets it. Janarko now will be one target there, but Alter Ego will not commit to a fight.
Yeah, going back to that point, right? Pi was able to withstand the pressure in the top side in the laning phase, and afterwards he instantly traded towards the bottom side, doing his best to avoid cars and allow Nino to be able to farm a little bit better in the top side. And you can actually see that Nino has much more gold than the Wanwan. 2,000 against a laner bully.
Yeah, a big difference here. And as you can see, they are still forcing that tempo. Who got the purple? It's Sellyboy who actually stole it away. So giving, a little bit of what Vincent did to him in game number 2. Like you said, that lane bully not doing so well, actually getting bullied as Sellyboy dives.
Oh my god, Sellyboy will be pulled by Janarko. Rossi and friends will be caught by that raw charge, but completely nullified. Vincent gets taken out. Alter Ego now still on the move. Highs a little bit late to the party here, clearing top side, but again, it's gonna be, the turtle is secured, so it's a perfect turtle for the side of Alter Ego in this game.
I feel like Rebellion Zion had the right idea, right? They waited for the Cult Alter to pop up, knowing that Alter Ego would clump up as 5, and then Vincent goes in for the wild charge. It was effective for all the other members except for Pi, who was able to go in with the Demonic Force into the back line and just disrupt that. But we already see that Suelo has the damage, starting at least to have the damage, and Alter Ego now, honestly, they're on kind of a ticking clock if they can't take Suelo down here.
A very fast ticking clock is what Alter Ego are presenting to Rebellion Zion as they completely just siege down a lot of the turrets.
Oh, Vincent very low here. No, not enough damage, not enough defensive items there to soak in the damage. Alter Ego claims the first inner turret in this game. Suelo, careful order of brilliance, pop Cult Alter as well. Will not commit on towards anything yet.
7,000 gold lead, man, for the side of Alter Ego. They're playing it really well through the strengths of their composition, playing through the mid lane. And Udil, where has he been? The Faramis has been amazing. A lot of the weaknesses from a lot of the analysts and even from a lot of the other teams has been, you know what, leave the Faramis open. They're not going to pick it up. Maybe he is hiding it for the second half of the season that we are really seeing it now, right? He knows how to play the Faramis. He's really good on it. Maybe one of the best if he keeps on going and putting on this performance up for display.
We mentioned this, right? We mentioned if Alter Ego Esports has any pocket picks, I feel like now would be the time because of how high the stakes are right now. And you can see with the Faramis,
3 levels.
he even goes in for the flicker as well. His calculations have been quite impeccable, if you say so yourself.
My goodness, take a look at the combination there, Pi and Sally Boy. Don't pick up this 1-1. Alter Ego, 7,000 gold lead.
Oh man, the damage from Pi! I'm really interested to take a look into the items, honestly, here with an 8,000 gold lead. What have they been able to go for? Selly Boy just having the time of his life there, just recalling and getting a turret in the mid lane. And Alter Ego, they're getting benefits left and right.
That was Selly Boy's Appraiser's Wrath, by the way. So it was a big smack, and again, Highs holding on to the crossbow of Tang there. When Selly Boy was already quite low, when he pops in the Appraiser's Wrath, he still wanted to hold on to it. He ended up having to pay a whole lot for a bit. And the Demonic Force was just an execute. Yes, in the end, Pi was the one who got the kill, but man, Selly Boy this time with a massive advantage. 3 levels up, Nino 2 levels up. It seems like it is almost GG just here in the 9th minute. If they go for another team fight and Rebellion Zion gets baited into that kind of damage again, it should be Alter Ego just ending it below the 12th minute of the game.
I think they're really betting on Kars right now, and you can even see in a 1v1, I think Kars is starting to get that level where he's able to be a little bit more dominant, and they're looking for the side lane pressure. Even though Alter Ego, they're leading this far, they need to be careful of that setup.
Acer top side will be the target here. Vincent trying to soak in the damage. Power nature pot. The Janarko got caught. Flickers away. Demonic Force already triggered. Take a look at the stun though. Connecting onto its spikes way low. Gets taken now.
Oh,
Alter Ego over time. And the base is just too vulnerable. Alter Ego Esports with the reverse sweep.
Fastest game?
What are you supposed to say about that?
10 minutes, you don't say anything. You don't even get to play the game. The drafts took a bit longer, I think, than the actual game. 10 minutes in MPL.
Goodness me.
That was the first Lord push.
First Lord, we said its value, just getting the tier 2s. They got everything.
Oh my god, Alter Ego. They've actually successfully clawed their way back into their playoff run when everyone said it was impossible for them this season rather. They showed otherwise here. Now Rebellion, the Blue Bulls, that should mean that they're with Aura Fire in the red zone.
I think so. We're gonna have to take a look again at the aggregate point, but considering the matchup, Alter Ego have won both legs, so yes, they should be on top. Father Udil, though, still showing class here as he celebrates just a bit. What a performance from Alter Ego. The draft from the side of Alter Ego. I can't believe it again, right? Early game pressure through the mid lane. The trio mid composition, the Diggy, the Fredrin, and the Faramis.
You know, this is a good thing.
This is
a good thing. This should also signal to the coach, give the players the heroes that they want, right? Because Rossi on the hill did in game number 1, it wasn't great, to put it lightly. And as soon as Alter Ego drafted towards their strengths, got themselves winning lanes, especially for Udil as well in that mid lane, that's also a very important factor. Alter Ego reverse sweeped Rebellion Zion.
Yeah, I mean, just don't pick up the 1-1, man. Still 0% for a reason. Pi was just having fun at that point. In a little bit, we're gonna hear an interview.
Oh, are we?
With who?
With who?
With the winners of MPL ID Season 11.
So, but ladies and gentlemen, let's throw it to the host, to Bude Clara Mongstar with Alter Ego. Bude, take it away.
Alter Champs bersorak-sorai Nino, dan inilah dia Alter Ego.
Mereka begitu hype tentu saja karena ini adalah rekor. Lagi kalian memecahkan rekor. Ini adalah game tercepat di season 11. Kok bisa secepat itu, Pai?
Gua lagi.
Siapa deh, siapa?
Nino yang bantai soalnya.
Ayo udah, Nino. Kok bisa secepat itu, Nino?
Biasanya di scrim Opai sering bilang lapar. Tadi juga dia bilang cepet aja lapar katanya kayak gitu.
Oh jadi kuncinya adalah harus selalu menyenangkan Pai ya?
Pai lapar berarti gamenya bakal cepet kayak gitu aja.
Oh berarti kasih dia kelaparan terus aja. Tapi kalau bisa kelar cepetnya bisa menang bisa kalah juga. Lebih baik cepet atau enggak?
Iya bener. Kalah juga cepet kita.
Gawat juga ya. Tapi kita melihat bahwa kalian lagi dan lagi bisa ngedapetin mungkin nyawa tambahan. Walaupun posisi kalian tuh sekarang masih posisi 7. Posisi 7, yes. Ini membawa, kayaknya sekalian masih bisa keep semangatnya masih ada ya tentu ya.
Yang pasti masih ada sih Bude, kalau nggak ada gak bakal main dong.
Betul sih Nino, tapi gimana membuat mindset yang kuat walaupun posisinya 7?
Ya kita berpikir positif aja lah. Ya kita juga maksudnya player kuat gitu.
Player kuat juga, sangat strong. Tapi Pai juga ngelawan, kita ngelihat bahwa lawanmu berbeda. Kars dan sebelumnya Saeb. Apakah kamu merasakan ada perbedaan di leg kedua ini dari Rebellion Zion?
Kars emang jago sih, jago. Ini serius Bude.
Ya serius.
Enggak sarkas ini. Bude ini kadang-kadang. Kars jago sih Bude. Jago. Serius. Respect gua sama Kars. Keren.
Jadi leg kedua ini menurutmu lebih menantang?
Menantang banget. Apalagi dia baru pindah role kan dari Gold ke XP. Itu lumayan memukau sih, emang performnya oke banget.
Oke. Dan habis ini kalian akan melawan 3 nih. Kalau Pai sendiri ya, tadi udah kelar nih ya berarti Rebellion. Udah 2 kali, nextnya akan ada Geek, akan ada Aura. Dan kalian juga akan melawan tim Bigetron. Apakah kalian menantikan ngelawan Bigetron atau ada yang lain? Ada nggak? Ada siapa nggak?
Nggak ada sih Bude.
Nggak ada yang kalian benar-benar nantikan?
Nggak ada. Hati-hati aja.
Disuruh hati-hati ya?
Hati-hati aja.
Mau hati-hati ke siapa?
3 tim.
3 timnya suruh hati-hati?
Iya, aku bocil hati-hati.
Hati-hati, akan ada apa di 3 match ini?
Hati-hati aja intinya.
Yang penting hati-hati.
Yoi.
Oke, dan Udil. Kita ngelihat bahwa kamu tadi berhadapan dengan satu player yang terkenal dengan CBY-nya. Tapi ternyata enggak loh. Dia ngebawa Grok, ngebawa hero yang tidak biasa. Expect gak sih bakal seperti itu, Dil?
Iya, Bude. Iya.
Expect aja?
Iya, expect aja.
Dan gimana cara kamu sih kalau sebagai mid laner mengatasi hero-hero yang mungkin nggak biasa di mid lane?
Nggak tahu sih Bude, aku lagi kosongkan pikiran sekarang soalnya sebentar lagi Ramadan lagi bersih diri gitu loh.
Jadi start from now nih.
Apa?
Start from now, nanti aja start habis match ini.
Iya.
Jadi kalau mau ngomong apa boleh ngomong apa.
Oh jangan, udah
jangan.
dimulai dari sini.
Dimulai dari sini.
Bersih diri mau Ramadan.
Oke, tapi dengan keadaan kalian yang sekarang katanya lagi nggak sehat, Sally Boy ya? Sally Boy lagi nggak sehat?
Iya dia lagi nggak sehat Bude. Dari kemarin.
Dari kemarin ya?
Iya.
Tapi kalau kamu gimana sih untuk walaupun keadaan nggak sehat dan kalian bisa tetap memberikan performa yang luar biasa. Kunci untuk selalu bisa berperforma baik apa sih Sally Boy untuk Sally Boy?
Alhamdulillah sih nggak sehatnya nggak kayak season lalu ya Bude, hampir masuk rumah sakit. Berkat doa ibu aja sih.
Berkat doa ibu.
Iya.
Jadi kemenangan hari ini, Udil, kunci kemenangan kalian dan dengan game yang cepat itu apa Dil?
Apa?
Kunci kemenangan dengan game tercepat.
Opai aja Bude, opai aja katanya opai aja.
Kok opai aja sih?
Popius sih yang penting, yang pasti kunci kemenangan ada di Popius.
Oke, kalau kunci kemenangan kalian nextnya ada di, gak bisa Popius.
Nggak bisa ya? Tapi harus ban si Popius.
Harus ban Popius.
Iya.
Semuanya, next 3 matchnya ban Popius. Akankah terjadi? Boleh dong salam-salam buat Ultra Champs terakhir, Bay.
Gokil Ultra Champs, gila, keren banget kalian semuanya, love you guys.
Dengan tujuan inilah dia peringkat yang masih dituju tapi mereka tetap semangat untuk menuju ke match atau posisi selanjutnya. Kita akan berikan langsung kepada analis kita yang bersiap untuk nge-breakdown seperti apa game mereka, match mereka. Silakan KB.
It's always a fun time with an interview with Alter Ego. We don't see it too often this season, but when they do, it's always heartwarming and super entertaining and super funny. So during the interview, Bude Clara Mangsar, the host, she was like...
She's the host? Okay.
The host, she was like, do you have a message to anyone else who you still have to face this season? And then they were just like, be aware.
Beware.
Be aware. And it was like, it's funny because it's like, it was a meme at some point because I think Udil said it to ONIC.
Yeah.
And then ONIC won. And then ONIC in the interview was like, yeah, we were just being aware. Like you mentioned, Udil. And then they said the exact same thing again.
So every team now is going to be aware.
Yes.
All right. There you go.
I love interviews, man. They're just a meme.
You just love interviews. Well, here in game number 3, unfortunately, unlike game number 2, there's not really much to say. It was a stomp from start to finish. And Udil, the only thing I can say is, where have you been on the Faramis, man? His Faramis performance here is up with the best. Up against Rebellion Zion, even a boy had a few troubles, and this was the moment that Appraiser's Wrath. Oh my god. Almost one-shotting Highs. And in the end, again, I think the fastest game in MPL ID, 10 minutes, 33 seconds.
Yeah, confirmed.
Confirmed. Fastest game in MPL Indonesia. I think even fastest game if you compare it to MDL Indonesia. I think the fastest MDL game was 10 minutes, 40 seconds. So they beat it by like 7 seconds.
And you know,
Wow.
Pai also said in the interview, right? He was like, you know, the key to success,
The key to success.
the key to victory for Alter Ego
Two mics.
is my phobias. Everyone needs to ban it out. They're always memeing, sorry. I just love the interview. I can't stop thinking about the interview.
Hi, man.
Remember,
He's such a
Evo
character.
Season 9 when they got knocked out? He was on the Phobias.
Oh.
The notorious time stop Phobias. But this is the MVP presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G. Selly Boy, call him Selly Man on the Fredrin. Because Fredrin is a man's hero, and he was a true man this game. Just recalling in the face of death and smacking Highs.
Smacking Highs.
In the face.
In the face with the Appraiser's Wrath.
It hurts, man.
And it hurts.
In a bit, we're going to see the mic check.
Okay, let's take a listen to what Rebellion and Alter Ego have to say.
Ada wave, gue TP lihat. Lihat, gue dapat ayah. Nice! Wave dulu. Wave dulu, pelan-pelan.
Kadangin.
Gak ada, balik.
Go winter. Jadi boy mati.
Nice! Balik. Posisi gue lepas kan.
Berikan pelan-pelan aja. Nice banget, pindah target. Ratain lagi. Pelan-pelan, lihat. Ya.
Pelan, sabar. Nice! Gue sundul.
Nice.
Mati tuh. Datar ya.
Nice!
Lanjut!
Nice bro.
Pukul. Oke. Sini, dekat gua. Bandai. Gua lupa. Lance. Lu kalau lance. Nice, paling. Bantai, guys. Ajar gerak juga noplik. Mid. Bisa mid. Putih gua ada, Cil. Bantai, Cil. Aman, no? Nice, kok. Bisain. Lagi. Bisain lo. Gue tawar aja. Nice. Enak di gua. Ajar. Awas kaja bisa tarik. Grok nggak ada ulti. Grok. Nice. Dapat gua. Nih. Salah. Bawa udah pasti aman, guys. Nice. Kabur, guys. Nice. Gerak ulti. Bantai geroknya. Jangan balik. Kenaton. Flicker. Dapat bawah sih kayaknya, guys. Winok di bawah. Gerak. Itu tarik. Gerak. Bantai gerok. Bisain lo. No. Wait.
Once again, congratulations to Alter Ego for winning that match
AE.
against Rebellion Zion. So, leg 1, 2-0.
Leg 2, 2-1.
Leg 2, 2-1, but still Alter Ego being able to get the dub against the newly crowned. Okay, no, actually, they were the old Kingslayers. The newly crowned Kingslayers is Geek Slate. But basically, it was a tough opponent. But they were still able to overcome it. And that's why we love Alter Ego.
And they were still able to get full points. Alter Ego. They were up against tough opponents, yet they got full points. Just like the people back at home can get some points on Indomart Point Coup.
Oh, what's that?
That is the loyalty/membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomart. Right, Gani?
By becoming a Indomart Point Coup member, you could also get points from every purchase, right? Exclusive great deals for members and even free products or special merch / So download the app, be a member, and always use Indomart Point Coup. To answer your question, you're right.
You're right. And on that note, let's take a look again, or let's take a dive again.
What question?
At what?
The keys to success,
The keys to success, Eterna.
It's phobias. According to Pi.
According to Pi, it is phobias, but we will see. Maybe there's a deeper meaning. 1-1. There you go.
0%.
Picking 1-1 equals to loss. So keys to success. Bold drafting from AE. I don't want to say it's bold. I think they learned from game 1. They're like, you know what? 1-1 is pretty useless. Let's just leave it open. And then they smacked Rebellion's 1-1 in the face. Support heroes were the key in team fights, and this could not be more true. Put my boy Rasi on the Estes, on the Diggy, on the Lolita. Put him on the cover heroes because he pops off.
He does pop off. Like points that we were talking about before already, right? Indomart Point Coup, ladies and gentlemen, we have to stress this yet again to you guys because it's so value, right? The loyalty membership app to get the maximum benefit and best deals through every purchase in Indomart. By becoming an Indomart Point Coup member, you guys can get points for every purchase, exclusive deals for members, and even free products or special merchandise and presents.
Wow.
Download the app, be a member, and always use Indomart Point Coup.
That was 10 seconds.
Thank you. And you can see here, if you guys get the points right, if you don't really understand the points, because I'm not explaining it well enough, you guys can head on to the venue at Menara Kuningan, check out the booths, because look, it says, buy diamonds, get free bonuses.
And this lady right here will tell us exactly, or will tell you guys exactly what we tell you, which is Indomart Point Coup is the loyalty/membership app to get the maximum benefits and best deals through every purchase in Indomart.
Yes.
Same info.
Same information, but we gotta stress it over and over so it gets to their minds, right?
We're
giving
brainwashing you, man.
Value.
Value,
but of course, the value is related to gold. And when I think about gold, I think about UBS Gold because there's gonna be coming soon a limited edition UBS Gold merchandise collection X MPL Season 11, and you guys can get yours from ubslifestyle.com as well as UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. And we talked about this before. I think they're waiting for the playoffs because good things come to those who wait.
Wow, take a look at the pose there, Return. Now that's a very sharp pose. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, we have to check out and grab the Grab app as well.
MPL ID Season 11 has already begun. The Grab promos are ready to enjoy. For new users, enjoy a 50% discount on Grab food to power you up. Just like how AE were powered up with a 1-1 pick on the enemy side. We're watching online with the MPL IDX Grab promo code or get a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car for watching matches offline at Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary. Also, if you guys want to win some MLBB hero skins, go ahead and do the Grab challenge. It started yesterday. Check grb.to/MPL.
To add to that, there's another app that we should grab.
We do. It's called MaxStream.
It's MaxStream.
It's MaxStream, right? Because you can enjoy watching MPL ID there, or if you're bored, you can also go in for the exclusive content that they have in their app, right? Because it's an app that combines OTT and channels, so you don't have to switch between these apps. So it's a lot more efficient. You guys can check out There's Love in Game, I Love Coach with Rachel, The One Believe, Rasha the Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express. So don't forget to catch that on MaxStream. And ladies and gentlemen, before we prepare for the next upcoming battle for Aura, the Dragons against the Porcupines, which is ONIC, we are going on a short break. So me, Eterna, Mirko, as well as Gani, will see you in 5. Stay tuned.
決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli-beli, beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli-beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli-beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。 虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab baik ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
杉崎野原、喜べ男子、こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Esports, Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原、喜べ男子。こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Beli. Gratis ongkir. Beli.
Gratis ongkir. Beli. Download sekarang. Pas TV. Beli.
Belanja di Indomaret makin banyak untungnya. Kumpulkan cashback poin jadi untung terus. Makin sering belanja, makin banyak poin yang kamu dapatkan. Dapat diskon, jadi untung terus. Bayar belanjaanmu dengan poin yang kamu punya. Belanja jadi gratis, jadi untung terus. Dan untung terus dapat banyak promo. Jadi member Indomaret Poinku sekarang. Untungnya non-stop.
Os! 決まってこうぜ。
少し乱暴しようか。
釘崎野原喜べ男子こう一点よ。
邪魔だ。虎杖裕二です。好みのタイプはジェニファー・ローレンス。よろしくお願いします。
This is where you can find yourself. As true as the purest gold. Be forever young. Be lavish. Be timeless. I am 24K, bling like no other.
Halo para pengejar.
Pak, saya bantuin ya.
Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, pasti ada diskonnya. Pesan GrabCar pakai promo Yuk Grab. Halo para pengejar. Kejar ini, kejar itu, kejar. Keep kalem, nggak ada kata telat. Pesan Grab Bike ada jaminan anti ngaret.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL ID Season 11, the last day of Week 5. And to finish it all off, it is the Yellow Porcupines once again standing off against the Red Dragons. Who will come out victorious in this upcoming battle? Because the pressure definitely is on the team that you see on screen right now, led by Coach Paul Levy. Fluffy there as well. Because remember, if they lose this match against ONIC, it makes their chance to the playoffs a lot more slimmer, and so their fate is in ONIC.
It's gonna be an uphill battle for Aura Fire. Meanwhile, ONIC, if they secured a victory here, they might secure the upper bracket 100%.
The Dragons' last breath. It is up to them right now. The fate of their playoff run in Season 11 will come down to this match. If ONIC prevails, it's almost goodbye to Aura.
Aura gonna become Aura Ashes.
Ooh.
Like Sheffin, like Sheffin likes to put it. Once again, to accompany you throughout this last match, it's me, Eterna, Gani, as well as Mirko. And of course, I completely agree with you here. I think things are looking very important for Aura. They needed to secure this, but how will they do that? You can say this is the first place team on the standings going against the 8th team in the standings.
Looking at it, it's just a big difference, right? And the way they play, all the way to the skill level of both these teams, it feels like Aura Fire are so far below of ONIC. If we take a look at the standings, if we take a look at every single one of their games as well, especially in Leg 1 when they matched up, ONIC were actually taken to a 2-1 game, right? It wasn't a 2-0. So take a look at it right now. MPL ID standings, once again, to remind all of you that Aura Fire are still standing at 1-9 with Alter Ego winning. It will hurt their chances to make it into the playoffs even more now. They're going to have to make a miracle run happen if they still want to make it.
But a small hope still remains here for the side of Aura Fire. Leg 1, it was 2-1 here for them. Will they be able to somehow repeat to a Game 3, perhaps 2-1 victory? Any victory might work, but let's take a look at Leg 1.
Leg 1 was where ONIC actually experimented a little bit with the Paquito in the jungle. Obviously, with the Paquito in the jungle coming back, you can already see the Dairoth as well. This combo that they utilize with the armor penetration, technically, or the physical defense shred from the second skill from the Dairoth was accompanied by Kyrie's dashes, the jabs, to actually just wipe out Aura Fire. This was also the Aura Fire that used Kabuki in the jungle, with Van still not able to play right after the promotion. Hai was still the roamer as well, whereas now we are seeing Godiva back in action. ONIC also was utilizing Dreon, so there was a lot of changes already from the first leg all the way to the second leg, where ONIC and Aura have both found their winning lineup. But with the secondary lineup that played, Kabuki was able to secure a lot of neutral objectives, especially early on, making it very tough for the side of ONIC. But in the end, only one man from Aura was really performing, and that was Kabuki. When he gets shut down, it almost feels like ONIC will just win every single fight. Even here, you can see the setup by ONIC, understanding that Kabuki is going to be the main issue for them. They target him down, he's dead, and it's over. ONIC completely controlled the game from start to finish. But then there was a moment of hope from Aura Fire where they were able to somehow, some way, beat ONIC in a massive team fight with a crazy steal from Kabuki, being 7,000 gold down. ONIC were not utilizing the normal fundamentals that they usually utilize when they were winning. And Aura Fire took complete control of that, showing that even the 8th place team always has a chance to come back in the game. ONIC now will have to give them their full respect.
Well, it's going to be very tough still, right? Sure, in the first leg, it was 2-1 here with Chide even on the roster. Let's see, though, leg 2. What will ONIC bring and also Aura bring? I personally feel like with the changes, though, Godiva surely will win. Well, surely will be in the roster. And I feel like he will bring some new plays.
And here in the third game, we mentioned a crazy comeback they were able to pull off In Game 3, though, they were completely outdrafted once again, similar to Game 1 and 2, but ONIC went back to the fundamentals. They were able to utilize the lead that they have, and they were able to utilize the crazy mechanics of their players with boots on a signature that we haven't seen him on for such a long time, on that Paquito, the Heavenly Fist, we used to call him. And this juke right here was absolutely phenomenal by Chayed, actually getting out as well, outplaying Drian, getting him into a bad position. Showing that again, even AURA FIRE here, 1-9, still with proper mechanics to make these crazy outplays work. However, we can see that again, they were really struggling in this match where ONIC were able to completely control the tempo despite having some of their members picked off. It's Kyrie on the Hayabusa. The Hayabusa that we've all known for so long, absolutely styling on every opponent except for RRQ just this week when they were actually swept. Well, not swept, 2-1 on that Hayabusa. Still though, ONIC this game went back to the fundamentals. They didn't go for anything too crazy. They didn't go for crazy skirmishes that was useless, right? They went back, they played it right, and this play right here really was the highlight, where CW was able to buy a lot of time for Kyrie, buys the immortality right on time, outplays AURA with the help of Kyrie's signature Hayabusa pick to pick up the triple kill for his teammate. And then it was all done and dusted. AURA FIRE will significantly need to improve in that department to shut Kyrie down in the jungle.
That's exactly what happened there, ladies and gentlemen, at leg 1 between these two teams. And I think respect is a huge theme of this battle, right? Because there were, I think in leg 1, I think the Faramis was a huge problem for ONIC, honestly. They failed to ban Facehugger's Faramis out, and they have to suffer a loss there. But on the other side, they need to respect heroes for Sans as well. And this brings me to my point that both of these teams, both ONIC as well as AURA, they really heavily depend on their mid laners' performance.
And it basically shows, right, with ONIC having such a meteoric, crazy run here in Season 11, Sans has been in form. The best mid laner in MPL Indonesia, the best player in MPL Indonesia, as a lot of people like to call him. 5 phones, can't even begin to imagine. But on the other side, Facehugger, like you said, AURA are very mid lane centric. They play around Facehugger's calls, drafts, and even playstyle, right? With him having not so good of a season so far, with him having a lot of issues performing on stage, AURA has not looked like their Season 9, Season 10 form. They are a completely different team, and I think right now we're definitely seeing that there is a shift as well. They can no longer play through Facehugger. They play through the gold lane and their new prodigy jungler, Van.
And I think cheese strats are also an important part of AURA, right? They were able to get a little bit of an advantage. Well, I wouldn't say a little bit, as they were able to win that game against RRQ through the cheese strats, and that's reflected here in the keys to victory.
It is. Here with the keys to victory presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. Anticipate the cheese strats, like you mentioned, Eterna. AURA FIRE were able to take game number 1 away from RRQ just yesterday with a crazy cheese strat that Phoveus in the gold lane up against a Wanwan. Prioritize Kadita as well for ONIC strat because of how flexible it truly is. Honestly, I wouldn't say it's just the Kadita. Just pick up flex heroes in general, whether it's the Grok, the Valentina, in the Kadita. The mid lane duo, Keyboy and Sans, they're so darn flexible, and it would be a shame to see them not utilize that against someone as flexible or a team as flexible as AURA FIRE. But there's keys to victory right here as well. Disrupt ONIC's early aggression from the mid duo that we just mentioned. ONIC has played a lot of games based on getting that mid duo ahead. When that mid duo is ahead, automatically Kyrie will be ahead as well. This is why the mid duo from ONIC is so important, because it sets up greatness for ONIC, especially in the jungle, with also the last point being Van needing to win the objective contest against Kyrie, which he was able to do a lot of times. Not against Kyrie though, against the other junglers in the league.
All right, and it poses the question, right? We're talking about the mid lane, right? The mid duo for ONIC. Is it Drian? Or is it going to be Sans this time around? Because in leg 1, it was Drian, But before we begin, we want to thank our sponsors. MPL ID Season 11 is powered by Moonton. Presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A Series A34 and A54 5G. The official mobile internet partner at Telkomsel. Our official gold partner by UBS Gold. Our partner in esports, Dunia Games, Grab, Secret Lab, and Blibli. Our official broadcast is Maxstream. Broadcast partner, Teferi Sport. Our partners, Indomart and Point Coffee. And of course, MPL ID Season 11 is supported by PBSE. Now coming back to that topic, right? Drian was the person that they put into that mid lane in leg 1. Do you think we're going to see a similar lineup?
We might, right? We might, because remember, as Miracle likes to put it, Sans plays 5 phones. So perhaps today, he would like to take a rest, playing all 5 phones. So we might see Drian coming in the fray. And I mean, technically, sure, it was a 2-1, but it worked, right? With Drian in the fray, his Farsa still very strong. And yeah, back to my point, we might see Drian. And for the side of Aura, though, they need to bounce back, perhaps mentally. So let's see the official starting lineup.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the official starting lineup for both ONIC as well as Aura Fire. And we're going to start with the Yellow Porcupines. And it's Drian in the mid lane, not Sans. So maybe you're right. Maybe he's a little bit tired for playing so well. You know, he needs a little bit of a break. So the last Kage here gonna step in for him today. But from the side of Aura Fire, already a different lineup that ONIC is forced to face here, with Van in the jungle, Kabuki back in the gold lane, and of course Godiva stepping up in that roaming position.
About to see here them as the Red Dragons. Let's welcome the 8th place for now, Aura Fire.
The team that has struggled throughout Season 11 with only 1 victory. 1 match to be proud of for now, but they are stepping on stage confident as ever up against ONIC. Right after their 1-game victory against RRQ yesterday.
If they can build on that momentum, they can definitely translate into that match today, but they have to go back and remember what made them so strong yesterday, because they are up against heavy competition.
Let's welcome the Yellow Porcupines. Now it's Drian Esports, not Sans. Drian playing all 5 phones perhaps, but let's welcome Team ONIC.
Yesterday it was Sans Esports. Today it's Drian. Let's see if they have the same amount of teeth here in this next upcoming match against Aura Fire. But with Drian stepping in, so far we've only seen Drian on the Farsa this season. I'm wondering if they're gonna go for more flexible picks for Drian, because we've seen him pull out really crazy picks, right, from the coach, right? We've seen the Akai mid for Drian. We've seen, what else have we seen? Grok mid as well.
Hanzo mid,
there you
Lapu
go.
mid. Drian is crazy, and I think that's what he has that Sans doesn't. The flexibility. If we said Sans is flexible, this man is
a gymnast.
He's a gymnast. He is crazy. He is more than flexible. He can go everywhere, anywhere, all at once.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Let's see though. It's gonna be Yeb taking on Palevi again for leg 2. Who will have the better draft? Remember, talking about drafts, Yeb has a 75% win rate.
It's so dynamic from the picks and the bans for the side of Coach Yeb here, who has taken the helms for ONIC. But what instantly stands out is the most banned by opponents, being the Fanny, Hayabusa, and then Valentina. So respect towards Kyrie and Sans, more so than even the 1-1 and Joy. That's been the pattern, and that's just how crazy this team is. They don't even need the 1-1 and the Joy to pop off. They can pop off with any hero, even the heroes that aren't meta right now. The Ling, we've seen it on Kyrie, he has 1 on it, and for the most bans, it's still the standard 1-1 and Joy. They still really hate 1-1 and Joy. And from the bans, you can instantly see that they always enjoy being the first pick more, or being the second pick, my bad, more than the first pick with the bans, right? 1-1 Joy mostly banned out by the second phase team, and that's what Coach Yeb has been doing, securing a whole lot of second phase and getting those last picks and first picks in the draft for his team. On the other side, though, we can see for Aura Fire, it's a bit different here, where the most banned by opponents is the Fermis and Kadira. Obviously for Godiva and the crazy mid laner himself, Facehugger, who hugs faces. He's pretty good at that Faramis. He used to be the Season 10 best Faramis in the league. But most picks, it has been the Fredrin. They have a rookie jungler. He's very new to the scene. He doesn't have a lot of heroes that he's comfortable with, especially on stage. But when they go for the Fredrin first pick, it usually means that Van finds a whole lot of success. And with Van doing so well, so much pressure is relieved off of the main man, Kabuki. On that Claude, he is an absolute menace.
That's something that they need to look out for, right? These important picks for both of these teams, which is why I mentioned in the beginning why it's very important that the theme for this next matchup is definitely #respect, right? But we're going to take a look at the Season 11 rankings in terms of average GPM. CW has the highest, and he has the highest and not in average as well, right? He had a 1,000.
He got the peak as well, yeah.
8, I think, GPM in one of his games.
He's crazy.
And it just really signifies that CW, the person, the gold laner who's mostly been bullied, always. And he shows that in his interviews that at this point, he surrenders to it. But even against that type of adversity, he's still able to farm up a storm and become that impact later on in the stage of the game.
It's going to be indeed very interesting here, seeing him going head-to-head in with Kabuki, because remember, leg 1, he was head-to-head with Chide. So with Kabuki, who has faced also a lot of trials and tribulations, it's going to be very interesting to see the matchup.
He is the best weak side goal laner in MPL Indonesia Season 11, right? And that's usually what they find success with actually Boots getting the winning lane and actually winning that matchup, because Boots is an absolutely phenomenal mechanical player. Same goes for CW and everybody you see on stage. Why? Because they are facilitated with the best phones in the industry.
And that's the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G, and not just for playing, right, but for making content as well. We see that a lot of players from the side of both of these teams, they like to make content on all those platforms. But ladies and gentlemen, listen to the specs, right? The RAM is up to 8 gigabytes. The memory is 256 gigabytes. Its screen is Super AMOLED with a refresh rate up to 120 Hz, Exynos 1380 processor, 5G ready, 5000 mAh battery, and this is the best part, right? Quad cameras of up to 50 megapixels, and of course its IP67 water resistant rating.
For real?
From only a 4.999.000 IDR. It's affordable.
Whoa.
You can get cashbacks of up to 300,000 as well. So what are you waiting for? Check it out on samsung.com/ID and grab the Galaxy A Series 5G before you regret it, because, you know, everyone has it already.
No flickering on that phone. Indeed, right? Galaxy A Series 5G. Check it out and be the best.
Be the best. Just like Eterna, the best.
The best. When we're talking about Eterna, it's not Eterna, it's the Eterna.
The Eterna is going to introduce you to the drafting phase right now, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to game number 1 of the last match of week number 5. Aura and ONIC.
Let's go.
And like you mentioned here, Miracle, ONIC on the second pick. Very similarly reflected to what we saw in the most ban and picks, as Aura Fire already banning out the Fanny, the Fredrin, the Valentina, and ONIC with the Kadita as well as the Joy. Now, my question is, are they going to take away the Faramis away from Aura Fire? As, like we've mentioned before, the Wanwan hasn't found a lot of success.
Let's see here. Will ONIC somehow learn from that game? Still 0% this season. 1-1. And there you go. ONIC still with the 1-1 ban though. So Aura Fire, what will they respond with? Kanja is still open.
Kanja is still up for grabs, but they want to secure the signature Farsa here, not only for Facehugger, but also to take it away from the last Kage. We do have the player head-to-head, though, from Fluffy and Boots. 2 of the XP lanes that were called the best back in Season 10. The top 2 XP laners. For Fluffy, he has really fallen off here, not really finding any success in Season 11, in the lane matchups, he does pretty well, but what made him special back in Season 9 and 10 was how active he was across the map, how much of a presence he was. He's aware. He's not fluffy. He's a man. And if we take a look at ONIC, they pick up the fair miss once again, just some dive. And they supplement that with Kaja flapping his birds into the Land of Dawn. I mean his wings, not the birds.
Well,
one thing.
Okay.
Flapping his wings.
What's wrong?
Never mind. I mean,
It's okay, go ahead.
technically Farsa has a wing as well, so.
Oh, okay.
She's blind though.
Anyway, right? This is interesting. I thought that Aura would have actually opted for the Faramis pickup first, but they actually go for the Farsa instead. This is signaling that they need more. Because I can't say mobility, because Faramis also has really good mobility. I guess they need wave clear in that mid side. They want to be
Range.
able to dominate, and I was going to get to that, but range. Maybe they want to try and shut down CW at some point in the game. But Aura here, they're going to take a hero for Godiva first because of his, I would say, lack of hero pool. And the Melissa comes up as well, and this is for Kabuki.
Should be for Kabuki. Let's take a look at his Melissa stats though. He's sitting at a 2. He picked it up 4 times, 50% win rate. ONIC have picked up the Claude. Like we mentioned, good matchup against the Melissa. And on the other side, for ONIC, he's sitting at a pretty good win rate on this Claude. I believe right now, he has picked it up a whopping 9 times and he's won 7. My God, that's an unreal stat.
That's unreal. And we got a comment here from Coach Yeb though. The defeat against RRQ in the Royal Derby made us realize our team's shortcomings. And I would rather lose in the regular season than in the playoffs. So yeah, Yeb, sometimes, you know, you need an L.
Sometimes you do. You need that L to wake you up from the dream that you're having. Maybe too good of a time here, but 9-1, now 10-1. It seems like they have definitely learned from their mistakes, and they are playing it really well now with advance coming in. It's going to be the glue, respecting that matchup. It's pretty interesting, though, because they have picked up the Faramis for themselves. The Faramis being a natural counter to the glue with that split. The Faramis passive, taking more damage. Why do you think they banned the glue still?
I feel like it's just somehow to target Fluffy, right? To somehow force Fluffy into a somehow a weird hero. Oh my God, Aura is also going to commit to a EXP lane ban. Oh, that's going to limit their options, actually.
It really does. But remember, we took a look at the head-to-head, and I agree, Fluffy hasn't really found much success in that EXP lane, but when he gets his interesting and unique picks, sometimes he's able to get ahead, right? We saw the Akai arrival coming through yesterday, and they were able to create so much map pressure for RRQ and create map pressure for themselves to create more opportunities for their aggression. They might want to go for the same type of strategy here against ONIC, realizing that ONIC, they're also really good at that map control. But looking at the second phase here, we see that ONIC gonna go for the Ling ban, denying that away from Van, because we saw that go in together, right? The Ling as plus with the Akai as well. It gave them so much mobility in the early game. And what ONIC is saying right now is they want to take away that early game away from Aura, because that's what they do best.
That's very interesting, though. Like, I understand the Ling ban, targeting towards Van. He actually won the game yesterday with the Ling, but we've only seen him find success once, right? The Ling ban is kind of like a force. They want to force Aura to pick what here? That's the thing right now. I really don't know what they're trying to force out of Aura with the bans towards Glue and Ling.
Oh, Alice. Can Van play the Alice?
Yeah, we have seen it, but he lost on it. 0% win rate as of yet.
Let's see here, ONIC. What will they go for here first phase? Well, their pattern is they really like to secure hero for boots here in the first pick of second phase. So he likes the Thamos this season. You might see another.
Thamos Grok is an option here.
Charizla.
Okay, so Charizla here for boots. Aura, honestly, I don't mind. I don't hate the Akai pick, whether it be in the jungle or in the EXP lane. I don't think it does really well against the Charizla in lane, so maybe in the jungle, but I like how it's going to be able to disrupt the clumping of ONIC here. from the side of the Cult Alter, obviously by the Faramis.
I think that makes sense definitely right now if you are Aura Fire, but again, you kind of want the enemy team to clump up as well if you are on the Melissa, right? So the Akai and the Melissa not having the best of synergy. They will just go for a Uranus pick and the Akai. Uranus though, okay, my goodness. Uranus making its debut in Season 11. Not a lot of burst from ONIC technically, but there's going to be a lot of DPS in the later stage with that Claude. Wow. I mean, I've seen this before. ONIC, they have picked up something crazy before, like the Lunox in the jungle. Up against the Uranus is a very good pick, but they can just go for something even more stable. I think the Hayabusa also can work, although up against the Akai, it's going to be a bit tough to pull off. I still like it on Kyrie. I'd take my chances on it.
Or use the Kaja in the jungle. I think that's an option they can go for. Faramis roam, and then they can pick up something like the Lunox if they want to shred through the damage of Aura right now. But yeah, okay, the Hayabusa comes through here for ONIC. And the thing is, with the Uranus pickup for the side of Aura Fire, I think they want to go for more side lane dominance. Honestly, sure, Uranus doesn't have the damage, but it has the sustainability to cut through those lanes. And maybe that's what Fluffy wants to go for. They want to cut lanes, get the dominance in that EXP lane, and then start to be able to convert that onto the other lanes. But looking at the audience prediction, I'm even surprised it's 16%. Yesterday it was 9% against RQ.
I thought it'd be lower.
A single-digit percent. I think that was the first time for audience prediction, but those are the 10 heroes indeed. Let's see though. Drion on a Faramis. Honestly, I think this is the first time seeing him on a Faramis here.
In Season 11?
Season 11.
Yeah, it is. I think he's only played the Farsa before, and if we take a look at the statistics here, Drion, I think he's played, just Farsa. He's played Farsa 3 games with a 66% win rate.
And that was against Aura.
That was also against Aura, you're right. So, let's see. Oh, we got an audience comment from Biam Tugu. Play Drion too. As a Sonic, I would love to watch them.
And then what else did he say?
What?
What else did he say?
I would like to watch them win with Drion, the Last Kage.
You requested and you shall get, right? You request Drion, you get Drion. But seeing the draft here, I want to ask personally, Eterna, what do you think?
About?
The draft.
The drafts? What do I think about the draft?
Is it looking hot, especially for Aura?
Honestly, for Aura, I forgot what Kabuki picked up because I accidentally wrote Kabuki instead of the hero.
Melissa.
Melissa.
All right, so it's not too bad, right? Because the Melissa for Kabuki, I think one of the main lanes for Aura is going to be that gold lane. The Melissa against a Claude is not too bad. I think she can sustain a lot. Getting a comfort hero for Kufra was also very important. And the Akai though, this is what I wanted to ask Mirko. Akai and Hayabusa when it comes down to the 1v1s for the contest on the objectives. What do we think about this?
Akai.
All right, then I like it for Aura.
For sure. Like it's a big smack for Hayabusa. What Kyrie is going to do in this game, based on the draft I'm seeing here, is he is going to go for the high-end dry and he will just move over to the XP lane. Again, playing through their winning conditions for ONIC. It's always been Terizla, boots on a winning lane. I honestly feel like the Terizla is still a very good lane against the Uranus early game. And that's where ONIC want to utilize the Hayabusa. Here, there's a fun fact by Grab. Go ahead and scan the QR code if you guys want to use the promo code. In leg 1 of Aura versus ONIC match game 2. It became the longest game in MPL Season 11 with 34 minutes.
Wow.
31.
That QR code is for the promo code?
Yes.
Oh.
Fun fact by Grab.
That's what it was this entire time.
Fun fact
I haven't tested it.
You thought it was like...
Wait, I'll test it now.
Go ahead,
you guys
open up your Samsung phone.
It's gone.
Technology though. You can always just tap on the screen. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
why.
I can't.
She's tapping on the monitor.
It's
Tap
not
on your
working.
Samsung phone.
Right,
All right.
sorry.
Hey, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be the... Well, we're going to witness game 1, MA Bits, right?
Yeah.
And remember, Aura Fire, they need the win to increase their odds to secure that playoff spot. Meanwhile, ONIC, why do they need a win? to secure upper bracket.
I think they already have it secured
not
at
yet,
this
not
point.
yet. Not
98%.
100%. It's
98%, right?
Doesn't it like depend?
Yeah, it's
No.
gonna depend on some like it. Honestly, for
But
ONIC,
without
it's really,
Sans though. Usually they depend on Sans, right?
yeah, they depend on Sans to play on all 5 phones. Here you can see MPL date though. The camera focuses on 2 members. If Sans was in the crowd, it'd just be 2 of them.
You're right, you're right. Luckily though, Sans is not in the crowd. And ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to remind you, you too can use the promo code MPL date to get a 20% discount. Where? Bli. That's B-L-I-B-L-I.
Yes, bring your
BIL?
mom, bring your sister, bring your father, bring your cousins, bring your neighbors.
Bring your
and your
in-laws.
sparring partners.
What's up with the sparring partners?
What's wrong with sparring partners?
Well, sure, you can invite your sparring
right,
partners.
why not? You know, like we always say, right? Everyone fights in the land of Dawn.
And awesome is for
but
everyone.
is friends outside of the land of Dawn, like
Yeah.
you see on your screen.
Like even yesterday when Evos took the ISF trophy and raised it in front of Bigatron's faces. But then after the match, they were all fine and dandy. They were hugging backstage, and I was there too because I was speaking to the best players on planet Earth.
Cute though. Take a look at your screen now.
Oh my God!
They're on a date. They just met.
I want
That's
one of
super cute.
those.
You know what, guys? One of the best moments of this MPL date code promo cam, the MPL date cam, was also Evos and Bigatron. It was Marky and Dlarsky.
Oh, you're right.
Also true.
And Dlarsky gave Marky a little bit of a peck on the forehead.
A peck.
Brotherly love.
Brody skill.
Brody skill
What's
too.
the name of the skill? Is it Abyssal Strike? No, it's not.
No. Abyssum Strike is die rod skill. I think you die if you get hit by that.
We should just call it the smooch, no?
The smooch. Oh yeah, I think we will
Alright. Or the
rename it
peck.
officially. It will be the smooch.
Okay. I'll float with that.
Well, look at this guy. He got a new girlfriend and he brought in his new
Whoa.
girlfriend over to the MPL.
That's
When
a
are you
huge step.
guys getting a girlfriend?
That's a huge step though.
What is?
Why is
Having
it
a
a
new
huge...
girlfriend, bringing on towards MPL,
Alright.
that's like, I don't know, you should have 7 dates in perhaps, then bringing them to the MPL date.
No, but that's the beauty of MPL.
Yeah,
you know,
meet your girlfriend here.
you meet your girlfriend
future
here.
girlfriend.
It brings people together.
Just
it's
like how Arashi met
intimate.
Sheffin.
Yes, exactly that. Exactly that. Even the Aura fams here, you can see here, Aura fam. They're on a date.
That's a big date.
That's that.
We got an Echo
that's
jersey,
a weird
though.
date. Oh, I love the Echo jersey. Where's
Yeah.
my Echo jersey?
I don't know where's your... You should ask the
You
community
said
manager.
you pre-ordered for me.
Hey man, the community manager is ghosting me.
Why?
I don't know, man. I'm asking way too many questions about Echo and Aura.
Oh, really?
I guess. God Sans, though!
Oh my god, he's not playing, but he's watching everyone.
He's
a
is
hive
watching
mind.
us all. By the way, if you still want to know, the second skill of
I
Brody
do, I
is
still.
Corrosive Strike.
See, I knew it
Corrosive
was
strike.
something strike.
Okay.
That's why I said Abyssal Strike.
Okay.
Something
Corrosive.
strike. Turns out it's Smooch.
It's corrosive, right? I mean, you can just rename it to Smooch.
How does a
Corrosive
smooch become
smooch?
corrosive?
No, just a smooch. You don't need to add the corrosive there.
Didn't brush their teeth.
Here, you can see. Oh, whoa. He brought a. What? Whoa, what is that?
That's a bag, right?
That is a bag.
Please?
It's not real.
Okay. I got a little scared for a bit.
Look at this. We were looking at low. Now we're looking at high. He's in the crowd watching his team as they will try to achieve some new heights.
Is it with Sans?
That is not Sans.
Oh, I thought it was Sans.
He's not wearing the jersey though, so I don't think he's going to be playing at all.
Who, Sans?
Sans and high.
Oh.
Are you high?
okay. You are high.
No, I am a jungler.
Okay.
Sometimes.
Okay, but ladies and gentlemen, we are still waiting for the issue here, perhaps, for game 1. The draft has been set. And wow. We might see an Uranus jungler here.
There is no way. No, wait.
That is a possibility.
Oh my God.
Akai arrival. Fluffy played
He
it
didn't bring the
yesterday.
arrival here, did he?
I don't know.
I can ask them. They're literally right behind me.
Go.
No, they're still fixing the issue. But here, not only can you go on an MPL date, you can go on an MPL play date.
Oh my God, you're right. It could be Uranus.
It's Van though. It's not high.
Oh, it's Dreon. She's wearing the Dreon jersey.
Oh
a
my
mini
goodness.
Dreon jersey. Oh my God! And she has a Samsung phone. What a Chad! What an absolute
you have
Chad!
one?
I do.
My goodness.
No, but Van is a utility jungler, no?
Fredrin, he likes the Fredrin.
Right, Fredrin, Akai, Alice, Smartus. He
And
pulled
Ling.
out the Ling and the Lancelot, but
True.
even then it
Yeah.
was...
It tanks a lot, no?
Yeah. So maybe the Uranus could be.
Uranus jungle, very hard to contest objectives though, because Hayabusa shreds Uranus, especially with the flanks.
All right. But look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have redeem codes for all of you waiting at the venue or even watching us from home. Small emblem packs. Here, I'll read one again for you. 7GGW3MJs
You're not helping them. You're not helping them.
F68BT22Q5X. It's Gani.
You're not helping Gani.
What?
You're not real. You're really not helping.
There you go.
I'm getting bullied, guys. Help.
It's okay, like you said, even CW gets bullied, but he finds a way to get 1,000
To be rich.
GPM. He is an absolute rich guy, the richest pro player on stage.
Honestly,
Look at the gold.
you're the richest caster here, no?
In the world.
Oh, sorry.
In the world,
IT
that's not me.
dubs.
In the world, that's Wolf. Kuya Wolf from the
IT
Philippines.
Miracle's lying.
But here, it's definitely Eterna.
Lies. See? Miracle's a liar, guys.
I don't think that's true.
You know,
Are you sure about that?
one of the viewers DM'd me and was like, Eterna, are you really this certain age? Because Miracle says that you're 36.
No, I said you're 95 on stream.
Oh.
You're wrong. She's
See?
96.
He's a liar, guys.
I'm misinformed. I don't think I'm lying. That's the information I was given.
But ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the English Desk podcast.
We're still waiting, ladies and gentlemen.
We're still
waiting.
Brilliant move, though.
I love podcasts,
Bro,
though.
Yesterday we saw from Fluffy, the
Let's-
man on your screen.
You know, I want to read a comment from the live chat.
Okay.
Okay.
Pick it out.
Okay, I'll pick one out. I'll pick one out. In just a minute. In just a single minute, I will look for a nice comment here. Maybe somebody wants to get shout out, but I hear that, oh, there we go. A comment by Albert Alofius. He said, GG MPL, we're so excited to see what you have in store for us next. I love that kind of positivity.
There's a comment from Ivan.
Uh-huh. What does it
Good
say?
luck, ONIC.
Oh.
Right? Good luck, ONIC. Thank you,
Thank you.
Ivan. Ivan
Nifari?
Nosferatu?
There you go.
don't know.
Anyways, we're very sorry, ladies and gentlemen. We are still trying to resolve a technical issue, it seems, that is happening right now. So please be patient with us, ladies and gentlemen. That's why we are back here. Welcome to back to the caster desk.
And that's
with
why we're opening up a podcast.
Mi Mirko Eternagani. Miternani.
Miternani.
Or we could just be Go Turco.
Mirgona? Mirgona? Does that work?
That works.
Mirgona?
I want to hear your thoughts, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Combine
Your
our names,
thoughts.
right? Combine our names. Make a new name for us, perhaps, with the hashtag as well. If you have a better idea than Mirgona.
Mirgona.
Go Turna.
Oh, where's Miracle part?
Yeah.
Go Turco. Go Turco.
Go Turco.
Go Turco.
I don't know, ladies and gentlemen. You guys figure it out in the live chat.
You
Use the
guys do
hashtag. You're still waiting here for game one. The draft has been set though. We're just still solving issues. Can I peek over?
I think they're confused too. They don't know what to call our trio.
It's fine. It's
Because
fine.
with Arashi, it's Mirgoshi.
Right.
Oh, with you, yeah, with you.
And with Eterna, it's Eterna Water.
Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, while we are still waiting for the next upcoming game, you guys can also wait for the coming soon limited edition UBS merchandise collection X MPL Season 11. You guys can get yours at ubslifestyle.com as well as UBS Lifestyle e-commerce, because I'm hearing that this merchandise is lit.
It's lit and it's also limited.
Limited, exactly. There
Boom,
you
bang,
go.
bada bing.
Boom. Oh, that's your first boom bang bada bing.
No, I did it already.
Well, it's your second boom bang.
It's my second.
All right.
It's my second.
I'm sorry.
I said the boom bada bing when
It's a boom
I
bang bada
predict-
bing. Excuse me, not a boom bada bing.
bing bang bada boom with the MVP Fermesuelo.
Oh.
You guys go back and rewind and you will see
famous
it.
line from Suelo. Think. That's how you translate it to
So
Indo.
badly translated.
Yeah. For Indo, it's Mike, the Suelo line, but here it's think. Just think. Just think about it, bro. Think about it. Yeah. Anyways, we're still waiting for the game to start. As you can see behind us, we have our host, lovely host, Bude Clara Mongstar, actually
Where is she?
interviewing some. There's a big screen right behind us.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know which.
Hi, Bude.
It seems we are
But
getting
before
ready,
we
though.
go in, I have a question.
Okay.
All right.
Okay, from looking at the drafts, quick prediction. ONIC or AURA?
Gonna give it to the yellow porcupines.
All right.
What do you go?
You?
H-Runner's gonna go for Aura. That's 100%.
Yeah.
ONIC, Aura, Bigatron Alpha.
All right. All
Three
right.
teams.
All right. I'm hearing that we are moments away of going into game number 1 here, once again, between AURA FIRE as well as ONIC Esports. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for game number 1. And we can finally start to see things go down. Now, this is an interesting thing, right? We need to talk about these side lanes, Mirko.
Yeah. I'm looking at the jungle. It's actually a Kai. All right, we're back in the game. But the side lanes here, in terms of the matchup, Kabuki will have a pretty good time against CW. Even though he's on the Claude, it's still an okay matchup for CW, as he is going to be able to scale at the same pace with Kabuki. It just depends on how ONIC utilizes that and plays through their winning lane, which is going to be in the XP side.
All right, and you can actually see the amount of pressure that they're actually putting into the EXP lane as well. And of course, Farsa, once again, Facehugger, already being able to get some XP, get that level 4, and have a little bit more pressure when it comes down to this neutral objective take.
Feather, edge strike top, call alter as well. Boots will try to target Facehugger. Take a look at Kyrie. He gets the first turtle. Vando now will be the main target. Boots will be in range. But take a look at the backside. Van will fall as well. First blood goes to the yellow porcupine.
It's a disaster. The assassin, that is a gimmick pick. Like you said, a very risky pick for ONIC, is working really good with Kyrie, just showing his prowess on that retry. He didn't even try. It seemed like he just walked over, retreat, and took it. And my goodness gracious, is anyone really surprised about this? Town prediction, only one Aura, and it's Eternal Water.
I see the potential in AURA FIRE's drafts. You know, they're playing to their strengths. Hopefully they can carry it out a little bit better. And of course, you know, Godiva on the Krufus should be able to limit Kyrie's movement. So a little bit more pressure onto Godiva here in this next upcoming match, because previously we saw that nobody was able to touch Kyrie. Kyrie, once again, and being Kyrie, going to be able to get more of an advantage when it comes down to those objectives on his comfort hero, which is a Hayabusa.
Kabuki has something against the Melissa skin, the Nobara skin, the Jujutsu Kaisen skin. He's still not using it, but Godiva is going in.
Going to catch Keyboy, forces him to flicker away. 1 HP. Kyrie here with the quad shadows trying to cover and perhaps give pressure as well. But in the meantime, Claude gets a couple of gold shield turret here topside.
Some good pressure placed down by the side of ONIC already. CW actually getting some more gold to play with as Kyrie, he go full on.
Oh, nobody saw that. Godiva now very low, and Keyboy will secure the kill, combined with the shadow kill earlier from Kyrie. Will they look for more? It seems like both teams here resets.
I think he was anticipating where Hayabusa was supposed to be, but he kind of did it a little bit too early or misanticipated. And so he had to waste an ultimate there. But at the moment, like you mentioned here, ONIC still able to control the early game with a 1,200 gold lead here. You can see Keyboy already opening up the map, opening up vision. And now it's going to depend on how they're going to be able to control Kyrie as Godiva goes in, though.
Oh, suppression connects here. Godiva will be able to escape. Van now finding the second neutral objective. And that's an equalization there from the side of AURA FIRE. But ONIC still with the gold lead. Take a look at Uranus here already, being such a nuisance in the purple buff, forcing Kyrie to use the retribution. Shadow kill popped. Fluffy, will he be able to escape this time? Oh my god, Kyrie needs to... Oh, penalties on Flicker! And Kyrie secures the kill. He needs C. Halberd.
He may need C. Halberd later on in the game, but right now, with the help of Boots, I think he is going to be able to dish out proper damage. And the rest of ONIC will obviously also have that Dominance Ice built up, so I think it's going to be all good. Right now, in the XP lane department, in the itemization, I think we have a little bit of a skirmish up there, but the Claude has built up the DHS, and this is not good at all for Aura Fire. The Claude actually has a gold lead against the Melissa here, so Kabuki not really able to fully bully the Claude. Finally, he jumps in, but again, this is not what you want if you're Aura Fire.
I mean, people say that Kabuki is sometimes a little bit too passive in the lane, even though he gets a hero that should be able to bully. Sometimes he plays it a little too safe, and we can see that kind of being reflected by how they're playing the game here. But once again, ONIC here in the mid side, they're going very aggressive onto Van, but he is still able to kite away. But once again, looking at the goal differences here by UBS Gold, we can see a stark contrast where ONIC, they're leading on all fronts.
They are?
Uses the flicker, but top side, take a look at Facehugger. Finding the kill on towards CW, even though he popped that Purify now. ONIC, they are slightly behind with that kill. But again, still, with the gold lead that they have, they will look for the mid side here.
What's interesting is the way ONIC are playing. They're actually giving Kyrie so much resources, right? He's actually being given the mid lane as well. He actually cleared that out alone. Drian was waiting in the bush. So they're really banking on Kyrie snowballing this game.
Let's take a look here as the turtle has spawned, and the first structure is actually going to be claimed by Aura Fire. Top side turret taken out, and take a look at Melissa already going to the mid side. It's going to be 5v5 potentially here in this turtle take. Let's see, Van trying to delay the turtle take. Fluffy now jumps in on towards Rian. Kyrie in the backside. Force Kabuki to pop the go away. Shadow kill. Well secure. Not yet the kill. Van securing the neutral objective. Now Van pulled. Feather Ace Strike. Pop Keyboy being the only recipient now. Gets taken out. Placing the wet. Pop as well here. Not really enough damage, but Van now will be the target. Facehugger in the backside. Will be claimed by Kyrie. Van survives though. It's 1-for-1. Fluffy flickers away.
What was that, right? Aura Fire were already able to nullify that kill pressure from Kyrie on to Kabuki, and they were also able to get the turtle. Why was the fight there? What happened there, Mirko?
Yeah, they stayed a bit too long there. Also noticing that the Melissa was very low. They could have pulled back, but they wanted to go for a fight that was in favor of ONIC, but somehow, some way, they were still able to find a kill, right? It was only onto the roamer. Definitely still worth it for ONIC as they were able to find the Farsa. But overall, it's not too bad for Aura. They were able to find a turtle, and Van was able to utilize the passive from Akai really well to sustain out of the Claude damage early game. That's not really visible just yet.
And now it seems like Godiva trying to look for another engage perhaps onto ONIC, but I'm not really sure what they want to translate that onto. Maybe they want to steal the buff away, but even then, there's no neutral objectives on the board as well. As once again here, I think Fluffy on the Uranus, once again, he's playing the same function as the Akai, in my opinion, right? He's trying to get to those side lanes, trying to put the pressure onto, but wait a minute.
Oh my god, a catch perhaps here onto his keyboard, call Ultra Pop, but take a look at Kyrie. Got stunned in the back here, and Kyrie picks up the kill. Van pops the heavy spin, but not enough damage. Kabuki and Van gets taken now. Kyrie finds a triple. Will he go for the Maniac here? Go Diva. Will escape, but Fluffy, take a look. Oh my god, Kyrie will not get the Maniac as Rian will pick up the kill, and the mid lane fall.
That was such a bad team fight for Aura Fire.
Again, I think the targeting is the main issue here for the side of Aura Fire, because the engage could have worked, but they went on Keyboy, the man who is the roamer, the guy who can utilize the Divine Judgment. Plus, as well, they did not take into account Drian, who has the Call Alter, who can make those plays happen to bait out these fights.
Shadow kill on towards Godiva. Drian secures the kill. Kyrie here, low HP, but ONIC, they still secured the Lord. Aura Fire under heavy pressure.
I I mean, right now, I feel like Aura Fire, they're going in for setups that ONIC already have prepared the countermeasures for, right? Because even if, let's say, Godiva goes in with the flicker combo with the ultimate from Kufra, you can instantly see that being popped in by Drian with the Cult Altar. So any follow-up afterwards is also already going to be nullified. And then Kyrie is at liberty to go into the back line, knowing that Godiva is already popped in all his resources, and he's free to take the kill, and you can see him pressuring even Facehugger as well as Kabuki in the back lines. So Aura Fire, they need to figure out a different way to go about these team fights, because if they keep doing the same thing over and over again, they're just going to give more kills onto Kyrie here. But look at the bottom side.
Conceal play, 4-man on towards Fluffy. Suppression connects CW, claiming the kill. Aura Fire, no compensation whatsoever now. It seems like the inner, mid, and top will be taken down. ONIC still with the lead.
Pay attention to CW, right? He actually got the corrosion side, third item in his kit in the 10th minute of the game. That is unreal. The man is an absolute beast of a farmer. And it's honestly just crazy, the fact that he's able to do that with only 1 kill and 2 assists. That really shows how efficient he is when he is farming in lane, how he's managing the waves, because now you gotta pay attention on him. He has the power spike, grew super early.
Shadow kill placing the wet. Let's see. Kabuki will be taken out. Facehugger in the backside low, popping that feathered airstrike. No casualties from the side of ONIC. Last inner turret bot side will be taken out. Aura Fire again losing their marksman.
Oh my god, did you actually see what happened there? How I observed it, sorry, I know there's in-game equipment because I really need to get it out, but here, ONIC, when they went in for that fight, Kyrie went in, and then he did the shadow kill, right? So they clump up together to prevent that damage from going through to one single target. But once they clump up together, then a CW goes in with the Blazing Duet. So there's a mini wombo combo that they've actually set up onto Aura Fire, and that's how the damage goes through onto them.
There you go. Nice spot right there. And, you know, this is why ONIC really enjoy going for the Hayabusa, because, like you mentioned, it is a good way of pumping them up.
Oh my god, Drian though will be caught here. Boots pinned down, will be taken out. Fan securing the double. CW pops that Blazing Duet, finds the monster kill for Kyrie. Another member falls here. Double, triple kill for Kyrie. Stop this man, he's merciless.
How do you stop him? Not even the world champions was able to stop this man on the Hayabusa. ONIC are running wild on Aura, and they keep on going. They keep on styling.
And mid turret gets taken down. Fluffy now forced to use the Winter's Truncheon. Facehugger trying to find more space perhaps with that feather airstrike.
Oh my god,
but 2 base turrets taken out before the enhanced lord.
Oh, it's crazy. It's crazy. 12 minutes in, he gets a BOD. He already has an endless battle, a Melvic Roar, and a Hunter Strike. 12-minute BOD, that's his 4th item in this game. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. It feels like we're not even in the same meta. It feels like they're stuck in the old meta where it's the hyper carry where he gets so much gold.
Oh, Drian will be caught with the setup here, so it's going to be 5v4. Let's see the recall. Cancelled by Keyboy, but now he's running onto it. It's a 4-man gank. Kai claiming the kill. Kyrie finds Facehugger. Legendary for this guy. Boots pinned down again. But CW will just go for the base. And ONIC, the yellow porcupine strike first.
That was just... ONIC outclassed Aura there. There was not much to say.
No mercy.
Wow.
Given at all. The Dragon's last breath, and ONIC want to make it short and sweet.
It's incredible. It's incredible how ONIC just keep pulling these things out, right?
Amazing.
The way that they were able to play around the composition that was given to them, the micro movements, Kyrie just, you know, styling. There's just so much to talk about when we're talking about ONIC. But what do you say about Aura Fire at this point?
They tried to use the cheese picks, the gimmick picks, just as the keys to victory mentioned. They tried to secure a hero that should win in the neutral objective battles, but it's just a big diff. Like we mentioned, ONIC #1, 10-1. Aura 1-9, 8th place. It's a hard match for them, and they will have to be able to deep even deeper now. no more hiding strategies. It's now or never.
All or nothing as well for Aura Fire. In game 2, perhaps all they need is to just sharpen their game plans, perhaps just be more in sync. Whereas in game 1, it was ONIC, Kyrie, with this Hayabusa, he was just unstoppable. The damage was, the game was incalculable.
And you mentioned that in game, right? You mentioned that in that mid lane, they actually fed the waves onto Kyrie.
And it worked out, right? Getting him to snowball that much, the way he was playing the hyper carry meta. Again, it's so good, the way they played for Kyrie, the way they understood that Kyrie was so much ahead, so far ahead. They just gave more minions, more resources for him, and we saw the result. 12 minutes in, 4 items, a BOD in an endless battle, 100 strike and a Malefic, right? 100 strike, okay, cheap item, sure. Everything else, pretty expensive. My God. And even CW, 10 minutes, Corrosion Scythe. The amount of gold that they had was insane. And what's more impressive is the amount of gold that they had on the right targets. It wasn't just all of them having a small gold lead. It was 2 of them, the core 2 members, having a massive gold lead and the rest just being even.
That was just something that we're not really, surprised about, right? I mean, like number 1 on the standings against 8th place. I feel like with the gameplay that they commit to, they should build a gold lead. And with that, they were able to get the items way ahead. And in that 13-minute game, I felt like that turnaround happened during that overcommitment from Aura in the 7th minute of the game around the turtle. And it just really snowballed, like even worse from there for ONIC.
Definitely, man. Just look at Van's items. He has 2 completed items, the Sky Guardian helmet and the Anti-Curse. He hasn't finished up the Cursed Mask just yet. So Kyrie has 4 items. He has 2 times the items with the same amount of game time. Look at the gold. This is the biggest gold differential, I think, ever in MPL ID of Season 11. 7,715 to 11,000. That's almost a 4,000 gold lead for Kyrie. And even CW in the lane. Like we mentioned, the Corrosion side was built up already as well for the side of the Melissa. But CW had the Wind of Nature, was building towards a Malefic Roar. There was so much more gold going into ONIC. Aura were just, at first, they were outclassed. But in the end, they just had no gold to play with.
Literally no gold, right? From rotation, and I believe even from the drafts, the Uranus pick, sure, it's cheesy, but I don't see the impact whatsoever.
They have to wait for late game.
Exactly, and Facehugger, the Farsa, was just locked by Kyrie. And take a look at the post game already. Kyrie, 800 GPM. But Drian, though, props to him. Debuted, Faramis debut, highest to carry.
Pretty solid debut on the Faramis, right? I mean, the man is known to have a very crazy big hero pool. So here, even doing the most damage, Kyrie actually is number 1 GPM here. So it's not CW. Despite him farming in the gold lane, it's Kyrie. They feed so many of the resources over to him on the Hayabusa. And it happens again. The Kyrie magic that we saw at M4, he brought it here against the World Champions' sister team, Aura Fire.
That's what I also love about Facehugger. Not Facehugger, but the Faramis, right? Like, there were so many moments where, like you mentioned, right, the gold was actually fed onto Kyrie, that mid-wave. And, the Faramis was nowhere there, but still he was able to output that much damage. That's what I love about the Faramis. You don't really need to feed him too much. He's still able to dish out the damage in the early game as well. Really good mobility, really good cover. And that kind of proves why Faramis is such a contested pick these days.
You know why? To add on to that, why he dealt that much damage, not just because of the base damage, but also the passive. Remember what you said? Kyrie, shadow kill, forcing them to clump up, passive comes in, that's a wipe.
And now we're taking a look at the gold curve here. What exactly happened, right? Initially, you see like there was a dip here for ONIC. Aura Fire was able to gain back some momentum, but afterwards, it just went all downhill from there. That's actually even before that 7-minute moment that I picked up earlier.
Here, it's pretty clear for the gold charge. Take a look at the duration, right? 2nd minute there, that was a turtle. Right as they got the turtle, they were able to get a pretty good advantage. And in the 2nd turtle, it actually went over to Aura Fire with proper setup around the neutral objective, unlike the 1st turtle. Then they got a little bit of gold going, but unfortunately, those power spikes hit already for Kyrie. even though he was only able to secure the first turtle, he was able to secure a few kills and assists around in the bottom lane. Remember the play they made on Boots, on Fluffy with Boots?
Yeah.
That kill gave him some more. He was farming, invading the enemy jungle. And even though Van secured the neutral objective, there was always something that Kyrie was able to steal away, some resources in the enemy jungle. And that's what differentiates Kyrie here from a lot of the junglers. He's so good at pathing.
That's true. And on top of that, that wouldn't have worked on a hero other than Hayabusa, right? Because I was thinking about it, right? Like naturally, you would think that an assassin is weaker than a fighter, quote unquote, and has no damage against the Uranus. But because of his passive, the true damage that comes through, he's just able to penetrate the Uranus like really well.
Yeah, the high and dry, you know, penetrating Uranus very easily with a lot of penetration. Look at that. True damage on top of the 100 strike and the Malefic Roar. And then he builds the raw damage, BOD. Oh my god, he even goes for one last Fury Hammer. He should be going for the Heptaseas there. And if he got the Heptaseas, I think Quad Shadow, Shuriken in, Facehugger dead. One Shuriken, I think, is going to be all he needs with the Heptaseas, if he got that.
I mentioned Sea Halberd, but it seems like without the Sea Halberd, even the Uranus explodes, right? So it's just amazing itemization, amazing knowledge as well from Kyrie, his pathing, his timing. Yeah, Uranus was irrelevant.
Basically, Uranus is not safe against Kyrie.
And it requires the Uranus to snowball, right? Honestly, because maybe if things were a little bit different, I think the Sea Halberd would have been built. But because they were so far behind,
I don't even think so.
The Uranus, what?
They have Dominance Ice properly already. The respect was there from the rest of the team, and guess what? They're always clumping up together. So
I think we need to try it, like Uranus, and then I'll try with the Hayabusa, and then like
you'll flank with the Halberd.
Exactly.
To penetrate Uranus.
Yeah.
We can definitely try that. But here we are going to take a look at the pathing, phenomenal pathing from Kyrie, understanding which lane to go to. Because take a look, again, focus on Kyrie. We're not getting the fights that well, there you go, here. He always goes to the winning side of the map, which is going to be Boots up against Uranus. The thing is, Uranus is a losing side. It's very easily flanked, and it's very, very vulnerable. And Kyrie takes full potential of Uranus.
I mean, again, it's clear. Kyrie, apart from that Uranus, during team fights, he just locks. Farsa locks. Facehugger there. So the Feather Airstrike, it's not effective, you know. And at the end of the day, it was actually ONIC slowly building their lead, and it was too big at this point to turn back, to turn it around. Bando claims a double. Even so, right, ONIC, they were just too far ahead.
Yeah,
Too far
that's
ahead.
why I questioned the Farsa pick. Amongst
This one right here.
Farsa and Faramis, I would have thought that Aura Fire would have capitalized over the Faramis pick, because let's say Kyrie picks up something like the Hayabusa. Enter Cult Altar, enter Miscalculations. What?
Enter the Blazing Duet.
Oh yeah, enter that as well. And it just causes miscalculations. I think that would have been a better pick compared to the Farsa. And there are just so many moments when Aura Fire, they force the Farsa. They want to use the Farsa all the time, but they keep losing. Sorry.
She's
Okay,
the only one away.
Oh no, it's a caffeine.
Talent prediction, Aura Fire.
Yeah.
So you can understand the feeling.
ONIC stand with Aura, seems like, for game 1, but game 2, clean sweep question mark.
What?
Yes, maybe.
Clean sweep question mark, right?
There's a possibility. There's a big one now, especially after a stomp like that, Eterna.
Yeah, and you know, like it was one of the longest games. So maybe we're expecting a long game. And so for those of you who are wondering about your quota,
check it out.
Don't worry. Hold up. Don't worry. Check it out. Because Dunia Games is going to... What was that? Dunia Games will be able to offer you free quota up to 3 gigabytes with every in-game item purchases or even voucher purchases of Mobile Legends.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I am. So if you guys want to get your hands on it, you guys go ahead and check out duniagames.co.id, or of course download the Dunia Games app, because it's a steal deal. Scan the QR code down below, Mirko, to get yours.
Get it right now, right? Check it out. So when you watch MPL, you don't. I don't really have to check my quota
because you already have a lot of.
have a lot of quotas, right?
Exactly. While you're on that, you already have the quota, you already have the brilliant Samsung phone. Go ahead and download the application that will help you with your needs. Transportation, they got it. Food, they got it. Everything, even a lot of other things, they got it. It's Grab, ladies and gentlemen, for new users only. Enjoy a 50% discount. 50%, that's my win rate on Assassins. Add Grab Food to power you up when watching online with the MPL ID X Grab promo code, or get a 90% discount on Grab Bike and Grab Car. My win rate on Marksman for watching matches offline at Menara Kuningan Ballroom Sanctuary.
Check it out. If you would like to win MLBB Hero skins as well, get ready for the Grab Challenge. Yesterday is the first day. So check it out. And for more detail, check grb.to/MPL. Shoosh.
Shoosh. Did you guys already say scan the QR code down below?
Yes. Scan the QR code below.
Don't forget.
Mirko.
It's usually Harashi. Is that why you're going to say Harashi? But guys, if you guys want to head on to the venue as well here at Menara Kuningan, you guys can check out the booth as well, because you guys can get your hands on these Grab gift vouchers. There's 50,000, there's 100,000, and you can use that for yourself, or you can use that as gifts if you're
just like the
feeling
name,
selfless.
Grab gifts. You can grab gifts.
But you can gift yourself.
You can grab gifts to gift yourself,
yes.
And then you grab the gift.
Exactly. So you guys go ahead and check that out as well. It's really fun at the venue. There's so many booths that you can actually explore. Other than the fact that you guys can stare at the players in the flesh and stare at Mirko in the flesh as well.
Stare at
like
Eterna
a lot of people
in the
are
flesh.
doing in the background here. You guys can't see it, but they're just standing there looking at Mirko right now.
Everyone is looking at me. Even the players,
Yeah.
they're not looking at their phones. Even Sans.
That's why he's not playing. He got scolded last time because he was
Oh
too
my
busy looking at Mirko.
These two.
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen, but on that note, you got Grab, right? You also got check out the Dunia games. Maybe there's another app for me to chill.
Oh, well, you can max stream and chill at home. For those of you who love MLBB, MPL 2023 is also available on Max Stream. Max Stream, what is it, you may ask? It's an app.
Wow.
It's an app
Cool,
that
period.
combines video, TT, and channels, so you don't have to switch between apps and channels. So in Max Stream, there are also a lot of channels you can enjoy without paying extra. Plus, on top of that, there's Technostorm and DGTV. There's also exclusive original content that you can only find on Max Stream. That's what exclusive means. The exclusive content could be kind of like Love and Game, or Love Coach with Rachel, or The One Believe, or Russia, The Wonder Kid, and Kolak Express.
Don't miss out on cool and exciting
Synergy.
shows.
Wow.
1, 2, 3. Watch only on Max Stream.
I got the Max Stream part.
Okay,
Alright,
okay.
it's good enough, it's good enough.
It's very good, right, ladies and gentlemen? Please check out the apps
Yes.
out, all right? Grab Dunia games as well, the site, Max Stream.
Yes.
You won't regret it.
You won't regret it, and what you will regret is waiting 40 seconds for the next draft, because AURA FIRE are pinned in a pickle right now.
They need the fire.
They need the fire, not the pickle.
Because after it gets extinguished here, if it does by ONIC, it might be like you, Gani, and Sheffin mentioned, Aura Ashes.
Not even water,
Not even water. It's
just ashes.
burnt. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So stick around, though. We'll see here. I expect a surprise from AURA FIRE here. They need to somehow play the aggressive route, the just all in or all or nothing game plan in the second game.
Not just surprised though, right? Because we saw the Uranus and we were surprised. We need an effective surprise here, Mirko. When you took a look at the drafts, you have your notes, right?
Yep.
What do you think could have been different for AURA FIRE in the drafting phase?
Okay, got it. Terizla pick, right? There you go. Honestly, looking at it here, it's a bit tough. They did the right thing. I don't think that it was a bad draft by any means. I just felt like, again, it was just misplaced. It could have worked out. The Akai against the Hayabusa, it's a lane or a roll matchup that you would expect the Akai to win. Neutral objective steals as well. I think the Uranus pick here in this particular game kind of made sense as well, because we were going to be able to actually sustain back up. There's going to be a lot of sustain, and against the Terizla, we even saw that the sustain was a bit too much for him to solo kill. That's why Hayabusa had to go over to the bottom lane.
Yeah.
But I think the main concern for me is how they weren't able to execute, how they weren't able to utilize the Farsa Kufra lane with proper wave clear and proper mobility to go over to win or to help Kabuki snowball even more in the winning matchup. Melissa versus Claude. Claude does okay, but it doesn't mean Melissa can't put killing pressure. That's still Melissa winning the lane.
All right, so execution issues for Aura here.
Sure.
As we take a look at the game recap, and it was brutal. It was very one-sided by ONIC, and that's why I mentioned when they were able to take the tower there, I was like, what am I supposed to say to that? I agree. I think the draft had potential, but the execution just was a little bit off at times, and we saw that, right? I made that example at minute number 7, where they were able to get a good lead over the neutral objective, which was the turtle. Van already secured it. Kyrie went in for the back line, tried to get a kill onto the Melissa, failed, but yet Aura Fire still commit onto the team fight.
Yeah, and that's just GG's, right? I mean, at that point, of course, ONIC, they're a team that is just so well coordinated day in and day out.
I would use the word composed.
Composed as well.
Right?
Right, poise, such poise.
Yeah.
They have class, you know? Form is temporary, but class is definitely
it's forever.
Right?
Is that what you Arsenal fans say when you go and you lose in the...
We're relentless, all right? We're relentless. But Aura Fire now, they need to show that quality as well, relentless in this current series here, being down 1-0 against the ex-champions of MPL Season 10.
The defending champions.
The defending champions. So they need to show that quality here. Palevi in the second game, he really needs to somehow reconstruct. But you're right, effective reconstruction needs to be also shown in game 2.
But remember, right, every time we see Aura Fire on stage, where is Palevi?
It's what?
Where is Palevi on
the
stage?
locker room.
No.
Oh.
Where is Palevi now? On your
Behind.
screen. Who's he behind?
Face hugger.
Exactly. Right. So what's going on here? What has happened? See, it's face hugger and Palevi drafting.
I mean, I think this has been the case for since
but like,
he
what's
joined.
going on now?
What's going on?
I'm not sure, right? Because
Waiting.
CL...
Is he also shot caller?
Facehugger?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, he's the shot caller. Palevi maybe making
I don't
shots
think Palevi's playing
outside of the game.
Outside of the game, right?
He may be the call man, not the
Right.
shot caller. No, kind
He's
of the
the
same
shot
meaning.
caller to the shot call.
So he makes shots and he calls it for
But-
the shot caller to make.
But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 2 here. The deciding game for ONIC here. If they're able to get another point off of Aura Fire, they are going to further slim Aura Fire's chances to make it into the playoffs. So now you can see here they have opted to swap sides. ONIC with the first pick, Aura with the second. Kadida Melissa ban comes through for ONIC, and Aura will respond with a Joy and a Valentina ban.
Quite straightforward, right, ONIC? They saw game 1 and Melissa was the impact player only from the side of Aura Fire. They're trying to somehow eliminate that impact, that somehow the impact player there. Kabuki will be forced onto another hero, but Aura Fire, sure, their second pick. Joy ban, Valentina ban, and Wanwan. Meanwhile, ONIC this time, they will say no to Pyramus, but Fredrin is wide open.
It is wide open. Now the thing is, do ONIC want to actually take this away? The Valentina and the Pyramus have been banned out here. I think, yeah, why not? Why the Fredrin has been flexed many times before. It becomes such a big question mark to the enemy team. Where Aura Fire, I think they might actually struggle with the second pick here. The Kaja is also up for grabs, technically. Keyboy can definitely go for that, but another hero that maybe picked up here is the Farsa. But they do go for the Fredrin.
Fredrin now for ONIC here with the first pick. Like you mentioned there, Gani, it's flex, it's safe, and it's good for ONIC for the moment. Here, though, Aura, do they want to go for the Kaja pickup now?
Kaja Farsa?
Again,
Godiva
Farsa?
Kaja.
Yeah. We saw Godiva Kufra. The
Oh,
Kufra.
you're right.
Okay, well, I would prefer
Kaja
Godiva
jungle?
on another hero, though.
Kaja jungle? Do you think that could work?
You know, I'd also prefer Godiva to just play the Kadita, but
also
welcome to real life when expectations.
C'est la vie, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the Kaja. Indeed, here, will they secure glue?
If it's Farsa, okay, Claude.
Okay, this I don't really like the Claude pick here.
Why?
Well, I guess they have to go for it right now because obviously the Claude can just be picked up again by CW, and we know 7 times, he's picked it 9 times, he's won 7 times, now it's 10 and 8. 80% win rate on it, but they can't just go for something like the Farsa again, and maybe, I honestly think they don't even need to pick a gold laner here, but I think it's either the roamer or the gold laner is what I'm thinking, right? Because they want to utilize the Fredrin into the second phase to create that flex pick potential. Drian currently has a total of 981 kills from Season 3 up until now, by the way.
I don't know, is that a lot?
That is a lot.
Okay.
Have you ever done 900 kills?
Yes.
Your team is
In game, every day.
Oh, wow.
But interesting. Beatrix pickup. I thought that they would go for something like the Brody, but I guess it has the same function, right? You want to be able to bully the Claude before that level 4. Beatrix is equipped to do that, especially because of her early game power spike. And now Aura with the next pick, they are going to be picking up the Yve, but remember the Yve on Facehugger, I think it's a 38% win rate or something very low like that. Aura now, how are they going to play around this, right? Because obviously they need to find a way to be able to cancel the backline pressure coming in from ONIC. So could they start banning out? What would they ban out? Because for ONIC, I would see a ban to Yuzong.
Yeah, that's why I thought maybe Aura would have wanted to pick up the Yuzong there instead of the Yve, but they know that Facehugger's hero pool is very easily exploitable here from the side of ONIC. We saw that many times from the side of AURA FIRE, but they do decide to go for the Hayabusa ban, knowing now that they have a pretty vulnerable backline once again on the Yve. Not as vulnerable as the Farsa, but still pretty vulnerable to assassins. They might even end the draft with a Ling ban.
Yeah, they're playing it safe here. AURA FIRE somehow, after Game 1 especially, the Hayabusa was just unstoppable. So, second game, they opt for a ban here, but the question is, will they commit to another assassin here? Or will they pick them up themselves? They have a chance to pick up the Ling, technically, and perhaps you're right, ONIC,
Grok is an option for ONIC, Yuzong as well, but what I wanted to mention is the fact that the Fanny is still open. In the first game, Fanny was banned by Aura, and either ONIC or Aura could actually utilize that in the jungle. But okay, there you go. The Fanny ban comes through here for Aura on Q.
It's a big concern, right, that they definitely need to answer, and they do it right here. 2 assassin bans once again towards ONIC. They go for the last ban. It's 2 bans towards the XP lane. Arlet and Glue hinting at possibly the Fredrin going into the XP lane, or they're maybe trying to... The Yuzong is still up for grabs, by the way. AURA FIRE can definitely still go for the Yuzong. I think if they want to go for the Alice, they should just save it for the last pick. I don't think it's going to be contested here, but the Yuzong is something that is going to create a big problem for ONIC, and I think picking it up here is going to be a very smart way to do things.
Yuzong is an option. Masha as well, if they want to go that route. Just anyone that can penetrate into the backline. I think that's going to be very important. They need to find a way to shut down CW as well as Drian on the Farsa. Remember, Farsa is very different to Facehugger, but Farsa for Drian is a comfort and a power pick, I would say. But Aura, they don't go for that. They instead go for the Paquito.
Okay, Paquito here, potentially jungle, could be EXP. Let's see, ONIC, how will they respond it here? I like a Kufra. Give Kufra give Keyboy the Kufra. And perhaps if this Fredrin is supposed to be jungle, you can pick up the Ling. Ling might be.
Against Paquito?
Ling and Kufra.
He's feeling it, man. The Haya in the first game, we said maybe just go for a safer pick, but it's Kyrie. We gotta give it to him. The Ling now means that's gonna be the jungler. Then go for Cho. Nope, they go for Ruby.
Wow.
Against this kind of composition, against the Paquito, it does make sense, right? There's a lot of
engaged,
short-ranged members as well coming in from AURA FIRE that they can really exploit for the last pick. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's most probably going to be, again, it's really tough here, but I think flex the Paquito into the jungle, play a tank if you really want it to be utility, and then go for the Yuzong.
Terizla.
I'd say Yuzong.
Or Yuzong.
I still like the Yuzong.
Yeah, let's see here. Will Fluffy
go for it?
go for it? Will Palevi give Yu Zong towards Fluffy, or will he give the Paquito towards Fluffy as well? We're about to see.
Here we go.
And it's going to be the Karina, so Fluffy.
Karina against the Ruby?
Well, let's see.
Against a Farsa and a Fredrin too. A lot of skills here. Not just the basic attack. It does counter the Beatrix sort of from those basic attacks. But the Karina pick here, we'll see how it works. Does he go for damage? Is this a cheese pick? We haven't seen Karina a whole lot this season.
That's so much CC though.
A lot of CC.
There's so much CC from the side of ONIC to counter the Karina. I'm not really sure. Well, you know, the Karina can go into the backline clearly to be able to take down Farsa as well as Beatrix. They're going to be very vulnerable, but what I'm concerned about is what happens after the Karina jumps in and goes for it, right? There's so much CC, like we mentioned, from the Fredrin, from the Ruby as well, as we are moments away of going into the deciding game here for both of the teams.
Land of Dawn, here we go. Let's see, will ONIC clean house with a 2-0 victory, securing themselves the upper brackets? Or will Aura find a Game 3 winning Game 2? Let's see.
Let's see. I mean, we can already see that Kyrie is going for aggression this time around. Looking at his emblem, it's not the Demon Slayer Ling, but it's the Killing Spree Ling. So very, very similar to his playstyle that we saw here in game number 1. Kyrie wants to go in guns blazing. And now I feel like Aura Fire have a very difficult draft here. And you can see Drian already getting very low.
Yeah, it seems like Aura members here will rotate towards that lethal. Will get it. And it seems like, let's also note that Kabuki is going to be on that Purify here. Somehow trying to play it safe, but against this composition, I don't know, I feel like it's just better to have a flicker.
Really?
Sorry, I don't know. I think Claude Purify can work.
Yeah, I would have thought that the Purify would work, right? Because Kabuki Blazing Duet, Purify, and then he cannot get CC'd by Keyboy onto the Ruby, because we've seen a lot of times, especially last season, that the Ruby pick gets picked into the Claude for that exact reason. So maybe he's going for a safer pick, and then he's going to be able to deal out that maximum damage into the back line of ONIC here. But here in the first phase of the game, not much aggression coming in from Kyrie. It looks like he's more focused on getting the items down.
Exactly. Same kind of story here. He actually went for the killing spree as well. Van on the Ling prefers to go for the Demon Slayer, but Kyrie wants to go for more kills. And if he keeps on getting the snowball, wait a minute, this might be a solo kill.
Let's see, Kyrie low HP, Tempest of Blade popped as well. Fluffy flickers away. Boots will provide cover, as well as Keyboy Vando will have the room to secure the turtle. So it's 1-for-1 neutral objective for Fluffy. But now Godiva jumps in, trying to look for an invade, but they will not commit to it.
Definitely not. Again, it's Aura Fire getting some more things done this time. They understand right now that they need to sacrifice. Similar to match number 1, where Rebellion Zion went for that kind of gimmicky draft, Aura Fire will always try their best to sacrifice or to just buy some time before going in. They understand now that they really need to put pressure down. They can't be too scared to face Kyrie in his own jungle. Invade and shut down the Ling from the start.
Oh, Keyboy already with the map awareness as well, right? You can see him opening up the map. He knew where Godiva was, but right now...
Defender to connect on towards two. Feather Airstrike combined with that. But take a look at Ling. Tempest of Blade instantly on towards Kabuki. But no, Godiva will be the first target now. Suppression coming through on towards Keyboy. The damage will not be enough as Kyrie finds the Finch Poison, claims the kill. Aura though, they move on towards Ruby, the roamer. I don't know if that is worth it.
You gotta look at Beatrix as well though. All the while they were fighting, CW was just farming up a storm, clearing the wave, and Van is caught all alone.
Things are not looking good here. Trying to look for the escape. Whoa, what was that now? Surely this will be a kill. 1 HP. My goodness, Feather Airstrike to secure that one, as Ria now will hold that wings by wings. It seems like Kyrie though. My goodness, what is Kyrie cooking? Finding another kill in the mid side. Tempest of Blade as well. Connects on towards here. Keyboy getting the aggro tower, but it will not be enough as Godiva still survives.
Man, so you could already feel the difference, right? Previously, when Facehugger was on the far side, he used the flicker defensively, but Drian flickers forward to get the kill. Very aggressive, very Drian-esque. And ONIC Esports with the advantage here. 1,200 gold lead already, and they're looking for the next. Very aggressive, very clear that ONIC want to end this as soon as possible as well with how aggressive they've been playing, especially around Kyrie on the emblem that he's opted for.
See, Aura Fire with the setup here for the second neutral objective take. Keyboy trying to somehow contest that setup, but it seems like no commitments just yet here. Rotations though from Drian, Boots as well. Feathered airstrike, Fluffy, take a look, targeting Drian the backside. Fan secures the turtle. Boots though will be the first one to fall. Keyboy now trying to escape. Fan secures the double, gets the triple as well. Take a look at now, Godiva very low, flickers away. Kyrie trying to find a kill. Is this the right move? Aura Fire, they've answered back.
Proper fight by Aura Fire. Once again, they're utilizing the neutral objective strength they have with the Karina, but oh my goodness, CW almost just finding a cheeky little pick there. Fluffy, crisp, clean targeting. And again, the town prediction, it is a solo Aura Fire. This time it's looking a bit brighter for you though, Eterna, as Aura Fire has built up a significant lead here, 600. Thing is though, looking at it, Fluffy, he thrives in these kinds of heroes. Put him on the mobile heroes when he's able to be active on the map constantly. But now, I don't think he should take this.
First structure here to fall. CWO, Fluffy looks for an engage. Half HP, but it's just too much cover. Ruby with the cover, but Van finds the mirror play bot side and claims the structure as well.
Oh, okay. So cross-movement map, it's not too bad for Aura Fire because they were able to trade it back. But right now, how are they going to be able to utilize the fact that they've been able to get those side lanes? The gold lead for Aura right now is not too significant, but what do you see from the items here, Mirko?
Looking at it here, Van has actually been farming way better than Kyrie. He hasn't... Ooh. Wow. Did Drian actually flicker out of Divine Judgment there, or was it down on cooldown? It's a question I need to ask away. Anyways, here, Godiva with the 2 steel leg plates. This is the thing that a lot of people seem to be doing here. I think we saw this as well from Pi with the 4 steel leg plates. Not as extreme, but it does stack. It is not a full item, so the base physical defense that you get from the item, it does stack. He's going for it right now because of Kyrie's crazy presence on the map. He went for the Berserker's Fury first item, and he should just be going for full damage before he gets his boots done.
Damage though, on towards Keyboy. Feather airstrike pop. Godiva, suppression. Oh, wrong target. Keyboy though, very low. Provided cover by CW there with the Demuse Passion. Facehugger zoning some members with that real world manipulation. And it seems like, take a look at Kabuki now. Will claim the inner turret. Kyrie very low. The last turret. Well, Aura Fire secures the perfect turtle here in this game.
And they also get a tower there in the bottom side as well. So Aura Fire, they're not going in for the kills. They're distracting ONIC and are able to get more on the board so far. They've actually elevated that gold lead from what, only 600 before we took a look at the items to now 2,000. And look at this, Fluffy already with the initiative going and taking yet another turret under the nose of ONIC.
And looking at the farm pacing of Kabuki, he should be able to get a similar power spike early on, just like CW in game number 1. He's been farming up a storm. He's also been clearing the jungle camps a whole lot here to get more resources under his belt. The Golden Staff should already be built up here. I think he's just waiting on the Corrosion Scythe next. As we take a look at the real-time win probability presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34 and A54 5G. With more map pressure across the board, with a better objective mind, Aura Fire have been able to increase that significantly, but again,
Tempest of Blade, Feather airstrike to zone the members away. Keyboy brings frontline, Godiva soaking in a lot of damage. Fluffy in the backside trying to deal damage on towards Boots as well. Aura Fire and ONIC, no casualties at this point, but Aura Fire, they look for more here. Boots now very low. Fluffy there, couldn't quite connect. Keyboy trying to escape as well, but Van will escape also. And again, no casualties, but top side, Ling is moving very freely.
Yeah, he's going to be able to push the same way that Aura Fire have been pushing previously as well. And, you know, it's away from ONIC of saying, you want to play the map? We can do that too. We'll split push with the Ling, and you can see exactly what he gets, but in the mid side.
Insta deleted. Kyrie now jumps in, tempestively pop it. CW claims the double. Kyrie trying to escape. Van claims the unstoppable. Finds the killing spree for Ling as well. And Van here gets stunned. The damage will connect. It will, definitely. Kyrie finds the shutdown. And AURA FIRE now, they lost their gold lead.
Such a massive gold lead, lost instantly with one fight. AURA FIRE once again are forcing these team fights, understanding that the Ling is up top, but failing to understand that it is super mobile. You did not take the purple buff away from him, so Kyrie can just maneuver across from top side all the way to the mid lane. Super fast, lightning speed. Meanwhile as well, in that team fight alone, it was Facehugger getting popped by Drian. It wasn't even the Ling who actually got the kill, so even in the proper 4v5, they technically lost that.
Oh, it's looking brutal. 1,600, that gold shift instantly towards ONIC because of how they played the previous team fight.
It's just tough, Eterna. I don't know what to say, right?
Yeah.
I mean, looking at AURA FIRE, they had such a good thing going for them with the objective takes. They are very objective-minded this game. Thing is, though, they looked for the fight at one wrong moment, and it wasn't even a big mistake that AURA FIRE made. It wasn't a big mistake at all. It was just a small little mistake. They miscalculated a bit, and that just shows how good ONIC are. They punish you with that one slight mistake. 4 members down, a shutdown over to Kyrie. 2,000 gold lead now built as they siege and just force everything on AURA.
Things are not looking good indeed. Feather airstrike, take a look at Kabuki. Half HP. Facer at top side here will be the agenda. Oh my god, I'm offended. Connects and Fluffy will be taken down. Facehugger though finds a trade. It's a roamer for the XP. Facehugger retreats with very low HP. And it seems like ONIC, they will not get any base turrets here with that Lord push.
But you know, at this point, the way that ONIC are playing, they need to start respecting the damage coming in from CW, right? And you can even see from the items already built in penetration as well. And onto Facehugger, nearly shred him to 0 health with that one snipe.
And you can take a look at the items, and it's, again, nothing too special. It's not like he has the Holy Crystal in the 10th minute. It's still the Clock of Destiny and the Lightning Truncheon, right? It's not like he has super crazy burst damage. It's the fact that Facehugger miscalculated by a bit, and he was just stunned up there, and you could see the damage. Lightning Truncheon, oh, good move by Kabuki, but Keyboy.
Oh my god, Wind of Nature popped as well. Turret, though, will be taken out bot side. ONIC, with that setup, actually failed to assassinate Kabuki.
But that was... Do you see Kyrie? That's so scary. Can you imagine you're that low, and then Kyrie's just waiting on the wall just to get you to get that last kill in. It's intimidating, to say the least. And now, even with that AURA FIRE, they don't look to go for a defend onto the turret. They're going to let that go, and ONIC just building onto their momentum.
Speaking about the items again, that was shown just a bit right there, I do really want to talk about Claude's item. The itemization that Kabuki decided to go for this game. He went for the tough boots for physical defense. He went for the steel leg plates and the Wind of Nature. Yet, the Beatrix still does that much damage, right? And you can't blame the guy. He goes for that knowing that Kyrie and CW are going to be the biggest threat to him in lane and in these team fights. The only one who can dive to the back line is Kyrie and most probably Boots. But again, that magic damage comes in with you having so, having a very one-dimensional build for physical defense that I can't blame him for. It's just, it makes sense. It's still punishable by ONIC, and that's why ONIC right now are able to dominate the way they are. Drian using the Feather Airstrike as poke, just poking Kabuki, taking him off the map before anything even happens to punish that.
Yeah, because like otherwise, what else would he do?
Exactly, there's nothing he can do.
Like Blade Armor and
he's a tank.
Athena
No,
shield?
don't go for tank.
Like, you
exactly.
can't do that, so really tough position, as you can see here. What did Kyrie just build there?
Malefic, is it not?
Was it Malefic Roar? Even more damage? Are you serious?
Yeah, should be.
With how much damage is already shredding? Oh, it's looking bleak, man. And I don't think AURA FIRE want to contest this 5v5 if that's the case, right? Try to split the map, try to use the objectives like they did before, baiting ONIC into thinking that they want to go, but instead they look for something else on the other side of the map. And I think that's what Fluffy's trying to do, right? He's trying to build more pressure onto the top lane, while the other is going for a fight.
Go Diva will be taken out by the Stipe. CW finding the vantage point there to take the shot. The 5v4 now.
Holy
3v5 now. Fluffy. Next casualty. ONIC now with 3,000 gold. Surely this time they will commit to this Lord. And let's see, will Aura contest? Facehugger setting up in that push. It seems like Van is still hovering around in the area as well, but Facehugger will be claimed again by CW. Kabuki popping that blazing duet. Van here trying to do what he can. Will be shoot away by the side of ONIC.
Again, if you look at it, ONIC are just playing it super well. The macro decisions that they're making on the map, even Van now getting punished by Drion. It's not going to be a kill, but it's still so worth it for ONIC. The forced errors being made here. Aura Fire needed to play the far lane, but then he gets taunted up. And CW, when you only need 2 shots to kill an XP laner, you have farmed up to a point where you're crazy. Kyrie goes for the Corrosion Scythe. You mentioned damage, Corrosion Scythe on top of the penetration. He will be a marksman. He will deal DPS on top of the burst from the Defiant Blades.
Oh man, and the additional slow as well. It's looking bleak, and even Godiva, I think he knows that because he was spamming the new battle emotes that you guys can also get in the game as well. But as you can see here, ONIC 5,000 gold lead, 15 minutes in, 3 waves of pushing. Can Aura Fire defend against the yellow porcupines?
This might be the final push. Aura Fire now retreating. And base turret number 2 in the mid side will fall. Godiva, Flicker Divine Judgment here. No clear follow-up damage though. ONIC trying to kite away. Kabuki jumps in with of nature and blazing duets. Will find CW. But now, take a look at the backside as well. Kyrie finds Kabuki. Van taking Drian out. Boots though will find Facehugger as well. So it's going to be 2-4-2 again. ONIC though, this time will just penetrate the base turret. Keyboy will be taken out. It's 3-4-2 now. Aura Fire, they managed to defend and win the team fight.
It's pretty good right now for Aura Fire. They were able to get a shutdown as well onto CW. A massive bounty picked up. 6-0 and 6, or 6-0 and 5 was the KDA. But Kyrie still remains alive. His shutdown is still up for grabs. And ONIC were able to take 3 base turrets. So overall, it's still worth it for ONIC here in the 15th minute of the game. There he goes. We take a look at the instant replay here. The main problem being ONIC just forgetting that front to back completely. Keyboy was in the midst, but he was not able to peel for his gold laner and even Drian. And you can see, even though Van is on the Karina, building tank, that base damage is really what makes Karina shine, right? With full tank item, just the Molten Essence and your passive can really change these fights with the assassination onto 2 of the most important targets from the side of ONIC.
And on top of that, right, I have a question, right? Because Karina has a passive, right? She's immune. Her first skill gives her the ability to be immune to basic attacks. Does that also include Kyrie's basic attack, or only CW?
Every basic attack, even if the Farsa goes with basic attack, right? It's just the abilities that will or can shred her down. And also, though, it's only when the first skill is still active, right? You use that as a gap closing method. So once you use your basic attack on that first skill, it's pretty much gone.
But
so
it's a quick cooldown, right?
Pretty quick cooldown, but in these team fights against a Beatrix with full items, with so much penetration, you really need to be able to utilize it properly here. And I think that was a case of them actually playing it really well. Now, though, the Lord has spawned back in again, and I think ONIC, the reason they're not going for this is because they're waiting for the Evolved Lord.
Divine Judgment on towards Keyboy, low HP, no Immortal though. Van will exploit that Facehugger, securing the kill. Godiva trying to find another member. Fluffy now setting up in the mid bush there. It seems like ONIC, they're playing this slowly, realizing that they lost Keyboy here. They will not go hard engage. Boots though will open the vision, soaking a lot of damage, losing his Immortal as well. Flickers away calmly. And take a look at the damage now. Reinforcements come through. Fluffy flickering aggressively finds the kill. Kabuki now jumps in towards backside. Tempest of Blade pops as well. The damage 1 HP, but Drion with the Feather Airstrike actually claims a kill. Van though in the backside will secure the Lord for the Red Dragons.
Oh, Aura Fire, they're putting up a fight though. A really good flicker engaged by Fluffy as well to be able to take down that back line. ONIC with that really intense gold lead. What was it? 4,000, 5,000, instantly shrunk to 1,000. Aura Fire still showing that they have a little bit of fight here in the 18th minute of the game. I mentioned, right, it might be a long game, and it's certainly turning out to be one.
The power spike has hit. That's why the Claude that they've been banking on, the guy who's been farming, split pushing across the map just to get some resources down, has finally gotten the male pick roar again also, I believe, with the win in nature. He's still very vulnerable to the magical damage coming in from Zion, but if Aura Fire can keep baiting those feather airstrikes for other members, then the Kabuki is completely free. He's also gone for the Purify, so the CC that ONIC want to place on him is going to be very hard to do. And yep, just as I expected, the Malefic Roar was built up here for the side of the Claude. He even sold the steel leg plates to go for the Athena, knowing that the... Oh my god, I told you!
The magic worship
there you
done.
Go. Oh my god.
His job is done, right? Goodness, feather airstrike there. Insta deleted. And 5v4 here, ONIC will secure and defend the Lord quite comfortably.
That was the Renner shot, snipe, and the feathered airstrike. That's why the Beatrix and the Farsa are usually comboed together. That burst comes from out of nowhere. Literally, it looked like a one-shot, but it's two abilities. My god, even with the Athena, that was with an Athena shield.
That's why, that was what I was about to ask.
Oh my god.
How is that possible? Shredding through all that anti-magic damage to get through and just instantly gone. That's not good. That's not good for Aura Fire at all, right? Because you mentioned they were banking on the damage and the power spike for Kabuki that has already hit. But if Kabuki gets taken out even before they go for an engage, what is the point at this point?
He really needs to choose when he goes in, and even then, if he goes in too late, Aura Fire, their frontliners, aren't really too tanky. Still very easy to actually like melt down. It's just really tough. They need to find a proper opening right now. Meanwhile, for ONIC, they can poke, they can play the long game, and it's gonna be fine, right? Again, that I'm looking at it again. That fight where the Claude got picked off. Yep, it is the Renner and the Feather Airstrike. Complete just headshot there.
Just annihilated now. And you know, with that in mind, it doesn't feel like Aura Fire they have the ability to set up for the next neutral objective. ONIC, Keyboy already opening up the map here, already starting that setup as well on the top side. Aura Fire, I guess they're forced to play defensively.
They really are, right? I'm looking at the space as well from Aura Fire. Very, very lacking here. They need to somehow... They don't really have a frontliner here per se. Godiva will play around the bush. Fluffy here on a fighter emblem as well, Festival of Blood. So he can flank, but to soak in a lot of damage, I don't know. Let's see though.
We'll see. Remember here, 2,000 gold lead. Aura Fire using the Magic Sentry into the top side just to make sure of the positioning coming in from ONIC. It just takes one moment for any of them to pull the trigger to this point. All flickers are up, all resources are up as well. But still a Lord dance happening. It feels like Fluffy might want to go for the engage into the bottom side, but if he does, he might be taken out by Kyrie, who can just go in instantly back with the Finch Poise and take the Lord. What do you think they should do here?
I think Aura Fire, what they should have done maybe is to clear the purple buff away first before they actually go for the Lord, because they have left the purple buff open and Kyrie just took it. Now, there's a little bit more time where he has the purple buff, where he is going to be very, very mobile on the map. And yep, like you're pointing out, they are going to be able to go down below, where CW is waiting patiently.
Tempest of Play pop. Fluffy, though, will have the Immortal.
Oh my god.
Seems like CW will not finish the job there. Good flicker. Well, not flicker, good skill output there from Fluffy, but now Taunt connecting on towards two. Feathered Airstrike will not connect. Boots, though, will lose his Immortal. Rion now taking a lot of damage, trying to cover here. Keyboy, will it do? Oh, flicker in time. And it seems like still no casualty on the board. Take a look at Aura, though. Half HP will not commit to it, and it's going to be another reset.
But the waves, right? The waves. They had to go back for the waves because in the first game, they were shut down because they were too focused on a certain objective and they forgot to clear the waves. And, oh man, items, Miracle.
I think at one point here, especially as we are getting into a very late position in the game. Oh my god!
Oh, take a look at the shred there, damage-wise. Fluffy bought the winner's truncheon though. Will lose is immortal. But it seems like ONIC, they understand that they will not commit to the fight. Take a look at top side. ONIC, they might somehow commit to the lore here. Let's see. Boots trying to give vision and trying to provide that vision on towards Van. ONIC now, ONIC members, all 5 now moving on towards Van. Is this the right call? Van stunned up, taunted. Keyboy finds the kill. Take a look at Fluffy. It was used. Suppression connects. And as well, the winner's run should connect. CW though will have the win of nature, but Druyan Kabuki free hitting there in the bush, finds the double, will claim the triple as well. Will he get the maniac here very soon? No, it's still Keyboard running away. Go Diva trying to give cover. ONIC Esports, they're lost. Kabuki finds the killing spree.
Oh my god, this is a turnaround that maybe Aura Fire have needed from the start. That was really brilliant. Kabuki was dishing out the damage from the bush, and I don't think ONIC really expected where the damage was coming from. And there was a moment where I saw that Drian picked up the Holy Crystal, and I would have thought, you know what, that's so much damage, I don't think he can go for it. But Kabuki, the positioning from him, it's really giving. Oh yeah.
Will they be able to Kyrie versus the world? Finch poise. Tempest of Blade not even popped there. Immortal pops and there you go.
Wow.
Game 2. Aura Fire strikes back. Ladies and gentlemen, say hello to Game 3.
Welcome to game number 3. A little deja vu into leg 1 as now both of these teams, the Porcupines and the Dragons, they're sitting at an equal 1-1. Well played. A bit of an oversight by ONIC, honestly, in that game.
Just super disciplined by Aura Fire. We mentioned early on that they were very objective in the way they took the game, and I think in that late stage, they went back to it. Mid-game, they kind of lost the control to play the objective mind, but in the end, it was always Kido playing the far lane, controlling the minion waves that are going to be slow pushing towards their side because of those base turrets being taken down, super minions spawning in. So with that in mind, they also took the fight at the right time. That was just brilliant from them. They waited until they were all clumped up together. Notice how Facehacker in the last fight, he didn't pop the real world manipulation to save Van. They didn't pop it prematurely. He waited for the right moment. Van's down, okay, it's fine. They're clumped up now, and they've used most of their resources to actually take Van down. And there was a mistake also from ONIC, a little one, where they miscalculated, overextended a bit in that top side, and then the punish came through. Kabuki went in with the BMI. Normally you'd think, no, it's fine, because I can just use the I'm Offended from Keyboy to cancel it out, to get us out. But the Purify, that's the thing for the Claude. He brought the Purify, and that sealed the deal with the Blazing Duet damage and the RWM just spamming around the immobility field together.
Yeah, we were talking about that earlier on in the beginning of the game, about the Purify, the choice of spell. And it paid off at the end, right? He was able to get out of the CC coming in. He was able to dish out the damage. And I think it really was important. And they wouldn't have been able to do that without Kabuki in that late stage of the game, right? He was able to finally dish out the damage because multiple times before the team fights, Kabuki wasn't even in the team fight because he gets taken out first.
A very splendid work there from the side of Aura Fire. They managed to somehow stay poised as well in this game. That grit, right? Finally, I expect them to see them in game 2, and there you go. They delivered. Eterna, I want to ask you though, before we analyze this game, how does it feel to be the right one in this case?
Yeah, the only solo Aura Fire prediction.
That's chill, right? You're so cool. You're so cool, Eterna. My goodness, I'm a huge fan.
All right, got it.
But okay, let's analyze here. Game 2. You're right. Early game, it was just ONIC, right? Somehow just trying and finding the right calls. But after that late game, it's just ONIC losing their poise, which is a rare thing to see.
I want to give a big shout out to Kabuki here. Take a look at his itemization. He sold the Wind of Nature and he bought the Haas Claw. Super risky move. I don't know if he bought this towards the end when he went to end, or if he bought this right before the team fight that ultimately gave them the victory, because this Haas Claws buy is again, super risky. The Wind of Nature, just to nullify the physical damage coming in, it would be pretty fine. But he understands that, you know what? I'll be going in at the end. I am not going to be going in first with my team. I'm not going to be there initially. So might as well go for some sustain instead of the Wind of Nature. So the Haas Claws ends up being so good for Kabuki in the end, who played a bit like an assassin. But on the other side, you can already see as well, there was a very impressive moment in that Lord side of the map when Van was taken down. Kyrie was super low. He buys the immortality while he was in the Tempest of Blade. And then he gets out. A little bit of a, mechanical display showed there by the side of ONIC from Kyrie, but his team got wiped.
That's unfortunate, right? So
Unofficial Maniac? Was it all kills onto
was it
Kabuki at the
triple
end?
kill? I didn't know. I thought it was a triple kill, but it didn't show.
It's, I think, 4 deaths. I think one kill was picked up by Facehugger.
Oh, unfortunately. Well, there you go. But
sorry, Kabuki.
Let's take a look at the post game here.
I honestly think, again, that in this game, the Ruby pick, I didn't really like. I thought the Cho was going to be picked here because of the single target lockdown, a bit more reliable, right? And Ruby in
Reliable,
the end.
very.
What?
Very reliable.
Yeah. But the Ruby ended up being okay in the game, especially in the early stage, but looking at the mid to late, that's where it really falls. And the front to back composition at ONIC were trying to utilize, kind of failed with the execution being dive. They tried to dive right after Van died. They really wanted to push the tempo and maybe get the game right there and then. A bit of maybe impatient there. They're very impatient in that moment where Kabuki was able to fully capitalize, again, facilitated by the man, Facehugger, on the eve. That RWM, the positioning of that RWM to have that immobility field right on the spot where Kabuki pops the BMI, that synergy, that was definitely not communicated. That was just them understanding each other and when to go in. Those instincts come into play.
So even despite Facehugger sitting at a really bad win streak on the eve, I think 30%, 40%, maybe 38% if I'm not mistaken, still able to perform, still understands how to utilize the Eve in those situations, and actually was able to facilitate the plays coming out in that later stage of the game. But Gani, I gotta ask, are you shaking?
I'm okay. I'm shaking because seeing the cold curve here, I think this is the first time seeing the fluctuation here of the gold curve.
It's not the first time, because game number 2 of leg 1, same story. It was ONIC who controlled everything, and then Aura were able to turn it back. However, I do think right now, Aura were able to turn it back due to them being better in game number 2. It's completely different, because in leg 1, I actually thought ONIC just completely threw the game in game number 2. But here, Aura, they actually were able to pull off the victory through their proper decision making. That far lane playing such a massive role, understanding that if that lane gets pushed in, the Fredrin is an immobile hero. And I think that final bait from Fluffy, the one where Kabuki, or not Kabuki, CW had to flicker, that resource burnt out was so expensive in the end, because I think if CW had the flicker, he would have been able to survive. We'll never know.
GG, right? I mean, MVP though, candidates.
Kabuki,
Facehugger, those two. I think it's just those two.
Yeah, you're right. It's gonna be Kabuki though on that Claude, presented to you by Samsung Galaxy A34, A54, 5G.
All right, with the 529 KDA and the itemization, like you mentioned here, Mirko.
He had Wind of Nature mid-game. Look at that, right? So again, he sold that at a point and went for the Haas Claws. Just a brilliant move overall. Early on, we mentioned steel leg plays in the tough boots, just respecting the physical damage coming in from the enemy team. And that's it. It's just standard, but the way he played it was not standard. The way he played it was very smart. He knew that if I came together with the team, if I go in together with a team initiation, we'll lose. I need to play like an assassin.
Mikir.
Think. All right, so it's 1-1.
I know it's 1-1.
Okay.
But in the middle of the game, while you're doing your play-by-plays, I was thinking about the composition from ONIC, right?
Okay.
I would have thought that maybe going against like someone like you see here on screen, like Kabuki. I know it doesn't work too well, but other than Kabuki, I think the Atlas would have been a nice pick for Keyboy instead of the Ruby, because that was actually left wide open for him to take. As we're going to take a look at the MVP highlights here, or just the highlights in general for Aura.
Yep. From Aura Fire, again, I think one thing that's we can say for sure is if they play a proper front to back, they deal as much damage. It's just the range that they need to gap close in. And in all the fights that they won, it's all about them going into that back line and actually disturbing them right after they play the front to back. So it's like a front to back mixed in with a dive comp that they need to time really well. Firstly, they pull back, but right after some of the resources have been used, some of the CC and burst damage has been popped in, that's when they go in. And this is the moment right here. You can see it. They're all kind of chained there, and then Facehugger pops that real world inflation. And like we mentioned, CW did not have the flicker at this moment. If he did, that would have been a very different game. CW gets the flicker back up now, but he's done. The game is done. It was ended there. One little win by Fluffy that he baited out in the bottom lane when he was quote-unquote caught. You need to be taking the risks to be able to get it done, because I think for Aura, they've been too scared the whole season to make these risky plays. That's their strength in Season 9 and 10.
Let's hope they can convert that on to game number 3 with the momentum that they already have. But ladies and gentlemen, us three, we're going on a short break before we can continue and find the results of the matchup between Aura as well as ONIC. So on that note, we'll see you after the break.
Kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, sampai di sini, kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus, and if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back from that short break where we are moments away of seeing the deciding match for Aura as well as ONIC here. It's still sitting at a 1-1. First, it was ONIC being able to lead the series. Aura Fire strikes back in game number 2. And now, number 3, it's up in the air.
It really is, right? It's up in the air. But what I love, again, Aura Fire, they managed to somehow adjust in game 2. They were poised even more. They were just more in control. They have the discipline was just different in game 2. Hopefully they have the same hunger in game 3.
The Dragon's last breath is not a short one. They are here to come and play, and again, with that game, it just shows that they are still capable of being at the top level. Up against ONIC, remember, they are 8th place in the standings right now. You would think it would be a close, or no, an easy stomp, 2-0 for ONIC. It looked like that at the start with a 13-minute game in game number 1, but in game number 2, again, with the draft finally playing with the strengths of Aura Fire. Pakiro onto the side, Mobile Hero, and obviously Kabuki and Facehugger back in form. They're ready to go into game 3.
They're ready to go into game number 3, but Mirko, it turns out that's going to be the closing game of week number 5.
Can we have like 5 days?
Unfortunately, we can't. So, you know, to bring up my spirits, what can I do?
Cinepolis, right? You need to watch Cinepolis. Don't miss the excitement of watching the latest movies at Cinepolis Cinemas with 7.1 visual and audio all around you quality. There's a discount of IDR 20,000 exclusively for MPL ID fans. Just use the promo code CINAXMPL to get the discount when purchasing on Cinepolis website or app. So what are you waiting for? Let's go. Mobile Legends buddies, get your tickets now and experience the sensation of watching the latest movies with 7.1 visual and all around you quality.
Don't forget to scan the QR code right down below Mirkotron to be able to check out the promo code. Okay, guys. But once again, we're just going straight into the game recap here for game number 2. And you can see here the impact players of both teams are on a different role. Kyrie on the Ling, Kabuki on the Claude. And that was actually also a shift in drafts, I would also say, right? Aura Fire prioritized the Claude earlier on because ONIC banned out the Melissa in the first phase of the drafts.
Ooh, and here too, if you take a look at it, right, who dealt the most damage is still CW in the game recap. But the Claude dealt more. There's just nobody to lock him down, and that's the reason it just became so good in the later stage of the game. I think Boots as well was using a taunt to initiate and to look for other picks on the map, not to peel. And in the end, the Ruby, though, yes, it can be that cancel for the team. The Purify nullifies him completely. That would be the same case for the Cho, but it's a bit different because I think in the early game, Cho was a bit more oppressive, is able to find more picks early on. Maybe Atlas could have worked out, like you mentioned, a turn up, but with the Purify being there.
Honestly.
Yeah.
But Gufra was taken already, right?
No, it was actually left open.
Oh,
You
it
picked
was
up the Kaja.
open.
Right, so yeah, the Gufra was up for grabs. It was ready. But I think it would have still been a big problem. The Purify is, you know, the main problem here.
Also true.
So the Atlas, the Kufra, the Cho, all three of our picks would be irrelevant too, with the Purify being there, the way they were playing it as well. I think the best case scenario would just be the Kaja, which they didn't first pick, right? And that just goes to show why Kaja is still so prio. That one single target ability, though it may seem like a small ability, you can only pick off one guy on paper in the game. If it's the Claude, if it's the Yves, almost GG.
That is almost GG indeed. So let's see here the adjustments for Game 3 from both sides. I expect ONIC to somehow perhaps draft more safely as well, right? And let's see. Aura Fire, what will they bring to the table? Ladies and gentlemen, of course, we are still waiting for the draft.
Well, what I know that they brought to the table is their phones.
Ooh,
Remember,
what are the
it's the
phones?
Samsung phone.
That's
What
a
Samsung phone?
good-looking phone. I might buy them myself.
Is that an A34 and A54 5G?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's my phone.
I thought yours was the S series.
I have all the Samsung phones.
What?
It's a collection.
Oh, so you use one for gaming, use the S series for gaming,
I use
and then
all
use
of
the
them
A
for
series for
WhatsApp.
photography.
For WhatsApp.
Oh, one for WhatsApp as well.
And one for just opening home WhatsApp, IG. One for DM IG.
Oh, that's a lot. That's a lot of Samsung phones. So, with that being said, I need to distract myself here, Gunny. He's too rich. We're gonna jump into the drafting phase of game number 3 here. And it seems like ONIC once again have opted for the first pick with the same bands here. It's the Kadita, the Melissa, and the Faramis. Aura with the same exact bands as well, with the Valentina, the Joy, as well as the Wanwan. But one thing that has changed from ONIC is the fact that they don't go for the Fredrin pick first, they go for the Claude instead.
Oh, wow. Whoa, so already a different approach here from ONIC, which just dictates the draft, right? Claude first pick, Aura Fire responds with the Ferdinand and Farsa. Why Farsa? I feel like Facehugger here is more comfortable with that burst type of hero here instead of the Eve. So there you go. Facehugger secured. ONIC will most likely secure the Eve. And
yeah.
Oh my god,
oh, there you go.
Zong.
Because we saw how much damage that the Farsa had in the hands of Drian onto Kabuki, who was on the Claude. So maybe they're looking to implicate the same kind of success in terms of the damage department. But what Aura did not do was pick up a good back line hero that can dive in. They chose the Paquito, but here ONIC, they go for the Yuzong instead. And like you mentioned, they're picking up the Yves too.
There you go, right? A safer choice right now, and it kind of cancels out the, well, basically adds to their composition what they didn't have before. The CC, the additional utility, and obviously the Claude here that is going to be really good. Aura can go with a Melissa ban. It's going to be very hard here because Kabuki has only played mostly Melissa.
Beatrix.
I wouldn't even say
Brody.
Beatrix this season. No, he hasn't been playing Beatrix this season. He's been playing Melissa, Claude, and Carrie. Those are the 3 picks he's been going for.
Who, Kabuki?
He can go for Brody right now with the Carrie too.
Kabuki's used Claude Moskov, Carrie, Harith, and Melissa. So that's an option that he has. If he wants to refer to maybe previous seasons, he could pick up
the Beatrix.
It's an option.
Godiva F here. He opted for a Kaja pick.
Yeah, what's the F for?
Friendly. Family. Godiva family.
Godiva Fire, guys.
Go Diva Fire. I like it, Eterna. Go Diva Fire. So, to complete the draft here, in the first phase, it's going to be the potentially the trio mid, jungle, and as well as Rome. And there you go, Aura Fire with the Hayabusa ban. Let's see here, what will ONIC do? I feel like they should ban out Limit Kabuki in the second phase. Fanny ban for Aura.
Maybe.
Or maybe a Fanny pick for them.
Exactly.
But not sure if Van can go gold lane. It's different from High, right? The reason it was so effective was not only can Kabuki play the Fanny, but High was able to flex into the gold lane pretty well.
Your team is banning.
With the carry ban, yep, they are doing that. Exactly that. I think with the carry ban now, they might go for the Moskov ban next, and they might want to just face off against a Brody over a Moskov.
Let's see, right, ONIC here with the commitment to somehow ban Kabuki. Aura Fire though. Let's see here, will they ban the Fanny? Last time around when they were second pick, they surely did. Right, so let's see here. It seems like Palevi is still taking their time, but ONIC with the Yuzong pick, it somehow, it really secures and somehow counters that Farsa, of course. But what do they really want to achieve? Perhaps just to someone that can really dive in towards the back line. It's not going to be the Fanny. It's going to be the Lancelot here.
I thought that they would go for a lane ban, honestly, but the Lancelot ban. So ONIC now, even though, like you mentioned, we're not really sure about Van's capabilities. ONIC, they want to play it safe. They go for the Fanny ban. Or do they want to pick up the link for themselves, maybe, coming here into the third game?
I think, again, they need to utilize their strengths here. They need to put Van on the Fredrin. That's his signature pick. And get a mobile XP laner for
Turisla?
Fluffy. I don't think Turisla is mobile. I think here...
Fast clear, though, right?
Fast clear, but again, I think Fluffy, what he usually is able to utilize is that mobility, not just about the fast clear, right? Beatrix gets picked up here, a hero we haven't seen in a long time as the fans go kind of wild for it.
Ooh, Beatrix. Is this his debut?
It is his Beatrix debut this season. He hasn't picked it up at all this season. This was the pick that he used to backdoor Evo's Legends.
Used to make the girls scream.
Yeah.
And you could hear the girls screaming as well in the audience. Yeah, it was wild. But ONIC, now they're going to respond with an Akai pick. Quite solid. Grok to follow it up as well. That's a lot of pressure in that back line. A lot of solutions to the Feather Airstrike as well. It's not just dependent on the Yuzong. They have a lot of solutions towards it. So Aura now, how are they going to respond to this, right? The Kai pickup already for Kyrie, I'm guessing?
Yep. Should be for Kyrie. Should be the Akai in the jungle. Again, I think it's the Fredrin in the jungle. I don't think they want to really flex this. Looking at it here, up against the Yuzong, it's really tough to pick a hero here.
They just go crazy Dairoth.
I don't like it, but I'm thinking Benedetta. It's going to be really tough to pull out the Benedetta. But
goodness.
Wow.
Whoa.
So it is going to... I'm not a fan of this Hanzo pick.
Whoa.
The Hanzo pick that Bigatron Alpha picked up was because there was no one who could really dive to the back line. Now you have a Yuzong on the enemy team. You're playing with fire here.
I'm not sure. I don't know how to feel about this as well. Hanzo, like you mentioned, was a really good pick, but not only do they have the Yuzong, they have a lot of people to open up map vision as well. The Kai, the Grok, you name it.
Well, let's see here, the conclusion, right? Composition-wise, I feel like they're in the mindset of all or nothing here for set of Aura Fire. So let's witness the Land of Dawn Game 3 between ONIC and as well as the Red Dragons Aura Fire. Land of Dawn, here we go.
Here we go indeed. Remember, this is the last game of week number 5, and then we're on to week number 6, and that's gonna be the last week. But okay, let's focus here. Okay, well, let's take a look at the emblems and the spells, right? Very different to what we saw before. Here, CW goes in for the sprint.
I don't know, man. I'm still thinking about the Hanzo. It's like, what?
Don't overthink it, all right, Marco?
I mean, it could work. Again, there's a lot of... Even CW is not going to be proper front to back, like purely front to back, right? He's going to be diving in a lot of the situations as well. You know, funnily enough, I think the Hanzo would work against Aura Fire's comp more than it does against ONIC, but we'll see.
I agree.
We'll definitely see, right? Top side though, Boots. Already recalled, pop the Petrify as well. That's a waste spell before the first turtle.
We'll see here. Already some rotations coming in from Godiva as well here to trying to pressure CW in the lane. Kabuki should have a good time in that early stage of the game until CW gets at level 4 Blazing Duet, but with the influence of Keyboy and the Kaja, how does that pan out? What do we expect here?
I think Kabuki, again, it's just the Claude. This is what Claude does. You are able to farm so well, and you are also able to proc those avarice stacks so easily. You can get the gold so easily in lane, and it's going to be a gold advantage that he can get over the Beatrix. That's why we saw as well in the matchup earlier, in game number 2, Kabuki was able to win it, right? Get more gold in the end, even though both of them were farming the same way.
I don't know. Turtle fight here, let's see, right? Rotation-wise, I feel like ONIC, they really want to somehow contest this turtle. Even Akai is already in that vicinity. Take a look at ONIC here. Boots, health, HP. Black Dragon here, not yet activated, still level 3. But it seems like no contest here from side of Aura Fire. Facehugger, wings by wings here to provide cover. Fluffy will not be able to disturb that. Kyrie finds it, but take a look at top side. Keyboard, Watch Art popped, and Flicker. Defensively, still no first bloods here in the first 2 minutes.
That was the issue, right, that we saw. That was a loophole with the Hanzo pick. Van tried to go in for the contest, but Keyboy just immediately goes into the backline, threatens, and cancels Van out. And on top of that, Facehugger opens up the Feather Airstrike, and that too gets cancelled by Keyboy. And that's just one member from the side of ONIC that can do that, right? But imagine if they get all clumped together. They have an answer with Boots. They have an answer with Kyrie as well. And we'll see. Like you mentioned, execution, of course, is important. I think we said the similar thing about ONIC's draft in game number 2, but Aura was able to find a way to come back in the game. So 3 minutes in, still a lot more time until the next neutral objective spawns. But neither ONIC nor Aura are looking for a strike here.
Yeah, I mean, for both of the teams, there's no real reason to force a fight unless they get a pick like this.
Oh, Godiva, comfortable flicker, but take a look at the damage. Oh my god, first blood for CW there. ONIC strikes first here in game 3.
The slow, right? The utility from the Eve. That wouldn't have been a pick if the real world manipulation, in my opinion, was not popped up just yet.
I think it would have still been a pick if it was a Farsa with the stun, as you can see right now, and the burst damage. It's just a matter of the... I mean, in the early game as well. I don't think the real world inflation slows you that much. She's still waiting for the Ice Queen 1. But yeah, he does have a little bit more utility in the end, and that immobility helps definitely a lot here. But Aura are still able to push ONIC back around the gold lane. Kabuki doing a really good job in lane right now, using the weapons really well, swapping, not just staying in 2. He's using the Bandit to clear, using the Renner to poke, to get some turret gold, and the Nibiru to fight.
Now the Turtles up in for grabs here for both of these teams. You can see the EXP laners already going in for the rotations. The setup coming in from ONIC as well as Aura Fire. In this situation, Van level 7, Kyrie level 7 as well. We'll see who gets the better setup.
Let's see. Van here will have the area, but Kyrie wins it. Stun comes through onto his Godiva. He gets taken out. Take a look backside as well. Kabuki will not survive with the pin. Boots picks up a kill. It's 2-4-0, and ONIC wins the turtle.
Just like that, the 200 gold lead that Aura Fire worked so hard to get in the early stage of the game, even the lane that they've worked so hard to win in the gold lane, it all comes down to ONIC winning it. And even here, Keyboy is just being a real bully, man. Putting the barrier to cancel out the recall, stunning him and even pinning him into the other wall. Godiva even, he tried to go for a Divine Judgment. It didn't work, bro. 0-2-0 right now for the Kaja. It's very unfortunate for the side of Aura.
And the longer this game goes, right, as soon as CW gets those item power spikes, that's when I feel like ONIC are going to pull the trigger even further, right? I mean, right now, CW already sitting at 200 KDA, and that's not really someone that you want to leave idle at this point. CW, when you leave him alone, you come back, suddenly he's already full item and he's already dealing out the damage. So Aura, in this moment, they really need to find an answer towards CW before it gets even worse.
You know what? I feel like the composition here from Aura Fire, though, looking at it, they have a really strong high ground here with Farsa, with Hanzo. It's going to be somehow tough for ONIC to penetrate, but of course the Talon's prediction, again, it's got to be the same here, unanimous. Well, not unanimous almost, but still.
Nearly unanimous. Nearly.
Thank you, Eterna.
Only just one caster.
Yikes.
with a different opinion. But look
Who
at
is
this.
Oh, Facehugger here caught in the middle of it all, but Keyboy will secure the kill. Kyrie now pinning Godiva down. Enough damage, it seems like Wall Charge connecting as well, but Godiva will flicker away. Hanzo in the mid side, take a look at that. Force CW to use that BMI. Kyrie will not commit on towards the van in that mid side.
That's so much CC, so much knock up,
much.
and he could have gone for it, Kyrie, but he didn't. He wanted to go in for the neutral objectives instead. It shows a layer of discipline as well. He doesn't just trigger, he doesn't get aggressive, he doesn't get triggered by seeing just a sad Hanzo in the back line, sitting and closing his eyes and, you know,
praying. He's just praying there.
Meditating.
He was meditating. There you go.
He's a yogi.
Okay, Gani. But also, there was a girl with a gun walking down. So I think either way, if he wanted to go for the meditating Hanzo, as you mentioned, I don't think it would have worked here. But the Hanzo has finished the DHS. That's going to be the Fury Hammer and the BOD as well, getting a power spike. Oh my god! Kabuki, 1,300 gold ahead already on the Claude. That's going to say a lot, man. The golden staff has been built up in the 7 minutes on a Claude. He's already on the way to, I believe, a Corrosion Scythe. He may go for the nature, but I think CW is a Chad. I think he'd go for the aggressive route. But like you mentioned, Eterna, it's the Eve with the Ice Queen wand. Now, that's where she finds that power spike too. That slow is going to make Aura Fire, Aura slow.
Okay, Fluffy will flicker away from that pin. It seems like here Keyboy and as well as Godiva will go head to head. Will this be a fight? Stun comes through. Watch out, pop. Godiva will not be able to escape this time. Kyrie picks up the kill. And ONIC, they're trying to somehow slowly but surely suffocate their opponent.
It's bleak. Van doing what Van does best, right? In certain situations like this, he opts for looking for other things on the opposite side of the map. He goes in for the damage onto the turret in the bottom side, getting that small victory for Aura Fire here in the 8th minute of the game. But other than that, ONIC, they're going to be able to push that top side as well, deal that damage, even take the turret with Claude going up there as well.
I think now, for Aura, it gets really tough, right? Because their composition here is going to rely a lot on the front to back, but again, ONIC have drafted in a way where they can really just mess up that front to back. Very similarly to how Aura were able to win in game number 2 against ONIC. Destroying that front to back formation and in the end, getting the flanks with a Claude. Now with the Hanzo, it can still push ONIC's backline, but remember that Yudong is going to be constantly looking for the Hanzo. It's so tough to pull off this composition for the side of Aura Fire, like we mentioned in the draft, and now we're really seeing it. 5-0, 9 minutes in, 3,000 gold lead as Van jumps in.
Grion flickers away, but it seems like now Van will be safe. CW though jumps in with the blazing duet and finds the kill. Will he go for the double? And take a look at Fluffy here. Kyrie finds the kill on towards Fluffy. Boots jumps in on towards Kabuki, flickers away. The Lord will safely secured by Kyrie. ONIC will not force another fight, but Van though with the Pinnacle Ninja here, trying to find a kill, will not gain it, but it seems like ONIC again with the favorable trade.
No casualties whatsoever here. 5,000 gold lead once again, and if we take a look at the player's gold, now this is what I was worried about, right? CW. Nobody was able to disrupt his farming pattern, and nobody's going to be able to withstand his damage as he's far, far ahead from everyone else in this game.
It's too far. It's a bit too far, right? I mean, Kabuki has the BOD, but the only damage he's going to be able to do is to the frontliners. With just a Fury Hammer, I don't think it's nearly enough penetration to actually melt down these frontliners, because ONIC, they built up so many physical defense items already. Keyboy and oh my god, up top, Kyrie.
Heavy spin finds Van, and the damage will come through indeed. Kyrie picks up that kill. And now it's going to be the super minions here pushing towards the bot, the mid, and the top. Facehugger will pop that all top side just to clear though. ONIC still in a very dominating situation.
Aura really just flipped the switch in game 2. They thought they got the momentum, but they only just gave ONIC more hunger, and it's so scary now. Like I said, Corrosion Scythe and the Wind of Nature, 11 minutes. This guy farms at such a crazy rate. 9.8k gold in his pockets. 2.8k ahead of Kabuki.
Another airstrike onto its boots, and he gets taken now. Take a look at the cover. Keyboy and Kyrie jumps in. Trying to find a CW. Finds the mega, finds the double, almost a triple. Here on towards Kabuki. Pinned down Fluffy here. Will be taken out. CW finds the triple here. Godiva very low. Druion 4-man offense. Let's see the defense here. Kabuki and Godiva, will they be able to delay? 10 seconds on Facehugger. It seems like ONIC, they will not commit. They will just go for the base turrets now, as it seems like the top side should be their agenda. Kabuki waiting for that Nibiru's passion here, perhaps. There you go, the base turret top side will not be taken down just yet.
What a fight, Eterna, what a fight. And again, it's just ONIC showing class here, as they have been spamming the emotes. Kyrie's been spamming a tribute emote for ONIC PH. You guys can spam right now the emotes that you guys can buy on or in the shop in-game for all your favorite teams. But again, that's just ONIC popping off CW. Utilizing that timing, again, going in as an assassin, technically.
Kyrie pins Godiva down, and CW will gladly receive the godlike.
Oh man, and now they're gonna convert that man advantage onto the neutral objective. They don't commit for a siege, they're going for the safer route. Perhaps maybe putting Aura Fire in a position that they're not comfortable with, looking for a trap onto them, because they have all the means to do so. They have CW with a very aggressive play earlier on, a Blazing Duet into the back line, and it did wonders. And he didn't even get taken out at the end of it all. And that's going to be a free Lord for ONIC here in the 13th minute of the game.
10,000 gold lead too for ONIC. For the rest of the members, 7-0-3 for the marksman, the gold laner, Kyrie 3-0-8. It's a perfect game. Other than the boots here, we do have a pause to slow down the tempo to talk a little bit about what is happening here. I think it's a simple case of just being outdrafted. But unfortunately, I don't know, I feel like Aura Fire kind of picked themselves, they drafted themselves into a corner. It wasn't like ONIC were forcing these picks. It was the Hanzo picked up after seeing the Yuzong. It was them saying, you know what, yeah, I think we can still make it work, you know?
I mean, what was the purpose of the Hanzo, right? Because, come on, these are like
we know the purpose, but
top-level teams.
It's so easily countered by Yuzong, you know?
They have a good high ground, though. Farsa, Hanzo.
Like, what was their game plan, right? Because we're not talking about amateur team here, right? Even though they're they're 8th place in the standings, there must be a reason or an exact game plan that they had in mind with the Hanzo, but I can't figure it out.
I don't know. We're still figuring it out too as well here. Game 3 though. Oh, it's looking tough here, but Hanzo, right? I mean, DHS, Golden Staff. What else?
Corrosion side.
Corrosion. Those
Then
items
BOD.
will be enough to shred.
Sure.
Brethren, be enough to shred Akai. So perhaps that is where they're like trying to bank on here, the high ground late game.
But like,
I don't think it will work though, still.
It's like bad enough there's one answer. It's worse when there's 3.
Yeah.
Right? You have the Akai, you have the Grok, you have the Yuzong. So let's say the plan is, okay, let's just distract Yuzong or whatever, right? Put him onto someone else. And then they're able to distract him for a bit, right? But then they have 2 more.
Exactly. I think the main problem is, sure, we can just see, okay, they have proper high ground. The thing is, the high ground only works if they're not getting shoved away. The Feather Airstrike only works when there's no one there to cancel, when there's no one there to dive. Right as the Lord comes in, they should probably just pop the Black Dragon form and everybody's forced to back away. That's for a free turret. And if they hide around the base, they move back just a little bit, Claude comes in to seal the deal. Here they're going for a cheeky little pick. This is what they need to look for. This is how they look for a dub. But unfortunately, they're going for it. The
Magic Sentry play with the conceal as well. Finds Claude here, and he gets to shut it down. And take a look at Kabuki, though. He will be the next target. Oh, flickers away. Miss Jukes the purest dive, but Boots will claim the kill. Take a look at the backside now. Van trying to secure and take care of the Lord. And it seems like Aura Fire again, they will have another day to defend here. ONIC has failed. Let's see, 4v4. Minion mid has come through. Feather airstrike now popped just to clear the wave as well. Keyboy will receive a lot of damage, man. Popping his ult here to also give pressure in ONIC's face. But again, Aura Fire, even though with an 8,000 gold deficit, they managed to defend.
Very nice. A Hail Mary play. It could have been a 50-50, but they were able to execute it properly, taking CW down before they went in for the siege into Aura Fire's base here, Miracle.
It's just really good, right? I mean, they had to make that crazy Hail Mary play. It was either that or go for the defense. That, again, would not have worked. They understand that the Black Dragon form will be popped right before the Lord comes in, zoning them away from the base and giving Claude so much space to just end the game right there and then. So Aura, now, sure, they've bought some time, but they need to utilize this. That play was so good because they were on the brink of canceling that play. They were about to just cancel it, not commit to it, but then they pop in the Magic Sentry. Getting the vision, seeing CW so vulnerable right there, they decide to fully commit, and that's, in the end, what saved the game for them. Taking those risks, again, that's how Aura Fire needs to play it.
Can you imagine being CW in that moment?
It's just like,
oh,
what the
happened?
heck, man?
Jump scare.
What the heck?
Oh, but
How are you
beautiful.
Why are you here?
Now, the problem is, right? Plays like that, like fool me once, shame on you, me. Fool me twice, shame on me. So with that being said, I don't know if Aura Fire can replicate that same thing because now ONIC, they're going to be aware of those kinds of plays. Yeah.
I think what you meant is fool me once, shame on you.
Yeah, that's what I repaired it. I was like, shame on me. Wait, no, I said shame on you.
Oh, I didn't hear the you part. My bad, man. But anyways, here
So
with Godiva
sad.
getting the immortality, it does give him a little bit more to play with when he goes in for the flicker plays. I think it's the flanks. If Aura Fire can create a flank, oh no, that's not a flank.
Godiva with the conceal here. Oh, Viewer's dive was huge, stunning Godiva down, breaking his momentum boots though. Will pop the Black Dragon Form towards the backside with Keyboy. Kyrie jumps in with a heavy spin, finds Fluffy, bringing him back towards the Lord and picks. Godiva trying to provide cover. Fluffy loses his immortal now. Fluffy flickers away. Oh my god, he survives Van now with the trying to find Druyan. He might get it, but cancelled away with the retreat there. My goodness, Van retreat the wrong target. It's gonna give an open shot. Facehugger though finds the mage, and Facehugger using the wings by wings to fly away. Kyrie again trying to find the kite. Keyboy here will receive a lot of damage while charged as a defensive maneuver. And it seems like now Aura Fire, they want more, but now they need to focus on defending. Top side and mid here. They have a good high ground. I expect them to defend.
They got the Lord, but they had to lose Drian in the process. If we're talking about high ground, ONIC have lost it in Drian. Doesn't seem like ONIC want to commit into the siege.
They can't.
Aura Fire should be able to clear this really well.
I think getting a winner truncheon would be very wise right now, but Drian jumps in with the Divine Glaive first here. It's the Hanzo that's now becoming such a big problem because, okay, even though the Yuzong can dive to the back line, we're getting to a point where the damage from Van needs to be respected, and you can see it. CW and Drian were so far back. They were isolated from the front three liners that ONIC have, and if you take a look at the items, once again, no defensive item at all for Drian. Here though, Fluffy gets caught.
Fluffy no immortal. Take note. Feather airstrike. CW finds the kill. Now take a look. Gameboy finding Kabuki. Oh, Black Dragon form here. Trying to find Kabuki. He retreats in time with the flicker. Now 4 men defending with 5 men on the offense. Let's see. Mid minion comes in. Feather airstrike still on cooldown now. What are they going for? Godiva still holding here, trying to find the soak, and the damage. ONIC trying to find the base, trying to find the end. Feather airstrike to clear the minions. Still surviving the Bruce Passion as well to clear those minions down. ONIC still maintaining pressure here. Oh, finds the stun on towards the Farsa, but ONIC finds the base vulnerable, and they win game 3. They surely will secure the upper brackets, and Aura Fire, their odds to the playoffs will be slimmer.
Yeah, ONIC, welcome to the upper brackets, the first team to be able to secure it here. in MPL ID Season 11, and it's deja vu to last season as well. It's just an outstanding performance. There's not really much to talk about, honestly. Outdrafted, outclassed as well in the execution.
What time is it? That's the question that fans were asking.
It's Sans time.
Sans.
Aww.
No Sans.
He was not on camera because he was busy playing all the 5 phones. But you will see just a sign of sportsmanship here from both of the teams. Once again, it was a 2-1 AURA FIRE. Despite them being 8th place, they gave ONIC a run for their money, for their upper bracket slot. But the defending champions will do it once again.
Wow, welcome once again to the upper brackets, ONIC. And nobody really doubted them to secure the first ticket, right? They were already sitting at an amazing win streak, 9-0. It was caught up a bit at some point. But other than that, that was just one match. They lost one match the entirety of the season.
11-1. And with this win, ladies and gentlemen, we welcome ONIC to the upper brackets of MPL Season 11.
And like you mentioned, this also means that AURA, they shouldn't really, like, I cannot say they don't have a chance because that would mean 0%. But what are the chances? Below 5 at this point?
So we have to check later on
we'll
to
check.
Yeah, to just be sure. Bude Monster, take it away.
Yes, Sobat ONIC sedang berpesta tentu saja dengan kemenangan 2-1. Dan bukan hanya kemenangan yang mereka dapatkan, tapi slot upper bracket. Dan 1 slot sudah diamankan oleh ONIC. Spesial di panggung, nggak cuma berlima, tapi bertujuh. Ada 2 coach yang hadir di sini. Dan juga sebagai pemulaan, kalian udah bisa ngedapetin slot babak playoff di upper bracket. So, Coach Yap and Adi, do you have any challenge in this season? Ada nggak sih?
I think the biggest challenge this season is the schedule, the training schedule, and because I want them to be healthy, but yeah, you know why.
Oke, ini jadi katanya challenge terbesar dari tim ONIC adalah dari jadwal yang padat. Dan mereka juga sebagian pemain juga harus berlatih terus-terusan. Dan kita tahu 6 minggu waktu mereka untuk memberikan yang terbaik. But you guys executed really well. Nobody can beat you except RRQ. What happened? Kenapa kalahnya sama RRQ nih? Satu tim doang, RRQ loh. Adi mungkin mau kasih tahu. Kalian gak ada yang bisa ngalahin, kecuali RRQ.
Iya.
Kenapa itu?
Karena RRQ bestie kita, jadi kita kalah.
Karena bestie jadi kalian kalah. Bentar, ini apakah karena udah saling tahu satu sama lain gitu?
Enggak, kalah
jadi,
aja.
Kalah aja. Coach Shep, you have any other opinions?
Kalah aja, kalah.
Kalah aja. Kalah aja. Dan hari ini juga Drian akhirnya bermain kembali. Drian. Apakah ini permintaanmu? Karena di leg pertama kamu juga ngelawan tim AURA. Apakah seseru itu sampai akhirnya kamu ingin bermain lagi?
Kalau dikasih kesempatan main mah pengen main terus, tapi kan saingan gua tuh dewa, susah lawannya.
Susah ya? Bentar, ada di bawah kolong nggak sekarang dia? Dia nggak kelihatan ada di kolong ya? Nggak.
Lagi sakit orangnya.
Lagi sakit. Get well soon, Sans. Dan tentu saja ini kalian berada di arah upper bracket. Dan mungkin di sini Bude juga penasaran banget ya untuk Coach Yap. You have a good players here. And can you mention what is so good about this team? That you guys got the upper bracket really smooth.
All of my players have good skills, you know, and I really like how they trust the process this season. So we are more confident this time.
Coach Yap menjelaskan bahwa playernya itu jago-jago dan mereka juga lebih percaya diri di season ini, improve-nya terus-terusan. And the other question is, Coach Yap, this time you work with Adi. Is there anything in the process that you face with Adi come in this season?
Yeah, Adi is a great coach too, and me and Adi is compatible, you know. So I really like his way of teaching and whatever he had. ONIC is very happy to have him.
Punya Adi membawa kebahagiaan tersendiri karena Adi juga datang membawa sesuatu untuk para playernya. You have anything so special about Adi that you can mention? What Adi give? What Adi give?
Agresif dan objektif, sesimpel itu.
Sesimpel itu. Adi, bener ngajarinnya itu. Apa sih yang kamu ajarin yang mungkin kamu tanemin untuk ONIC Esports? Hadirnya Adi di sini. Drian sama Adi udah jadi basic banget ya.
Gua ngajarin untuk main Mobile Legends. Terus lebih happy aja karena kalau main game gak happy buat apa? Mendingan jadi PNS.
Sesimpel itunya gimana sesimpel
itu?
Sesimpel itu. Tapi Adi, boleh dong kamu kan juga di sini ngeliat, boleh gak sih kamu mention satu hal dari tiap player di ONIC yang kamu banggakan? Mungkin misalnya dari Keyboy, wah rambutnya yang paling halus, dari cewek, pembawaannya yang kalem, atau tiap playernya Adi?
Player kebanggaan gue Drian.
Wow, kenapa Drian?
Karena dia adalah the last KG yang selalu membantu ketika di saat kita susah ataupun senang.
Ayo, Drian saat membantu di saat susah maupun senang. Kalau player-player lainnya, kamu ngeliatnya seperti apa sih?
Semuanya
player ONIC seperti apa?
Apa?
Player ONIC di mata Adi seperti apa sih?
Jago banget. Semuanya jago banget. Ya, semuanya jagonya setara.
Adi masuk ke ONIC, ada tantangan tersendiri nggak?
Tantangannya harus belajar bahasa Filipina.
Gimana?
Tantangannya harus belajar bahasa Filipina.
Oh, belajar bahasa ya. Untuk Coach Yap dan juga Kyrie.
Iya, soalnya Kyrie sama Coach Yap suka ngomong bahasa Filipina.
Ngomong pakai bahasa Filipina, kamu ajarin juga dong bahasa Indonesia?
Iya, aku ajarin juga.
Kamu bahasa Filipina yang kamu pelajarin ada nggak? Kasih tahu dong. Wait, stop. Adi stop ya, jangan dilanjutin. Adi jangan dilanjutin. Kecuali hashtagnya mau keluar ya, jangan. Adi,
apa?
Untuk sampai titik ini, ngelihat player-player ONIC sampai titik ini, apakah kamu sudah puas ngedapetin hasil ini?
Selama tetap berprogres puas sih, cuman pengennya lebih.
Lebih, seperti apa lebihnya Adi?
Lebih ngebantai.
Lebih matang?
Lebih mantap.
Lebih mantap?
Mantap.
Apa yang bisa mereka mantapkan Adi?
Lebih apa ya? Ya lebih mantap pokoknya every game tuh konsisten gitu.
Konsisten? Lebih konsisten. Tadi Coach Yap, is there anything that your player could improve for the next battle, especially in the upper bracket?
Apa?
Is there anything that they can improve?
Masih banyak.
Masih banyak.
Kita harus bersihin strategi kita gitu.
Masih banyak.
Oh, tim kita harus bersihin yang strategi. Banyak strategi kita.
Strategi lagi. Nah, ketika kalian sudah ngedapetin upper bracket ya, mungkin dari 5 playernya juga yang ada di sini, kalian ada keinginan gak sih mungkin lebih explore hal baru, Coach ya? Hal baru mungkin dari segi gameplay, tuker role, atau membawa hero baru juga. Ada nggak sih mungkin dari coach atau dari playernya yang ingin melakukan hal itu? Upper bracket udah di tangan kalian nih. Butas, ingin explore hal baru atau lagi kesakitan?
Nggak ada, udah kayak gini aja.
Kayak gini aja, stable. Mungkin Keyboy? Kamu pengen explore hal baru gak sih? Udah upper bracket, udah di-secure.
Keyboy.
Apakah kamu pengen nyoba role lain atau mungkin hero baru atau gameplay baru?
Kalau dari gua sih tergantung coach. Cuman bagusnya kita respect aja.
Untuk
Kalau dari gua tergantung coach mau ekspor apa enggak.
Coach Adi, bakal ada sebuah perubahan nggak setelah kalian ngedapetin slot upper bracket?
Bisa jadi. Soalnya Drian kan all roll kan. Jadi ada kemungkinan minggu depan ada kejutan.
Oh, Drian all roll. Jadi ada kemungkinan dia bakal dilempar kemanapun rollnya. Drian mau roll apa Drian? Mau
Terakhir
tukeran
dia
sama
bilang,
Kyrie atau
ya,
cewek atau Boots atau
Kyrie.
mau siapa nih?
Kyrie bilangnya.
Oh, mau sama Kyrie. Drian will swap the role with you. Are you ready to swap the role?
Bebas. Anything.
Bebas katanya Kyrie ready to tell everything. And inilah dia dari tim ONIC Esports yang udah mendapatkan upper bracket. The upper bracket slot. Do you have special mention, Coach Yap, for somebody who's supporting you until this, or maybe not only you but also ONIC Esports?
Of course, thank you for Sobat ONIC. Terima kasih semua. Terus ONIC Management dan apa lagi? My fiancé, of course.
Your fiancé, please shout out to her right now. Shout out for her. With Tagalog, it's also okay.
Shout out to my fiancé, Heart Sanares. Aku cinta kamu.
Aku cinta kamu. Oke, dan Sobat ONIC dan juga seluruh pecinta Mobile Legends tentu semakin cinta dengan ONIC. Dan kita akan langsung nge-breakdown gamenya. Sekali lagi kita kasih tepuk tangan untuk tim ONIC. Silahkan Profesor KB.
The Kings of the Skies once again with another victory. I think 11th interview
11th.
so far.
They really like getting interviewed by
Yeah.
Mongstar.
And like even the hosts at this point, they're just like, what else do we ask? I mean, maybe that's why they brought in Coach Yep as well as Coach Adi, right? And it's great. It's
And
great.
that's why ONIC brought out Drian. It's like, you know what, Drian, you only got interviewed once.
You
Here's
need some
another.
more airtime.
Airtime, right?
Airtime, like flying in the sky.
Yes, Miracle, like flying in the sky because
know
they're
what he's doing.
kings of the skies.
Oh, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. On top of the skies, that's where ONIC lies, right? That's the quote here from Udil back in the day.
Oh, that's a good translation. It rhymes.
Yeah, exactly. Di atas langit ada ONIC.
Above the sky
is where ONIC lies.
I like it. I like it. So, you know, looking back at this.
Looking back.
Let's look back.
Huh?
Wait, what?
Yeah, I was looking back too, like literally.
I was wondering what was happening on screen, but what were the highlights that we could actually take home today from this match?
I think it's the Akai pick not getting prioritized for the side of Aura, right? Because the Akai pick here just gave so much value over, not just for the neutral objective takes. It obviously favored Kyrie now that he has the Akai, but the CC, like you mentioned in a lot of the situations in the games, or Eterna, you said that there's too much CC for them to deal with, and that's exactly the issue here. Facehugger can not get more than 2 feathered airstrikes down, and this was the moment where, again, that heavy spin came up clutch to save CW. And in a lot of these moments, it was Aura actually finding a good trade in this Lord Pit, though. Again, it's just the same story. Kyrie was able to bait that Retribution earlier from Van, and then he can just go for it for free. It's all about that Akai pick. They went for the Beatrix first pick, second phase, when they could have just hidden it. But again, they went for the Hanzo. If the Hanzo was their vision from the start, I think they should have just canceled it. They committed into the wrong idea, I would say, because the Yuzong was already there. It was ready. It was there.
Outdrafted.
I mean, to be fair, right? At the end of the day, it was actually ONIC somehow struggling to penetrate the base. Remember, 3 base turrets taken down, but it wasn't a straightforward job for ONIC to just penetrate the base. It was the composition from AURA FIRE. They knew that they can defend here numerous times, but I guess it was just the minion management, and of course, some players were taken down, but this is surely the MVP for Game 3.
Yeah, it's CW on the Claude. 814 KDA, 898 GPM, and not his best, but that already is above average. 86% KP, and he was just such a good poser.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, yes. They penetrated Uranus pretty easily in game number 1, but in game 3, they weren't able to penetrate that base.
Oh, man. Game 3.
We're going to get ready to throw it over to the mic checks here to listen in. Gani, Eterna, let's hear.
No ulti ya. Udah itu tuh, no inspire, no inspire. Meli. Masih bisa. Gue tarik kakaknya. Ayo, masih bisa. Bisa ready nggak? Berapa nggak bisa barabar?
Gas. Masih bisa ini. Mati gua. Go.
Let's go nih. Let's go guys. Meli. Di B2.
Udah di kota dia.
Nggak dapat 5 orang guys. Bisa enggak? 5. Kejar Kupra. Sendiri orang mana.
Goti.
Nggak ada wave. Aman kau ya, 10 detik. Gue tarik satu nih boy. Makan dulu. Gua pegang metriknya. Mati gak dia? Enggak ya? Fedrin boleh nih? Satu-satu dulu. Buki. Nice. Rata guys, belakangnya rata guys. Linknya di belakang ya. Pelan-pelan guys, pelan-pelan. Pikiran jernih. Linknya sekarapan belakang. Oke guys. Masih aman. Nice. Kasih tahu boy. Wave atas ada, kasih tahu satu-satu. Nice ya. Orang nih. Lihat gua. Gua tarik Patrick-nya boy. Patrick diamin. Lihat mid satu ya. Mati Patrick. Sabar. Makan dulu depannya. Tuh, lihat Roto. Gas bu. Kita datang, Cok. Aman. Apain sayang? Nah, kan. Nice boy. Low semua deh. Low semua.
Ada cewek.
Nice boy.
Flash. Sabar.
Oh, sulti. Oh, ya aman. Gas.
Gak pelan ulti awe. Ada cewek. Tarik dulu. Masih bisa guys?
Bisa pelan-pelan. Ulti gua bentar lagi.
Untuk pelapin off flicker ya.
Aman guys.
Mau di flicker guys.
Cabut.
Kill dia guys.
Kill. Santai ya. Kita pasnya guys.
Kill lanjut. Nice. Kill.
Sabar ya. Ulti bentar lagi.
Masih ada
4 bawa guys.
Bikin ini guys.
Ayo gas. Gue masuk tuh. Bisa tower nggak?
Ayo.
Tower guys.
Nice.
Super crisp, clean communication by ONIC there in the mic checks. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English desk. And with that being said, right, with the fact that Aura had to lose to 2-1 once again.
1-10 now.
In leg 2, how are these standings looking? I really want to see what's been updated for Rebellion Zion as well and Alter Ego, seeing as Rebellion did lose earlier on. And what's it looking like? How close it is? How close is it for Aura? But before then, let's take a look at the keys to victory and the keys to success.
The keys to success here for ONIC. CW and Kyrie are getting sufficient farm. And yeah, I mean, honestly, in game 1 and 3, it's CW and Kyrie getting sufficient farm. Honestly, even in game 2, when they were able to find a lot of success early on, it was mainly CW and Kyrie getting sufficient farm. Following up on Keyboy's initiations, though, this is the real keys to success. Because in this game, it felt like it was just crisp, clean calls coming in. When Grok went in with the wild charge, there's always something to follow it up, whether it's the Black Dragon flying in the air, or maybe even the Panda just swinging, just rotating, just like you can rotate here.
Secret lab. But do you concur here, Gani?
I concur. Very much so here. And it seems like, ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be the last match of week 5.
Yes.
Definitely concur.
Okay.
One more week left.
On the way.
4 days only.
To concur to week 6.
Why can't we get 9 weeks of
What?
MPL?
I want to.
15 weeks.
We might.
30.
Next season.
Why?
I won't explain why.
I will.
So, get a little Easter egg for you guys later on. A little tease, maybe, perhaps. But in the game, again, it was just such a smooth road for game 3, right? I think when ONIC have the proper draft to take it, game 1 and 3, and I would even see game 2, they take a smooth road. But then in the game, Aura in game 2 were able to kind of force the issue, make their winning condition that was really hard to execute they were able to pull it off. Meanwhile, in game number 3, that winning condition, it seems like they were scaling their winning condition. Like game 1, it was a tough winning condition to get. Game 2 was a harder winning condition. Game 3, let's make it even harder with a Hanzo pick on the Yuzong.
Impossible. Okay, it's not impossible, but it was
Standings
hard.
MVP.
Yep, the MVP rankings here for the regular season. Remember, we are in the last 2 weeks, so these are the last chances for these people to get up into these standings.
Look who's creeping up. The man who's playing all 5 phones.
Yes, Sans there at number 10.
8.
Oh, 8. Yeah, 8. I was like 3 plus 3 plus 2, 10.
Quick maths.
Quick brands though. Take a look, brand sandwiched by 2 ONIC.
I don't think
players.
he's sandwiched. He's on the top, Gani. He's not in the middle of 2 ONIC members.
True. Well, take a look
in
at
the
screen.
picture.
There
It's
you
in the
go.
middle.
Yeah. In the picture, yeah. He is sandwiched between Kyrie and CW. But this is really impressive for Kyrie. As a jungler, the only jungler
in the list,
on the list, and he's second. Remember, he can go back to back.
Oh yeah, you're right. Can he break his own record by becoming back-to-back as well?
Oh man, I think the way ONIC are performing, I think they can. They have a few more, 2 more matches, I believe.
Yes.
So there you go. I think he can.
Because he got 3, right?
Yeah. 12.
MVP regular season, first team jungler.
I think first team jungler is almost guaranteed
there was
at this
one
point
more.
with his performance. Finals MVP.
Finals MVP. There you go.
Sweeping everything.
So if he can go back-to-back, then he's beating his own record in this season.
That's crazy, right?
Yeah.
He got
Remember.
4 trophies last season. If he
Exactly.
gets 4 trophies
on
again,
his debut. In his debut, technically,
the
in
heck,
ID.
man.
You know what?
We are officially claiming Kyrie. He's an Indonesian now.
Whoa. All right. Live
Miracle
comments.
stealing.
Live comments. Right? Clip that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, okay, we're about to see standings.
Are we?
Speculation.
Are you sure?
Speculations.
Are you sure? Don't cheat.
Speculations.
Don't
Wow.
cheat.
Oh my God.
Don't cheat.
I
Don't
wonder who's
cheat.
number 1 in the standings. Wow. Wow.
Oh, come on, that wasn't the concern, right?
Wow.
We're taking a look at the standings
It's
here
ONIC.
presented to you by the Samsung Galaxy A34, A54 5G. And this was my question, right? With Alter Ego being able to win it, they're still in a 7th place. So they haven't been able to overtake
God.
Rebellion Zion, but it only takes one more one more match to 0, depending on how Rebellion Zion's next match goes, for them to be able to overtake, which means Rebellion Zion, they're still very
Technically, Bigatron Alpha
in a
2.
bad issue, bad spot.
Not even joking. 3rd to 7th, it can all still change. If RQ lose all their remaining matches, they will be the ones not making it to the playoffs.
But look at the aggregate points.
Still, doesn't matter. The match win-lose is going to be the most important thing, score to actually keep track of. If RRQ lose all their remaining matches and the rest of the teams win all theirs, RRQ can go down all the way to 7th. It's possible.
But, yeah, I guess Bigatron though is still also in the hot seat, right? Sure, RQ, but Bigatron, your team, Mirko, needs to be careful.
Everybody, yeah.
More so for Rebellion Zion though still. Very risky position to be in right now as we take a look at the chance to playoffs, right? This is what we were talking about. Still Rebellion, right? 24%. That's half of Bigatron's chances to get to the playoffs. So it's a lot more difficult. If we see Aura, yesterday it was 8%. Now it's 5.55%. So it is getting slimmer and slimmer as the day progresses.
Wow, looking at this, right?
5%.
24.43 for Alter Ego. 3 matches left, yeah. Let's see. Upper bracket battles there. What will happen?
Well, for sure, ONIC 100% already, right? They secured the first ticket. So second place, though, now that is the remaining question. A Geek 50%, RRQ 31%, and EVO's 23%. That is a change, to say the least.
It is. It's going to be crazy, right? Geek Slate, if they are able to pull it off, first playoff that they will qualify to will be upper brackets. There's a chance to pull it off, 50% chance right now. So a higher chance than RRQ and EVO's. RRQ, we're still waiting on the result of the match against Aura as well. That will be rescheduled later on in the season. It's going to be starting at 1-0, by the way. So Aura will already have a pretty big advantage there.
It's going to be very interesting here. There's going to be perhaps a lot of changes in the tables in the coming week.
And remember, this is the last week, Goni, Mirko, the final week, and special for the last week. We're gonna start our Mobile Legends journey on a Thursday, not Friday, but Thursday. Thursday we have 2 matches, Friday with 3. And
El
you can see here,
Clasico.
EVO's RRQ, the start
First match.
of the 6th week. And followed by here on Saturday, it still should be 4 matches as well. Followed by, once again, on Sunday, 2 more matches.
It's going to be very interesting indeed here. Extra day to fulfill that week 6. And my goodness, EVOS will take on ONIC. Oh, it's just going to be a lot of crazy matches, a lot of changes from the standings as well, I expect. So I can't wait.
I can't wait as well, man. I mean, El Clasico to start the last week of the regular season. And then we'll keep on going from there. RQ and Geek, that's a matchup I'm really looking up to. Because, hey, guess what, Eterna? That's a battle for upper brackets.
Oh, a battle for upper brackets. And while we're waiting, we can enjoy more Mobile Legends game play as well.
Like what?
In the MDL.
Oh.
The MLBB Development League here, right? We are entering the playoffs. So if you guys want to go in for a challenge as well, you guys can check out that lower third before with the hashtag, I think it was MDL.
Esports for everyone.
No, that was a different hashtag.
MPL ID.
S11 challenge.
There you go. They have a challenge now. So that marks the end of today, guys. That marks the end of week number 5. Once again, everything just happens so fast when you're having fun together. So we love you. Thank you so much for staying tuned with us. We'll see you next week on Thursday. Remember, not Friday, Thursday. Me, Eterna, Goni, and Mirko, we're signing out. See you in week 6.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita bukan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani